Constellation, Last Stand Media's conversational podcast, is brought to you by you. If you want to learn how to support our podcast network, head to patreon.com/laststandmedia.
Hi, guys. Welcome back to Constellation, the LSM podcast that you turn to when you're tired of listening to people talk about video games. There's got to be a better tagline than that. I'm your loyal host, Dagan Moriarty. These deep, dulcet sounds of my voice are brought to you today by either allergies or some form of consumption. Jury's still out on that. I'm joined as always by enough co-pilots to form a one-legged Voltron. Let's go around and meet our hero, shall we? First, you can usually find her womaning the grill while mercilessly assaulting the masses with some of the hottest food takes this side of the Mississippi. Some would call it food take terrorism, I think. Take cover. Mama Micah, everybody.
Wow, that is quite the introduction. Thank you. And mentioning the grill, because I gotta clear the air with my boy Chris over here. Saw Chris at the live show. Hadn't seen Chris in person in probably a year or so. And Chris was subjected to my brand of small talk. I think one of the first things I asked you was if you had any hot dogs recently. To which you said no. And then I said I had a hot dog last week. And then we segued into talking about what grocery stores you had available in California. So I feel like the conversation went very well, but then I also haven't stopped thinking about it. So maybe it didn't go very well at all. But this is what happens when you put me in situations with people in real life. You know, it's you never know what you're going to get.
It's just such an insane, because I thought because we were in New York, it would be vague. It would be somewhat associated. Because you asked me, it's like, oh, if you had a hot dog recently, I assume it was because you just had a hot dog. Because we're in New York City, and that's a reasonable thing. And you're like, oh, I had one last week. Like, I just remember being so genuinely distraught by that. I think it threw me off the entire rest of the entire rest of the trip. I have been thinking about that too the entire time for the last several weeks.
It's haunting.
I just love hot dogs. I eat hot dogs all year round. Some people only eat them in summer. We're a hot dog family. All right. I wrote on the calendar the next fake holiday is National Hot Dog Week, which starts on Monday. So everyone get ready for that. But I don't know. I feel like I thought people would share more enthusiasm for the hot dog. But I also got to pose it to you, Chris. QVC sells round dogs. Have you seen these? It's a round hot dog. It's shaped like a hamburger patty. Yeah. It's like a 1-inch thick slice of bologna, basically. And I want to try them so bad, but they are $70 for 12 of them.
Come on.
I can't do that.
What?
I googled a round dog, and I'm just seeing.
Wait a second. Why are they so expensive?
I'm seeing very fat, poorly groomed actual animals.
Oh yeah, that's not going to work.
No. I'll get a link and I'll put it in the chat down here.
Because we do want to try them, but QVC is like trying to. Dude, I'd probably eat half of those in one sitting. First of all,
I don't understand.
Exactly. Like, how many are these of my husband supposed to eat? They're like $6 a pice now.
Mike has been making that joke a lot, like where she's like seeing food. She's like, "How much is my husband supposed to eat?"
Oh man, Micah, you really threw me with this. I never heard of it. I was going to ask you for a conventional hot dog. Maybe you've talked about this before. What's your go-to brand, or do you just love hot dogs so much that you'll take any dog?
Oh, wow. That's one way to say it, Dagan. So if my all-time favorite hot dog is back home. It's Blue Seal brand hot dogs. These are like foot-long frankfurters that you get at this local ice cream stand. They're the best hot dogs you can get. If I'm buying store-bought hot dogs, I like the Oscar Mayer bun-length Franks. Okay. Ballpark, Armor are fine. Don't buy Bar S. All right. That's just literal dog food. Okay. Don't buy those. But, and I grew up poor. I had to eat a lot of Bar S hot dogs. Okay. I'm allowed to say it now. Okay. But as an adult, Oscar Mayer, bun length Franks are the best. Hebrew National beef Franks are good, but I don't prefer an all beef hot dog. Like, they're all right. But I prefer your
Gotcha.
traditional Frankfurters, if I'm being honest.
Okay. All right. Interesting. All right. Listen, I want to stick with him over there next up. Hear that? That's the sound of roosters out in LA, ladies and gents, joining us from the wee small hours of the morning. One of Kyle's favorite sons and one of my favorite nephews. Let's welcome Chris Raygun, everybody.
He's such an insane person. I could never like this is so I love is this have you been introing?
Yeah, this is like number 4, I think.
This is great. This is
thanks,
so
Chris.
unique. In like I don't know how to I straight up don't know how to react to it. It is so, because it feels like it should be this feels like something that requires like, ladies and gentlemen, this person, and then like a crowd of people like
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's just silence because we all know each other and are so deeply unimpressed with each other. So
Maybe
it's
we
like,
need
hey,
that soundboard,
a
Jaffy
soundboard?
soundboard for the
Yeah, Jaffy's
canned
got it. Yeah,
applause.
Jaffy's got it going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jaffy has like the charge thing on it or whatever. You're like, da-da-da-da-da, cha. Or as
good.
Ramon would say, ha. Do you know that story, Dag? I told you that story.
No.
That Ramon's a huge Mets fan. So he used to go to Mets games all the time with his dad and his brother.
Sure.
And he wasn't until he was in his 20s that he realized that they weren't saying, ha, but were saying charge.
But it says
You know?
charge up on the big
I don't
board.
know. But it would be like, da-da-da-da-da, ha. I always make fun of him over that. It's great. He was probably
Maybe it's
25 when he realized.
That
You
is
just-
awesome.
Yeah, you just don't know what it's like in the military when they say like 10 HUD or whatever the fuck.
Yeah,
Whatever it is they say.
yeah.
10 HUD, it's like, what the hell is that?
Oh, I
Yeah,
mean,
really, what
I
is that?
confessed in the Discord the other day. I made a confession because we were talking about like things like that you didn't realize till you were an adult. Mine was that when you get clothes from like an older sibling, hand-me-downs, but back home people say it so fast, it sounded like hand-me-downs. And I always thought it was hand-me-downs
I could
until I was
understand.
like, and I was in my 20s when I saw like written down that it was hand-me-downs. And I was like, wait, that's what you're saying? It's hand-me, but back home people say it so fast. Like, I got some hand-me-downs for you.
I love that.
And yeah, it didn't make any sense. Someone was like, why would it be hammy? And I'm like, I don't know. But all the adults were saying that.
I love
And so
it.
it's like, I don't know the meaning, but that's what they said.
There's
Yeah.
a gross potential context for that too. Where it's
It
like
really
it's a
is.
hand-me-down because it's so deeply used. It's
Yeah.
like there's something there that's like really it makes it really a lot more unappealing.
Yeah, it's been
Eh.
cured by somebody else's sweat and BO.
Yeah, see, I think it
Yeah.
sounds adorable. Hand-me-downs? Like a hand-me-down. You know what's funny about it, though? I bet all 4 of us and everybody listening, we all have one of these right now, even if we're not aware of it. Like, if we think of it long enough, we could all come up with something that, I mean, I'm not just talking about obscure lyrics in 80s songs that you're like, what the fuck? Like, there's still songs from the 80s that I'm like, I have no idea what they're saying. Especially the 80s. I don't know what it was in the 80s.
Dude, I hear songs all the time where I'm like, oh, I didn't realize that that's what it meant. Or it means something to me now and didn't mean to me something for 30 years. Where I'm
the
like, oh, that
meaning
lyric now
or
is-
the words, the actual words.
Oh, so you're saying, I see what you're saying.
you
so
know
like
what I'm saying? Like
I got you.
misunderstanding,
You're right.
right? Like, I can't think of one off the top of my head, unfortunately. But yeah, that type of thing where you're just
Well, yeah.
mishearing it. Right.
Yeah, because you don't know in the moment if you're mishearing something.
Exactly.
Like you'd have to commit that to memory. Like I have no idea. I can say for certain that I've never been mistaken once in my entire life. But I'm sure it's a very common experience.
No,
You truly
absolutely.
are.
What is that song? Revved up like a deuce, another boner in the night.
That's the one
Yeah.
I was
That-
thinking of.
That gets people every time.
That
That's
is the song.
Mannheim Man, right? Isn't that the guy's name?
I don't remember.
So what is he actually saying?
He's saying blinded by the light,
Yeah.
rev up like a deuce.
A deuce.
But he is, and I want to be clear about
Yeah,
something
please.
about this.
Please.
He is not saying deuce.
He really
It says it in the liner. Everyone always says that, but he's saying douche.
He's saying douche.
Listen to it.
100%.
Rev up like a douche. Like it. That song has insane lyrics in the verses. Do you guys?
No,
you guys know the
I
song?
don't know. This
hold on a
is the
second.
song, though. I'm so glad you guys caught this because this is the
Dude,
song I was trying to think of.
So Ryan Clements, who's an old friend of mine, he's not in the he's in the industry now. He's a writer, but he was one of the founders of Podcast Beyond. And he was a good friend of mine. We used to drive into work, and when we thought this song was so funny because it used to be on like the classic rock station almost every day. And I'm trying to find some of the lyrics. Some silicon sister with a manager mister told me what it got. I got what it takes. She said, "I'll turn you on, Sonny, to something strong. Play the song with the funny break. And Go-Kart Mozart was checking out the weather chart to see if it was safe outside. And little Early Pearly came by in his curly whirly and asked me if I needed a ride.
Dude, that's good shit. That's good.
Is
That's
it?
sick writing. No,
Fuck is a
seriously.
Curly whirly.
It's a little bohemian.
Early Pearly came by in his curly
Sounds
whirly
good.
and asked me if I needed a ride.
Drug induced for sure, right? Coke, definitely Coke induced, like everything else.
Oh my
does.
God,
It
dude.
sounds so
100%.
terrible. It's like
Well, I sang it, so it is terrible. But
what?
That guy,
What is
that guy was eating round dogs for sure.
Dude, I looked up out of curiosity, like famous misheard lyrics, and it's fake. It's just all bullshit. It's fake. It's pretend. It's the dumbest shit I've ever seen. The Hollywood Reporter writes in, it's like the sweet dreams are made of these. And it says the concert line, the pop duo single "Sweet Dreams Are Made of These," but some people have been known to sing it as "Sweet Dreams Are Made of Cheese." No, they haven't.
Come on, no, that's
No, they
made up.
haven't.
No.
The Hollywood Reporter? What is
That's
this?
ridiculous.
Is this like a fake
I would buy
place?
it though. I would buy it because I thought as a kid, "Leave Me Breathless." I always thought it was "Leave Me Breakfast," and I was much older when I was like, "Wait, she's not saying go on, leave me
That
breakfast."
was wishful thinking, Mike.
Because I was like, this lady knows the way to my heart. That's exactly what I'd want. And then it's like, that's not what
Yeah.
she's saying at all.
A nice charcoal egg,
dude,
on a crisp summer morn.
Chris, give me a fake news in the Trump accent, please.
Give me fake news.
Yeah, say fake
Conan
'cause
O'Brien dead at 12. So sad. So sad. He was a good man. Fat man. Love him. So sad.
I like it when Chris does the Trump voice, but it's talking about hardcore video games, like core video games. We were talking about that on Sacred Symbols a little bit.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's good shit.
Like how
Final
Trump's
Fantasy
like
VII Rebirth is so long, so bloated. I don't know what Tifa's doing, but she needs to get a grip. I love the idea of him just being very, very knowledgeable about this
About games.
about
this
like PlayStation
industry.
or something.
Yeah,
You know, like,
just him saying things that are like very Japanese, but with like a knowingness about it.
right.
Is Yuji Naka, like it's it is so endlessly entertaining to me. But
Yuji Naka.
Eugene.
Chris, you got a podcast there in the making. Like I would listen to that I'm ready to listen to that all day and not even do this.
no, you're not. No, you're
Chris
not.
Chris does great impressions of like a few, because we talked about on Sacred how we should do like a 4-way Helldivers game with W, Obama, who else? It was Trump and and like Hillary Clinton
Reagan.
or someone, or Biden or someone.
Reagan.
Yeah.
Kyle, let's stop it right there. Let's give you a proper introduction. All right, my friend. Last and definitely not least, who died and made him boss? South Carolina bound. He's giving us all the vapors. The man in the high tower, figuratively and usually literally. Colin Moriarty.
Hello. So a week from today, Micah and I have to go to South Carolina with my mom and my stepdad in a car for 6 hours
I'm rubbing
to go to a wedding for our cousin Junior. And yes, we're Italian, so we have a cousin Junior.
Yes,
that's true.
That's his name.
And I was like, I'm fine with it. He came to my wedding. We're not very close. We were friendly when we were younger, and I used to hang out in his room. I don't even know how much younger he is than me. Maybe like 8 or 10 years younger than me, something like that. Anyway, but he loves like video games, and we used to bond over that, but we were never really very close. But he came to my wedding, and I'm definitely going to go to his out of respect, and out of respect for our Aunt Joni as well, who's our mom's younger sister. Our mom's younger sisters are twins. This is one of them. My 3 siblings, though, they're not going.
I love Junior. He's a good kid. I'm sorry to be missing. I have to miss it because of work, and I bailed relatively recently. I mean, within the last week.
How did that go down?
It went a lot smoother with Aunt Joni than I thought it was going to go. I thought she was going to be really upset with me. I'm very close to that aunt. I'm probably the closest of the 4 siblings to Aunt Joni. I mean, I definitely am.
You are certainly, yeah, I would say.
And I love her. And I was very close with Junior growing up. I mean, I was much older than him, but yeah, he's a good kid. I'm sorry to be, and I love South Carolina. I mean, we're not going to Charleston or anywhere like that.
Not going to really Charleston, South Carolina.
Charleston.
No.
Hi, this is highly irregular.
Should I walk down and say something like that when I'm down there?
I'm totally ripping somebody off right now, though. Is it Paul Tompkins? I'm totally doing like his whole shtick right now. And claiming it as my own. I shouldn't be doing that. But yeah, I'm sorry to be missing it. I think it's going to be fun, little road trip down. Why don't you guys just all caravan together with Uncle Mike and Aunt Carla and Jamie too. Just all go to the what is that? The 7 of you. That would be fun.
What, in like 2 cars? You're saying?
No,
Uncle Mike
rent an
drives like
Escalade or
115
something.
miles an hour. Yeah, Uncle Mike's going to be there in 2.5 hours.
That's true.
It's like Dad going from the Hamptons to New York to Queens in 15 minutes. It's like, how did you do that? You know,
Dad has made it from Eastern Long Island to Philadelphia in less than 2 hours. I don't even know if that's like, there's people that can't do that in a helicopter.
Yeah, that's like helicopter. That's that is insane.
It defies logic.
our dad has he'll never admit it, but I was with him once when it happened when I was young. But like our dad just doesn't get pulled over because he has like fire, like a placard in front of his car or whatever. And he has his badge and all that. And I was with him when he got pulled over once. He probably doesn't remember it. And like the guy came over and my dad just took out his wallet and the badge just got flipped out. And the guy was like, oh, okay, never mind. And like basically I walked away. I was probably in like 3rd or 4th grade when that happened. So our dad, it's the same thing like when he used to go and pick us up at JFK and they're, you know, like they have like the assault rifle dudes now. And they're like trying to get you to fuck you, like no cars can stop and shit like that.
Right.
And my dad would just go, and just like pull in and just park.
It's like asking to get shot, basically.
Yeah.
You know,
those guys are crazy. There's like, I remember doing a video a long time ago in Times Square where I was where I was pretending to drink bleach in the middle of Times Square. I did it throughout the city, just in public, trying to freak people out. And there were people with like assault rifles, like the cops with assault rifles. And I remember being like, oh, like if they think I'm literally trying to kill myself, it's technically a crime. So I should probably like go tell them. And I went up to them. I was like, hey, this is like not real. And they're like, we don't care.
We don't care.
Being,
don't
like,
do
sick.
it.
Great. No, we don't care. Just don't bother me.
Leave us alone. Yeah.
Yeah, leave us alone. We're looking for like Bin Ladens. Like
Right.
we're not looking for you. Like
You're lucky they didn't put 24 bullets in you. It's the NYPD you're talking to.
That's amazing.
I think there was a 10% chance. I think there was like a 10%. Like there was part of my brain that I think hoped that might be the outcome because that would be like a wild story.
That really would
be Chris Reagan gunned to death in fucking Times Square with a bottle of bleach. Be wild.
Oh my god, I love
Alas, well, it was not to be. There's
No.
another timeline though, for sure, where that happened.
that.
Where like
Yeah,
I
dude.
approached them a little bit staggeredly because I was like a little bit nervous, and they took it as like a threat.
This is Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and remake versus Final Fantasy
exactly.
VII. It's a
Yeah,
different
the
timeline.
That's
whispers.
hilarious.
Yeah,
the
the
whispers interjected. Yeah.
Well, Chris would remember this, right? Like post 9/11, not too long after, like within the first couple of years, they formed like a ground urban SWAT team specifically for like, I guess, counterterrorism in New York City, in Manhattan specifically, called Hercules. And they drove around and labeled vehicles with the Hercules sort of acronym, whatever that meant on the side of it. Like it was the opposite of covert. Like it was designed as a visual deterrent. Like here we are. It's like a SWAT team that's just there all the time.
Yeah, just letting you know Hercules is here. So if you try anything really silly or wacky or zany, we're gonna
Don't you try another 9/11.
don't you dare 9/11 us today. We're gonna Hercules you right into the fucking ground. There's sniper rifle. There are snipers just chilling, by the way, like always in Times Square. Like they're just like on duty snipers. Like a friend of mine did like billboard work in New York City, like specifically like he was like doing maintenance on like one of the screens in Times Square, and he had to go up to the roof, and they were just like
Up there?
it's like snipers just chilling.
Wow.
Yeah,
I didn't
it was
know
hilarious
this.
because, and I think they had like a thing. It's so funny because it just goes to show like even the extent at which even people in like the highest forms of like in the most high risk jobs are willing to just kind of relax on the job if nobody's looking. They had like a thing that they had a bucket of coins next to the door so that if their supervisor came up, they could like pretend like they were working. Because it would make noise. It's so fucking
amazing.
funny. But yeah, he shared Joe's Pizza with like snipers in Times Square. It was like
That's
the craziest story that I've ever heard. Yeah, it's an amazing story. Yeah,
Yeah, it's like when you see that's crazy. The less crazy is this, but when you can see them on the White House roof all the time if you just look. There's people up there all the time.
He's up there. That's their
Yeah,
station.
like
Their
just like people just like ready to fucking blow your head off from 4.5 miles away.
Those scares.
Yeah.
Dude.
yeah. This is my sniper, Jeffrey. He's such a good boy.
You think they ever just put it on safety really cautiously and then just toy around with people with their little red bead on them?
No chance.
Just
No shot. They
Aim at their crotch or whatever.
They probably don't even look really unless people are like probably screaming. You know what I mean? Like something. I feel like something has to happen already.
That makes sense
for them to really pay. Because otherwise, anybody who would be alert would know. Like, there's a reason you never see these people. It's because they're not peering over the roof, being like, "Who am I going to snipe today?"
Yeah,
you know, they got to be covert.
That's true. Yeah. Oh, I just accidentally took out the Times Square Spider-Man. I just blew his head off.
Well, those are people. Those are worthy targets.
Yeah, that's true.
I agree.
Those people in the costumes who come up.
I hate Times Square so much, dude.
Take your wallet.
I haven't been to Times Square since I was there, coincidentally, during Occupy Wall Street. And
that's fun.
It was like starting to spread to all these different places and congest a bunch of like different tourist places. And I remember I had a pizza and I was like this, like holding it above me because I was like walking through crowds of just people trying to get through. And that was the last time I ever ever even went there.
Like an African woman with her laundry trying to get through a river.
Right.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
That's my own river. And I'm the African woman in this case. And then the pizza. Right. That's
Times Square is crazy. I remember being mesmerized by Times Square when I was a kid, though, because being there at night and it looking like daytime is a wild.
Yeah.
It's almost like fucking Aurora Borealis or something where you're like, how is this possible?
Seriously.
This is like that anywhere could be this bright at midnight is insane.
Such a waste, such a flagrant waste of power, too. That's what I love the most about it. It's just like a flagrant capitalistic. Yeah. It's like, look at how crazy capital. I miss the old Times Square when you see pictures of it, like when it was analog signs. You know, that was cool. That was more cool than
just the old neon. So, you know what's funny about that, Kyle? I have two friends that work on Disney's Times Square billboard, like the digital billboards for Disney and all things Disney related, ESPN, Marvel, all the stuff. And then I think people could rent. They have one of the biggest slots, so people could rent, or companies, corporate entities could rent space from them, and they handle the graphics and all the scheduling for the graphics. But you know what? 2025, next year, about a year from now or so, by early 2026, it's all going AI. These guys are losing their jobs. They've been there for like 20 years.
Bummer.
I know. It's like, oh man, the AI.
Well, Jaffe would think that was good. Oh, it's just deterministic. Yeah, I like in Mad Men, they would show like in that era, you know, like a big Coca-Cola sign and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's good to be here, Dig. I'm happy to not have to host this. I'm going out with Derek in a few hours.
Oh, I'm jealous.
To go have some drinks.
That's fun.
Date night.
Yeah, Mikey keeps saying I'm going on a date.
It's a bromance.
Yeah,
it is kind of a date. I mean,
yeah, it is what it is. And we're going to go to Hidden Wit, which is like a newish brewery over here in the woods. And I'm looking forward to that as well. But I just wanted to compliment your shirt.
Oh, thank you.
First ever De La album, of course. Here's the thing. Do you know? I didn't know this until recently. I was surprised by this. Do you know that that's their only platinum record?
No, I didn't know that.
And do you know that they only have one other gold record? So that record obviously went gold first, and then 3 Feet High, and then what? Balloon Mind State's not next. It's De La Soul is Dead. Right. That went gold.
That's gold. That would be.
And
none
of the other ones ever went gold. I was like, that's kind of crazy. I thought that they were bigger than that. Like, just referentially, 311 has 7 gold records, you know, and
that's
3 platinum records, you know.
Wow.
So
holy shit.
So I thought De La was like bigger than that. I think it's just so localized to Long Island, people growing up there, that they seem bigger than they are. But I was just reading that recently, and I couldn't believe that. I was thinking of you.
You know what? They're so interesting because they're not underground, but they stayed at that surface level where what they say on the third album, right? We might blow up, but we won't go pop type of thing. And they also are famous for reinventing themselves with every album and really kind of reinventing the sound and the motifs and everything like that. So if you're not really down for the music, you know, like maybe people were really responding to that sort of lighthearted, jovial hippie thing in the first album, but they always kind of evolved, and you had to evolve with them. The special thing about them is through those evolutions, they stayed so appealing to me and like the diehard fans. Like they never really did wrong as far as I'm concerned, but they always did change. So yeah, but that is interesting that they never went platinum again. Because
that song, the last record I know of theirs is AOA Bionics, which is your album. I think it's your copy of the album that I have.
Wow.
And Trying People on that record is such a powerful and amazing song. I'm really partial to Stakes is High as a record. That's my favorite De La record for sure. But yeah, I just want to compliment your shirt. I love the shirt.
Thanks, dude.
A little Long Island flavor today.
Thank you, dude. Yeah, that song, Trying People, is like their post 9/11. It's like their response to 9/11, but they never really mention it. You know, like I feel like every consummate New York artist has that. Like Spike Lee did 25th Hour. It's not really about 9/11, but it takes place right after 9. It's like that's his 9/11. That's his comment.
Well, New Yorkers have there's a lot of fiction about the tension and the feelings about 9/11. Very similar. We were talking about this recently on Sacred, I think, very similar to like how a lot of Japanese cultural output in the decades after World War II was about, you know, an allegory for the bomb and for all sorts of different things that like scarred them in their generation, you know. So very similar.
Yeah, good shit.
That's where Black Parade came from, right?
Black Parade.
I'm pretty sure that's the story from My Chemical Romance. I think that album
I didn't know.
I didn't know this.
I think specifically, like, there's like a whole joke about like people going back in time and preventing 9/11, but My Chemical Romance doesn't exist. I saw that,
wow.
and then they have to go back and like re-traumatize Gerard Way or whatever. But yeah, I think that's real.
Re-traumatize. That's interesting. I like that record. That was the only record of theirs I really because that's the one with Helena on it, right?
Yeah,
I like that song a lot. Isn't Gerard Way like a really big comic artist?
Yeah, he's a comic artist now.
Yeah,
which is so. He's a fucking fascinating person. I think he's like cousins with Mike Pence also, or something, or some crazy thing like that.
That's
like
weird.
There's some weird. Do not quote me on that. But I feel like there's somebody very baffling is related to him.
Interesting,
and it's very confusing to learn. Let me look it up to me.
I love stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like
finding out Bernie Sanders and Larry David are related. It's
right.
Although that's more obvious.
Yeah, of
I didn't
course.
know that.
Yeah, like you hear that and you're like, well, I can see that.
You could kind of, it makes sense. I never knew that though.
It's almost impossible to imagine that isn't the case. Oh, right. So that's right. It wasn't Mike Pence. It was Joe Rogan.
So Gerard Way and Joe Rogan that's fascinating though.
Yeah, that's even weirder.
That
is interesting.
Because he's never been on the pod, right? Oh, that's interesting. And I've seen Gerard Way do interviews too. That's interesting, dude. Well, listen, if you guys are ready to get rolling, I'm ready. I want to pitch something a little unconventional today, though. I'm going to call out the order from the beginning. Now, I'm not going to name the topics. I just want to tell you guys what order we're going to go in today, which may be good for our co-hosts here to get ready and prepare. But also, I guess, for the audience, by the time this comes out, they'll be able to cross-reference with the show titles. But I just, because, and the reason I'm doing this, kind of an experiment, but also just to kind of see, we have a nice variety of topics today, and I think we can make a nice trajectory. Okay. So Micah, if it's okay with you, I would like you to go first. We're going to put Chris in second, Colin third, and I'll go last.
Ooh, Micah's going to be laying down the bunt. She's fast. She's going to lay down that bunt down the third base line. See what happens.
You got the green light.
Oh my, which just reminds me, last night, Colin, we were talking about baseball for some reason. And I said, like, what position? Oh, because we were talking about Lou Gehrig and how they stole the disease from him. Anyways. And you said he played shortstop.
Yeah.
And I was like,
I think so.
I know what position that is. And you're like, no, you don't. And I said, oh, I definitely do. And I don't. I don't know shit about baseball.
Oh, he was he was first baseman, by the way. Shortstop is, so, you know, first base, second base, third base, home, mound, right? Outfield. You understand that the layout of the diamond. So first baseman, second baseman plays really kind of off the bag to the left. The shortstop plays in between second and third because most batters are righties.
Right.
So the ball is going to typically go in that space. And then the third baseman plays on the third, near the third bag. You have your catcher, your pitcher, and then your outfielders. So the shortstop is basically just this like random interstitial infielder that is not associated with any of the bags, though. In a double play, which is common, he would often tag second, or be part of that, depending on where the ball goes.
Yeah.
So
you need to be versatile for that position. Good arm.
Yeah, that's basically that's considered the hardest position on the field, perhaps, 100%. Except for the pitcher-catcher relationship. That's considered like the peak athletic position with like a crazy arm. Third base as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You put your bad players at second base,
Yeah.
and right field.
That's usually
Your bad
it.
players.
Those are my two positions.
Right, me too.
I finally made it into the infield. I never made
Fred
it past
Koch used to
second.
send me right into right field. It was awesome. And I used to get so upset when a ball would come to me. You know, like when the ball would go in, and I'd be like, "Oh man," you know,
my turn.
Yeah,
It's
like
so terrible. It's such a. I don't think I ever had like the best day. Like I remember playing Little League, and I remember the best day I ever had was like playing a game where nothing came to me. And I was like, that was so great. That was so wonderful. I didn't have to do a damn thing, and I got to do what I wanted to do, which was just hit the ball. Like I didn't really give a shit about catching or like, you know, I didn't care. I just like hitting the ball.
Yeah, baseball's challenging
the rest
for
of it's
kids.
just like, yeah,
it's because fielding could be really boring. You know, you're inactive for 10, 15, 20 minutes. You're just standing out there picking dandelions. You know what I mean?
For a kid, you might as well be in like suspended animation. Like it is a treacherously slow sport for a child.
It really is.
Yeah, it's interesting too because I was the same way. First of all, I have distinct memories from Little League, like of moments that were funny or like in hindsight. Well, and how much I hated because I usually would play right field, and it's like how much I hated when the ball would come to me and a ball went over my head once, and then you're like freaking out because you got to get the ball in, and there's like the cutoff man, and I just fucking totally launched the ball over his head, and the guy's like, so like it's just in the middle of the field, the pitcher's going, the guy's just rounding the bases, I totally fucked it up. But when I would bat, I would almost never swing. Like what I realized quickly in like second, third, fourth grade, whatever, is like these kids couldn't hit a fucking strike zone.
You could throw a walk.
Yeah, I would just be like, and occasionally I would swing just to be like, to make it interesting, you know, but I would walk like 4 times a game. But I was walking all the time. I never understood. Like, I'd be like, why don't you guys just, even as a 4th grader or 5th grader, I'm like, these guys aren't very good. Like you don't really know what's going to happen when you make contact, but you know, you can get on base if you don't want to hit a pop fly or something or some fucking shitty little dribbler in the infield. And so I would get on base and then boy, oh boy, would I be stealing. You know, because there is no prayer that catchers like you realize, like you watch baseball and these guys, the catchers are launching the balls at second base, right? And like tagging these guys out. I'm like, that little Tommy has no prayer of catching me on like there is no consequence for me stealing second right now. And I would do it.
You guys were allowed to steal that young? Yeah.
We would play. There was like normal Little League, which like Little League in the, I guess, spring and the fall on Long Island. I was in New England for most of that. So I only did that 1 year. And then I would play these summer leagues that were at Vern Critz that were like a greater mixture of ages and skill levels. And I guess that there were different rules for those.
Shout out Vern Critz Elementary. Yeah, man.
Because Little League didn't go over the summer, as I recall, like proper double, A, AA, AAA.
Right.
I don't think so.
That didn't go over the summer. That was like a school year thing.
Yeah.
But I still played in like this league because I was on a team with Tim and Mike, and Tim was a year older than me, and Mike was 3 years older than me.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah. So it was like
intramural.
Yeah, like a club league thing. Or whatever,
yeah, that makes sense.
To like stay sharp or whatever. And
now,
And the reason I got sucked into it is because Fred was the coach of the team.
Oh, I was going to ask about this. Did he? What kind of? See, I don't know about this. What kind of batting average does walking 95% of the time translate to?
0. I mean, well, 1,000, I guess. If you would, well, no, if you don't
base
bat,
percentage,
it would be NA, I guess, right? Yeah.
Right.
Well, because a walk doesn't count as an at bat.
That's right. So it's on base percentage high, batting average low.
Right. If you bat 5 times in a game and walk 3 times and then get a hit and strike out, you're 1 for 2. You know,
right. It's amazing how much of this game that I've played and how little I've retained.
Yeah.
Like my eyes have glazed over. I've played this. I was actually like good at it too. Like, and I resented that I was good at it. Like I hated it because it meant that. No, because I didn't really like it, and it meant that I like didn't have a good excuse. Like, because if I was just terrible at it, and I was like, "Hey, Dad, I'm not really, man, I suck. I don't want to do this anymore." It would be like, "All right, we'll find something else." But like, "Oh no, you're good at this, so just keep. You're not going to stop. You're not going to stop doing this." And I was like, "I don't want to." And they're like, "Too bad, because you got to do something." And
yeah, that's the worst possible,
I guess,
scenario, right? Yeah,
because
it's a good.
It was
point,
horrible,
Chris. It is. I feel like the more I'm thinking about Little League, like there's no way kids of a certain age, when they're so young, are enjoying it. Like the ones that stick with it, by hook or by crook, and then get to a certain point. Because I think once you understand the science of baseball and you understand all the rules and the finer points, it becomes more fun. But when you're a little kid, so boring.
I don't even think it's necessarily the rules. I think it's more. I don't think of myself as necessarily curmudgeonly, but I didn't like anybody on my team at all. Like I really hated many of them deeply. Even as like a child, I just remember being like, "Oh my God, they're so annoying."
Because you get mixed up with a random, like you join the league and then you get put onto a team.
It was
That's
like
the way
it was like
being.
it was like being fucking conscripted into the military. It was
Right.
It wasn't like you. Oh, me and my friends are gonna go join a baseball team. It was you're going to be put in like a roster. You're just going to be thrown in with this random team from kids from like different schools. Maybe some of them are going to be from your school. Some of them are going to not be. And they were just the most annoying people that I think ever known to this day, actually. And that's kind of insane. And that I was even cognizant of that at all is probably like not ideal. I probably should have been a little bit more wide-eyed and excited. But I just wasn't. I was so jaded immediately to these people who were just like, all right, hey, Chris, can you hit? Probably not. It's like, I'm better than a lot of you. But like, all right.
Yeah, we had one neighbor, Dagan and I, Chris, the oldest brother of that family, who was nasty. I don't know if you remember that, Dag.
I do.
He was a pitcher. And I think he went to Cornell. I don't know if he played there.
I don't know.
But he was like really like all county or something. I remember he was, I think he was a year older than Allie. So he was born in 78, I guess. So he was 6 years older than me. And I remember sitting in on his pitches sometimes, like when he would be warming up or like, seeing, and it's like, holy shit, as a fifth grader or whatever, it's like, Jesus, like
just bringing the heat.
Like I still can't, Declan and I talk about that because our nephew Declan's on the baseball team in their high school, or whatever. And I was like, dude, I don't know that I could even hit at more than 70 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's tough.
That's about as much as because you have to start swinging basically when the ball is leaving the hand of the pitcher at that speed.
Yep.
And then you have to pull back and like
game
hold.
Changer for sure. Yep. 100%.
I don't think people realize like how fast it is when you're sitting there.
Yeah.
And how scary it is that you can get hit with it. I think it's more ballsy than it seems when someone's pitching 100 miles an hour at you.
My dad used to, when I would practice with my dad would, because he was big into like Major League Baseball, and he would throw fucking grenades at me. Like I think I told the story I think before, but like he definitely like broke my nose once with like a ball.
Oh shit!
And like because my mom we were practicing in Tibbetsbrook Park in Yonkers, and I remember this very, very vividly. We were practicing. It was like across the street from our apartment. This big park where we could play and practice, and he was tossing these like fucking these hell bombs at me, these Eagle airstrikes, and I remember being like, "We can relax. It's Little League." I think even at that point, like I knew, like it's like this is probably too much. He's like, "No, man, it's good." And then my mom, like he was about to throw the ball, and then my mom was like, "Christopher," and then I turned, and it was too late. Like the ball was gone. The ball was gone. And then we went home, and they were like, "Just walk it off. It'll be fine." And it was, to be fair, it was fine. But like, it's I liked hitting the ball. I didn't like the outfield stuff or like playing like waiting for the other team to
the golden glove, as it were.
No, I didn't care because I liked hitting the ball because even if I couldn't hit it super far, I was so fucking fast that I was so good at making it from base to base to base. Like I was so fucking good at it, and it was so fun to do that because it's just running. Like running's easy. Like running's fun. It's fun. It's easy. You have a lot of energy when you're a kid. It's like you run to the game anyway, like before you even start playing. So that was fun. But like standing there waiting for Charles is up. Let's see what he's gonna do. Swing and a miss. And it's just you're just standing there.
80% of the kids can't hit, so you're just standing out there.
Yeah, most of the kids can't hit. Most of the kids can't run. Jesus. But yeah, I don't know.
There's nothing worse than seeing a kid hit off a tee and then run to third base. It's the cutest thing ever. Like when you get the 3-year-olds.
I like that though.
It's so fun. That's the best, my friends. So many good and bad memories. I remember telling my son, who never really took to baseball, but he was kind of that guy who would just try to get lost in the outfield, didn't enjoy it. and hope that it didn't, hope for the best possible outcome, that the ball just wouldn't come to him. And I remember telling him, like, the ball is going to come to you. And the more you don't want it to, the more it's going to. So you might as well get good out there. We already paid for the season. You know what I mean? Put your best foot forward. But yeah, I couldn't get him past a little kid ages of baseball, which is a shame because it's the only sport I could really teach him. I never played anything else. So shout out baseball. Micah, did you play Little League?
No, I never played Little League, but I got an old catcher's mitt that Colin can play with. But no, I never played Little League. We used to play a lot of wiffle ball when I was a kid, and we all had nicknames because when we'd play sports, my little friends and I, and we'd all usually call out a specific player. So like we're playing basketball, I'd be like, I'm Paul Pierce. My sister would be like, I'm Marquise Daniels. Like we'd pretend to be different players. When we played wiffle ball, we all had nicknames, and I was base runner because I was the fastest. My sister was MVP because she was the tallest because she was 2 years older than us. But one day, like the ball was about to go over our friend's wooden fence. And my sister, to us, like when you have an older sibling, they're like God. And so she's like back up against the fence and she jumps like 15 feet in the air, catches the ball, brings it back down so it didn't go over the fence. And we were like just yelling MVP at her for like the rest of the day. It was just one of those little kid memories of like my sister's the coolest person in the world. But we'd always call out like our little names. I would usually be Mark McGuire if we were playing baseball because he was my favorite baseball player at the time. This was before the scandal. Yeah. But yeah, like we're playing football. We're always just calling out different players to pretend to be them. Like that was how we always would play sports. And it was a lot of fun. Brian Scalabrine, another favorite call out during basketball.
Yeah. Sports.
So random.
It's so crazy. Sports are so like, I don't think I have a deeper blind spot than sports, truthfully. Like truly. And I mean that as deeply as you could consider sports to be. Extending into like wrestling. I sincerely thought The Rock and like John Cena were just like not wrestlers at all. Like I had no concept that was even like a thing that they were doing. I thought that they like maybe played wrestlers on TV or something.
I bet a lot of people think that.
Well, yeah. Well, I don't know. Like wrestling was big for my generation. I just did. My parents didn't give a shit about it. My family didn't give a shit about it. None of my close friends gave a shit about it. So it was just like this completely no context for this thing. All we had were the WWE games, which to me at the time I remember thinking like, the fuck is this? Because I didn't even have a hint that it was based on anything real.
Right.
So like in my mind, they were
so
just like
passionate about those games, dude. People love those fucking games.
And so from my perspective, a bunch of developers came together and made this. While people are making Final Fantasy and like Halo and all of these like crazy like off the wall like creative like way out there things, here's a studio that was like, what if like a bunch of realistic looking guys were just in a box and just sort of like laid on top of each other for extended periods of time. And that's the game. And it's like, why would you
don't know how serious it was, Chris. All right, Rey Mysterio versus Eddie Guerrero for custody of Damien. All right, the stakes were high. The stakes were high.
But even the people like Rey Mysterio, that's not a real person. Like these sound like G.I. Joe people. Yeah. None of it sounds real at all. And to be fair, like there's like a meta narrative within that is like, of course it isn't technically.
Sure.
But I really did not have any hint that it was based on anything real for an embarrassingly long time.
That's so interesting.
Probably like, I think literally high school. I think in freshman year or like 10th grade or something like that, I found out that like wrestling was a real thing that people cared about and that celebrities took part in, and that like, John Cena and Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Because I knew Dwayne The Rock, I knew The Rock from like movies.
Yeah.
Right, you know,
in all fairness, these are huge stars, you know,
they
came out of wrestling, but most of the people knew them. But did you guys realize that WrestleMania is still such a, like WrestleMania, they were talking about it at work. And I didn't know really it was still a huge thing because I'm not really paying attention to that sort of thing. So they were talking about WrestleMania coming to Philly. So I was like, oh, is it going down to the Wells Fargo Center where the Sixers and Flyers play? And they were like, no, it's in the Link where the Eagles play. It's 80,000 seats. And I was like, there's 80,000 people coming to see. They're like, yeah, it's a proper tour. It's a worldwide tour.
Mm-hmm.
It's
huge.
WrestleMania is that big that they're playing
It's
football
huge.
stadiums.
It's huge in China also, like apparently it's like massive in China, which is so strange. Not WrestleMania specifically. I don't know about WrestleMania specifically, but like wrestling in general. It's why a confusing number of these wrestlers like speak perfect Chinese. You ever see that video of John Cena?
Yeah,
No.
apologizing in Mandarin. My God, let's just ship him over already. Get out of here. Renounce your
Crazy.
citizenship, John Cena. It's interesting because I was just catching up with Ramon, my best friend, who's on our show sometimes and does all of our music. And I was catching up with him on the phone this weekend, and he was saying how he's really getting back into wrestling, and that he and his friend in LA rented WrestleMania, or pay-per-view, the WrestleMania, which I was like, oh, that's so funny. Because Chris, with you, it would I wish I don't know that you would necessarily like sports, but there's such, I don't know why some people like it and some people don't, because it seemed to me, to each their own. But like I even got sucked into watching women's basketball for a few games this year. Like I just love,
I get it,
athletics. Like I love competition and high end competition and just like stakes and all of that. But just the stories too. Like what's going on with the Islanders this year is so funny. My favorite hockey team, where they were like good and then they were kind of bad. And then they went on this massive losing streak and then went on a massive winning streak and then went on a massive losing streak and then have won 6 games in a row and are now in playoff position.
And
it's like this crazy storyline, that you're with, like you tune in almost like a TV show. And that, the Islanders played the Canadians last night on the island. And it's like, this is awesome. And I'll tune in again for the Rangers Islanders game on Saturday. And it's got like this meta narrative through it that's like really fun, and you get attached to the players and the rivalries and all that kind of stuff. And I'm also really into statistics. Like I just loved this. I just love standings, like the standings of a league. Like I just love looking at them. I look at the NBA standings and the MLB standings almost every day during the season, even though I don't even follow the leagues, just because I'm like, oh, see how everyone's doing, So I don't know. It's not for everyone, but it's cool if you follow it in that regard, and also choose your lane. So I'm only like that with football and hockey.
Yeah, and I don't hate I grew up watching like Yankee games and stuff. Like, and I remember like sitting in on like a couple of Super Bowls and like paying attention and like rooting for a team or whatever. I think the Giants was the last time that I paid attention, because it was like a New York team. It's like, okay, I guess I'll pay attention because like whatever, it's our state or whatever. But I don't know. I think statistics. I think if you are a stats person, you are more likely to get into that stuff. I am not a statistics person at all. That's why it took me so long to get into RPGs even. Like I would argue that I'm still really not as into RPGs as some people are. You know what I mean? Like as far as like stats go. And I feel like that's just kind of a big thing. Like I wasn't interested. That was school to me. Like statistics is school.
Too much work.
Like that's like, it's a class. It's math. I don't want to, this is not my escape, paying attention to like, I got to divide like a batting average by like, I'm not going to, it's insane.
And just ignore it. Just like I do. I love all my sports, but you ignore the standings, they show it on the screen every now and then. You're like, oh, Bruins are in first place. Great.
Right.
That's all I care about. You just leave it all the numbers alone.
Yeah, when I watch sports, I watch it very, very surface level and very, very passively, where it's like, all right, who's winning? Cool. And then I'll pay attention to like specific plays where I'm like, oh, that was a cool play. Like, oh, that was a wild flip that guy did over the ball. Wild. But after that, it's like, I don't know, like I'm not gonna remember this guy. He's got a jersey with a number on it. It's like I'm gonna associate a name with a number, and that number with a person, and that person with a story, and then like, no. You're a real person. I don't like you're there's too many real people on this team for me to pay attention. It's like, which one's the good one? and then to siphon through that, and it's like, okay, well that's the good one. That's the important one. And then I gotta follow him and see what he does for the rest of my life or for the rest of his career. It's just like, it's
too big of an investment.
It's too big of an investment because I don't know where it's going to go. It's the same reason why I can't watch anime that lasts over 100 episodes. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm not going to do that. Like I need too much. If I'm going to pay attention to a storyline, it needs to be, I need to know it's going to end. I can't be sitting here waiting. It's like, oh my God, it's been 40 years and now OJ's dead. And that's part of the story, like, I don't know.
Can I just hone in, and we can sacrifice my topic. We've been going for so long on this. I don't care.
Whatever.
Can I just focus in and hone in real quick on something Micah just said, which is one of the most annoying things I've ever heard in my entire life?
Please.
Because I know how she feels this way, and I'm trying to change it. And I actually think I am effectively working towards changing it a little bit anyway.
Is he Micah?
Well, we'll get into it. Let's get into it.
What is it?
Micah is I'm not saying she claims to be. She is a fan of the Bruins and a fan of the Patriots. We watch these games, right? And follow these teams. And Micah's whole approach, she claims, is that she loves the team, but has no idea how they're doing in the greater scheme of the league ever. I have, and I want to be clear about one thing.
That's interesting.
I have never heard of this in my entire life. This isn't a thing. Like people that, because she says it almost with like, what do you mean? Like, this is how I feel. And I'm like, do you realize that if you really feel that way, you're the only person that feels that way? Like the only one? That like the entire idea of the game is to climb the standings that
right.
You don't pay attention to. That
That's
is the entire idea of why we're sitting here watching it. We're not doing this for fun or as a one-off tournaments. They're all part of a greater league year. And the standings are the central hub of how everything is going. And then you have this person who's like, oh yeah, I don't care about that. I just tune in and watch the Bruins play. I'm like, what position are they on? Are they in playoff position? Like how are they doing in the league? How are they doing in their division? Oh, I don't know. I'm like,
Micah,
what?
They tell you on the
That's the
screen.
craziest shit I've ever heard. I'm sorry. That's so crazy.
I just enjoy every game. The game's on. I watch it. I have a great time. They show the standings at the end. Oh, great. We're in third, whatever. And I gotta be honest, the Patriots they were good for most of my life. It really was just one of those things like the Patriots are just fucking good. You don't have to look at the standings. We were just good for like 20 years.
So you were spoiled.
So that was just one of those like, who gives a shit? Oh, I'm gonna look at the standings. They're great. But the Bruins, it's like my dad and I would watch the games together.
But there's no way your dad feels this way.
No, but here's what I'm saying. I learned sports from my dad, right? He never really talked about the standings. I'm sure he was checking them, and reading the newspaper and all that shit, but that's not a part of sports that he ever talked to me about until it was like, we're going to the playoffs. It's like, all right, we're going to the playoffs, and I was just like waiting for dad to tell me what's going on. And this is when I was like an actual child. The games are on television. I'm not going on the internet to look things up about teams. Like, I'm a kid.
Not that curious about it. Yeah.
Right. And so as an adult, no, it's like, and I listen to like my football podcast all season. I'm listening to like 3 episodes of Around the NFL.
It's just crazy. It's insane to me that you're
on everything. But no, I don't really check this.
You're going that deep into listening to podcasts about the sport and don't know the relationship of all the teams to each other at any given time, which is this is why we play the games.
Yeah.
This is what I don't understand. Like, that's why the game is played.
It's like real life gladiators and they're duking it out on the ice.
I can appreciate that.
All right, that's how you're looking at it.
But I'm telling you right now, and your dad listens to the show, so he'll text me when he hears this. There is no fucking way that your dad doesn't know where the Bruins and the Patriots are in the standings, and comparable to all these, and their record and all of that, and like how important that is, like how vital that is to know that. Because I want to sit you down one day and just make you stare at the standings and just be like, this is the divisional breakdown of everything, and you must understand it. Like. It's so like what's going on with the Islanders right now is all in the standings. Like I'm following it every day, like multiple times a day as the games play to see how it all shapes out. Because the Islanders have fewer regulation wins and all these tiebreakers they're losing. It's like, this is all in the standings. I just don't get it. I want to just shake you.
All right. Hold on. Let me interject here. Micah. I understand Micah's perspective, and I understand not wanting to dig down into the specific data. Like you don't want to get into the rosters, individual stats, who's on the DL, all this stuff, right? So you just want, but here's the thing: as a fan, as somebody who loves a team, you love your sports teams, you're a fan. I would think you would pay attention to the standings just to make sure that, and rooting for the team to do well, because as they do well, you get more of them over the season, right? Like as they ascend, you get the assurances that they're going to stick around. They're going to make the playoffs and so on and so forth, the different waves and the different brackets. So I would I would think it's odd not to pay attention just for that, just to make sure you're still getting your team and they're not going to fall by the wayside until next season. Right?
Oh, sure. I mean, I have a general sense of how they're doing because I do watch a good amount of the games. And if I can't watch the game, I'm checking the highlights on Twitter all night, So it's like, I know how many games I'm keeping track in my head. Like, yeah, they won this game. They're doing well. It's one of those, well, yeah, they're going to make the playoffs. They're doing great. So it's if they were having a terrible season and they were losing, game after game, I probably would go online and check. But maybe I'm just lucky. The Bruins are just pretty good. And I see how many wins they've had. I'm like, all right, yeah, they're doing fine. I don't have to go look at a list.
I'm going to revive something I used to do as a child, which is this is a nerdy thing. I wish I had a picture of it. In 7th and 8th grade, I had a whiteboard in my bedroom, and I would keep the NHL standings up to date on that whiteboard as the season went on by hand. Like every day, I'd like go to like what was the paper called? Foster's Daily Democrat.
You like Robert De Niro in Casino with the sports book.
Yeah,
right, exactly. And I'm gonna revive that. I'm gonna revive that and do that in the kitchen.
Kyle, you know what I love about your
whiteboard?
Yeah, Dave. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you know what I love about your sports fandom, though? I like what you said earlier about it's a storyline, it's a narrative, it's playing out. And we love film and television and all that stuff. But the thing about sports is we think it's organic, right? Like there's no way to script it. You got to tune in to find out. It could go any which way, and it's a mystery. And the thing about your sports fandom is that I think a lot of sports fandom, I'm not saying everybody, but a large percentage of sports fans are tied up in sports or are invested because of gambling. And you're really not.
No.
So if it turns out, hopefully, praise be to Jesus, that sports is not, professional sports and college sports is not controlled by the gambling syndicates, right? By Vegas, which hopefully it isn't, but who knows? There's conspiracy theories that it is.
Yeah, there are. It can't be. I'm not compelled by any of the conspiracy theories. Maybe the magnets in the basketball conspiracy theory is my favorite.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah.
There's fairly compelling evidence that weird shit does go on with the ball in the NBA. Like if you watch it and like the way the ball acts, like it doesn't act right sometimes. And I do believe that, but I don't know exactly what that means.
Oh, that's interesting.
You should look into that.
Physics aren't. You got to
like a ball someone will like shoot a 3 and it'll brick. And there's like a shot, for instance, of the ball like sitting like on where the hoop comes out.
Okay.
Like just sitting there. And it's like, that's not possible.
That's
there's got to be some force exerting on that ball, like it's weird, like weird shit like that has happened. And that doesn't, the compelling thing I was seeing about it is that the ball doesn't act this way in college basketball or in like high school basketball or like at your hoop in the local Y or whatever. It only happens in the NBA.
Right.
Right.
What do you mean where it gets stuck between the board
where the ball acts in certain ways, like a ball will get stuck on top of the backboard. Like that's pretty improbably like just sitting there, not like leaning against a bar or something.
Right.
The people are suggesting that there's magnets like pulling the ball in directions, like maybe in the hoop or something like that. And that's why things act a certain way. And I'm like, that's the most compelling I've ever heard, but I'm not even really compelled by that.
I'll tell you one thing. I've been to a couple of Sixers games in the last year. I've been to a couple, and it is, if you haven't been to a professional basketball game in a long time, it is a fucking 3-ring circus. It's like literal, like fire and all kinds of like spectacles, and there's always something going on. So if you think about that in terms of it's like a rock show. It's like seeing Kiss, it's like all the pyrotechnics and all the flair and everything. Like if you think about that in terms of this possible distraction, then it gets a little weird. It's like, what are they distracting me from really looking at?
I wish I could see the beauty in it. I just like when I see a basketball game, I see a bunch of people running around. Like I see Times Square basically, and it's just like, all right, yeah. It's impressive. Like it's physically, I get it. Like there's a physical prowess there that's cool. It's like the same thing with like Olympians, right? It's like, oh look, this guy can pole vault over a fucking moon or whatever, and it's like, okay, yeah, cool, yeah. Can he do that like on a whim? No, he needs like a special stick. Like you need a special. You can't just like, you're not just gonna whip that out when you're like escaping like a crackhead with a fucking machete. You're not just gonna be like, oh look, a convenient pole vault that I can use to get on top of this 2-story Del Taco. Like that's what I want to see. I want to see Olympians using these things in like everyday, like real world scenarios.
That's a
like
great
how are you gonna
watch Olympics?
Yeah. Like I want to see pole vaulters improvise pole vaulting in a way, like in ways to like escape. Like, oh, get a sandwich at a bodega, don't pay for it, run away, and then like pole vault to escape.
No,
like,
you know what? You got the guy. Is it shot put? The guy with like throwing like a metal ball. Because like you steal the sandwich, throw that at the guy behind the counter, escape. Like
That's just violence. This is robbery.
yes.
How heavy is that?
I'm still obsessed with. There was a tweet a few years ago about the average person Olympics, and it's like, I wish that the Olympics was just you get a letter in the mail, and it's like Dagan Moriarty, age 50, you're doing the pole vault. You have 3 months to train. You know, Chris, age 30, you know, you're doing the sprint. You have 3 months to train. Like I would kill for that if we could somehow organize this like an average person Olympics, just to see like what could an average person do with 3 months of training. It would be 10 times more entertaining, that's for sure.
I think so too. Or the opposite, where like you just eschew the facade that any of these people are doing any physical bodybuilding in a legal way, and just let them pump themselves full of like ridiculous shit. We talked on the Shark Tank a long time ago about like just giving gorillas steroids and then just watching them fight. And how crazy that would be. It's insane. It's fucking monstrous. And I would never recommend this or endorse it. But
that would be awesome.
Crazy. That would be next level stuff. That would be anime, basically.
Yeah, that's anime.
But
yeah, real life anime.
Yeah. Anyway,
I don't know how the hell we got on this.
I love it. Listen,
well,
I love it
because I mentioned.
I could keep my topic.
I mentioned
short.
baseball.
My topic's
short too.
My topic's not a big investment. But Micah, I would ask you to set us up if it's all right with you. I think you have a fun one, light one to start off the proceedings, and whenever you want to kick it off.
Yeah. So the topic is nuts ranked. All right. Bowl of nuts, you know, thinking about your classics, peanuts, cashews, almonds, the rest. When I was a kid, you know, when I was just a small boy, a bowl of nuts was like a real treat. They were expensive. It wasn't something we always had in the house. It was always a holiday food. Like my grandma would have like bowls of nuts out at like Thanksgiving. And it's like, it's a special time, you know, there's nuts here. And my Nana would always have this bowl of nuts on her coffee table, and they would be the unshelled ones. So it'd be like walnuts and shit. And you got the nut crackers to use to get them out of there, like made it kind of fun. But I even remember as a kid, my mom telling me, like, don't eat too many of the nuts at Nana's house. They're expensive. Like, it was really like driven home to us that these were a treat. Like, they were like a luxury item,
right? And
they weren't to be taken for granted. All right. But as an adult, you know, now having a little bit of my own money, nuts are not just a rare treat anymore that you only get at Thanksgiving or a trip to Nana's house. And I was just thinking, what are my favorite nuts? And I had asked you guys to come prepared with short lists of your own favorites. I can already sense that Colin will not be happy with my list. We have very different ideas on what makes, you know, a top tier nut.
We eat so many nuts, or I do especially. I eat so many nuts.
Like, oh, they're good for you.
Oh my God, I eat nuts like it's going out. I love me some nuts.
Sucking down nuts.
None like a good nut.
Yeah.
Nothing like it. So first on my list, top tier, I'm going in order of favorite, peanuts. Peanuts are the best nut you can get. There's a lot of options. You got the dry roasted, the honey roasted, the Spanish peanuts with the red skin are my favorite. Like, those are the best. Of course, tangentially, peanut butter. Shout out George Washington Carver for inventing the peanut. But I am a big fan of peanuts. Those are going to be top of my list. Below the peanut goes almonds. You got, thinking of my favorite things, Heath bars, like toffee, you know, desserts. You can slice almonds real thin and put them over like roasted vegetables. We do that with Brussels sprouts. You could do that with green beans, whatever you want. Like, almonds are very versatile. They can go savory, they can go sweet. I appreciate, you know, the role that they play. Next up, walnuts. Walnuts are another one. They can go sweet or savory. You can put walnuts in a salad, brownies, banana bread. Like, walnuts can just go in a lot of different things. I enjoy the crunch, you know, a nice walnut brownie. The Little Debbie walnut brownies were like top tier food to eat when I was high in college. That was always my go-to at the gas station. So walnuts, you know, those are in third place. I think I did 1, 2. I have 5 here. So walnuts are number 3.
Okay.
Below walnuts, pecans. Big fan of pecans. Colin's already upset. Colin doesn't like pecans. But yeah, pecan pie. All right. Pecans are also they add a subtle quality. If you're making something with a graham cracker crust, this is a pro tip for you, like a cheesecake or a key lime pie, like really chop up finely some pecans and you put that in the graham cracker crust. It just adds this layer of something to it. So pecans are another one that definitely more dessert focused. Less of a snacking nut. I don't really think they're one that I just go eat by the handful, but very good. I really enjoy pecans. The bottom of the list is cashews. Rest in peace to my beta fish cashew nut, who died like 2 years ago, I think. I can't remember. Cashews are buttery. They're salty. They're rich. I get like kind of burnt out on them if they're like more than a handful. But cashews were always the one that was like, this is peak luxury. They were the most expensive to buy, the planters like cashews. We would usually end up buying the cashew halves and pieces. We could not afford the whole cashews. No. So those were like always exceptionally fancy. Like when I saw cashews, I said, this is a classy establishment. And I got to give honorable mentions to hazelnuts, because I love Ferrero Rocher and Nutella, all that type of stuff,
Rocher.
and pistachios.
Remember those commercials?
Those commercials were much like perfume commercials, and it's like, are you trying to sell me something? Or are you trying to have sex with me? Like, what is this? What is going on here? Like, all I know is I'm concerned, and I don't really want to buy the product anymore. But those are a top tier candy. My mom usually gets me those for Christmas. And last on the list was pistachios, because I do love pistachios. Used to eat them a lot as a kid. My mom is allergic to several nuts, but pistachios she could eat. So we were allowed to have those in the house without worrying that we were going to kill her. So pistachios are on the list as an honorable mention. But I want to hear from the gang. I'm going to start with Chris, only because I swear to God, Chris, if you say all nuts are the same, I'm gonna show up behind you on camera and just take you out. All right, like this is not an egg situation where like, oh, they're all the same. I swear to God that if you say, oh, all nuts are the same, I'm gonna be there in like 3 seconds.
No,
be ready.
I look, man. I have opinions. I think I didn't grow up eating nuts really. Like, it was always something that like I don't know what it was about it, but like whenever I saw people eating nuts, I couldn't get out of my head that they were eating gravel or rocks. Like it struck me as like a very bizarre thing for somebody to be eating when there's so many options for you to like. There's so much meat and so many like vegetables and so much like good shit ubiquitously available that you would ever reach into a basket or like a bucket and just pull out a handful of what appears to be fucking rocks and choose that over anything else was insane to me for a really, really long time. And I don't think living in New York City helped, because you would always see squirrels and like rats chomping on them specifically. So it's just like it always occurred to me as like, this is like rat food. This is like rodent cuisine. Like, why are full grown people eat? It's almost, I feel the same way about sunflower seeds to some extent, where it's like, what do you do? Like these are not people foods.
Oh,
these are not people food. This is something. These are the foods that aliens would give us, because they would hog all of the meat and all of like, the good shit. You know, it's like, you can have the nuts and the seeds. You fucking freaks.
You can have the nut meat.
The nut meat. But eventually, I did kind of come around. It's like, all right, you just kind of, at a certain point when you're living destitute, you're forced to eat things that you normally wouldn't really care about. And in my destitute days, I dabbled in the nut. But I have to say, like, I don't have a lot of experience with them, because I was disappointed with a lot of them. Like, a lot of them don't really stick with me. I think the only ones that I have really, I'll put it this way. My top one, the one that is reliable to me, is cashews. I love cashews. Like I could eat them probably like I could eat cashews the entire day probably. And you can do so much with them, and there's so many different like flavors of them. It's like I love cashews so much. But next, I think pecan, because I think I had monkey bread with pecan nuts on it or in it somewhere. And it was like the most delicious thing I've ever had in my life. So it's like on that front alone, just for their contribution to monkey bread, pecan's number 2. Walnuts are number 3. But walnuts are number 3. It's a somber number 3 because I'm allergic to them and I can't have them. And I found that out.
No.
I found that out actually recently in the last like couple months. And I've definitely had them before. I've done like, I don't remember really like when, but like I know I've had them before. And like I had them this time, like intentionally, like knowing they were walnuts and be like, oh, these are really good. And then my throat started itching. I was like, huh, that's interesting. And then I kept eating more of them. And I was like, this might be connected in some way. I think I'm going to stop eating these walnuts because I don't want to die yet.
No, I got this lump in my throat, and I just gotta shove it down with more walnuts. That's the answer.
My thought was like, I don't know, because sometimes I don't know if you guys will have this. Sometimes this happens to me, where like I will get, and this doesn't happen often. This may be maybe once a year maximum, if that. But like I swear, like I will have an allergic reaction. Minor, very minor. Like maybe my lips will swell, or like I'll feel like itchy in my gums. For no reason. Like there will be nothing has changed in my environment. Nothing has changed in my diet. Nothing. Just a freak random like reaction to nothing. It's just like, okay. So that's what I thought it might have been. It was just like, oh, maybe I'm just having one of these. And then I was just like, oh. And then I started thinking about how many people die from eating nuts. And then I got scared. So I stopped eating. But I love walnuts. I do. Like I'm annoyed that I can't have them without potentially asphyxiating myself. But that's honestly like that's top 3, and the rest of them I don't feel much of an affinity for anything after that to place them in any real order. Like I'm not really that big of a fan of peanut butter, to be honest. Like I think peanut butter's entirely okay. I think it's too, you know what it is? I spent too much time especially with the fight, putting peanut butter in all of my protein shakes. And no matter how much peanut butter you put in, even if it's like a fucking molecule, if you have cookies and cream, if you have like a cookies and cream protein powder mix and you put a fucking molecule of peanut butter in that shake, it is now a peanut butter shake. It will now taste like peanut butter. No matter, it overpowers fucking everything. And I didn't even really like love peanut butter to begin with. Like I like Reese's or whatever, but like, that's as far as it'll go. And so to me, it was just like I got so overwhelmed with peanut butter that like the peanut completely fell out of favor for me. It's such a shame.
The secret with that, Chris, is that you put a banana in it, and then all you'll taste is banana. That's the secret trick for protein powders. You put in a banana, now it just tastes like bananas.
I know, but I don't love bananas either. Like bananas are also like a really imposing taste. You know, like that's like I got to be in a real. If I'm going to have a banana, first of all, I'm going to eat it. I'm going to eat it raw. Yeah. I'm going to raw dog that banana. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to deep throat that thing. Listen, that's as far as I'll go though. Really. Like, I don't even really know any other nuts because I care so little about them outside of cashews, pecans, and walnuts. And now, especially now that I'm allergic to walnuts, I'm like, well, I'm not going to go out and venture even further because I don't know what the fuck is going to kill me.
Put you off.
Yeah, it put me off completely. So I'm gonna stick with my pecans and my cashews on the rare occasions that I feel like a strange urge to partake in rat cuisine.
Well, that's a respectable answer. You're not in any danger, that has, satisfied my requirements for the topic, because I was worried I'd have to come throttle you.
No.
So I was like, if he says they're all the fucking same, I got to do something.
They are all the same technically because they're just like they're rocks, but like there's different tastes to them for sure.
Indeed. And I take a little problem with how you said Reese's, but aside from that,
what are you talking about?
That was fine. Reese's Puffs, Reese's
whatever.
Cups.
I'm not engaging with this.
Colin, look, I'm sure that you've been thinking about this one. You love nuts, maybe more than anyone else I know.
Yeah.
So I want to hear from you next.
God, I love him so much. The only person I know that loves nuts as much as me, I think, is Larry, our stepdad.
He's a nut guy.
Yeah, he loves nuts.
He loves his nuts.
He gets them from nuts.com, which is supposed to be like a really good deal.
It is a good deal.
Yeah.
So
that's a lot of nuts. Have you guys ever seen Kung Pao?
Yes.
That's There's a scene where some guy screams, "That's a lot of nuts," and it lives rent free in my head, and it's so good. I'm sorry, I just thought of that.
No, it's all good. I'm looking at my notes here. So I have the definitive list of nuts. It's not my list.
Oh.
And I actually wrote down 10 of them. So 3 of them I would consider nuts of this 10 I don't like. And I'll tell you right now that those nuts are, well, not like, I'm not including them in the ranking because they don't belong there for whatever reason. Pine nuts are technically, I guess, a nut in some sense.
Yeah.
But it's more for cooking. It's good. I wouldn't just eat them. Pecans. So I don't like them at all. And it frustrates me because I don't really know why I don't like. I don't like the way they taste.
Right.
And it frustrates me that I don't, because I like all other nuts. It's very similar to vegetables where I'll encounter this random, I don't even know. Like, I don't want to eat beets or something like that, right? But I'll eat pretty much anything else you put in front of me that's a vegetable. It's very similar to nuts. Pecans just don't agree with me. I don't know what it is. Like I over and over again, I am not a person to try new foods really very much. And there have probably been now 10 times in my life or more where I'm like, I'm eating this pecan. There's got to be some reason why, like, maybe I got a bad one or it wasn't quite right. And I never liked them. So I'm not including that in the list.
Pal, you can't
hazelnuts.
embrace the Southern gentleman thing if you can't embrace pecans. I mean,
Right.
There's always going to be a little bit missing there. I hate to break your heart on that.
I agree. I wish I liked them because it is like an outlier for me. And then the hazelnuts, I'm just not impressed, at all. The hazelnut can't do anything for me. There's no reason why I would ever eat a hazelnut.
Really? Not even as like a coffee thing?
I don't really like coffee, so it's not even, I wouldn't even think of that as an accompaniment. But I do understand why people like it for that and other reasons, but it's just not for me.
Chris, hazelnut coffee is like a menthol cigarette for me. I started that way and I did it so much that I can't do it anymore. It's off-putting.
That's entirely that's like Mike's Hard Lemonade. Really, I can't stomach that shit. Like seeing it makes my stomach turn, but it used to be the only alcohol that I could drink.
That was my first blackout.
So
was Mike's Hard Lemonade.
It'll sneak up on you because you think you're just like, oh, I'm having a lemonade.
I thought I was so cool drinking that shit in like 10th grade and 11th grade. I'm like, I'm drinking Mike's Hard Lemonade.
It's still good. Mike's Hard Lemonade is still delicious.
Still
all right. I gotta throw my hat in for that. It's still very good, but I've never gotten sick off of it. So I'm certainly not, put off of it in that way.
All right. Let's get into the rankings. Okay. Number 1, cashew. I mean, Dagan used to make fun of me that I was going to turn into a cashew when I was a kid. I used to eat I eat a lot of cashews now, but I used to eat way more when I was younger. Like the big Planters tins of cashews that you'd buy at BJ's.
Yeah.
I would house those things. Like probably a couple of them a week at some point, and just drink Coke. Just Coke and cashews all day. And I would weigh 90 pounds. So that was the most interesting part of all.
Didn't Mom get you those giant like mud buckets full of cashews?
Yeah, like ridiculous amounts of cashews. Like I love cashews. I just love them. I still buy them to this day. I like them in all sorts of different ways. My favorite, like the best way to eat a cashew, in my humble opinion, the raw cashew. Like the raw, unbaked cashew is so tasty. It's so distinct. And Trader Joe's traditionally sold them for a pretty affordable price. I haven't been there in many years, but that's where I used to get those back in the day. And then you can get your roasted cashews. Everyone knows what to do with a cashew, but recent shout out to and I mentioned this on Sacred, I discovered the Planters Rosemary cashew, and these things are fucking good, man. Really good. Expensive. You don't get many of them, but they're so good. And cashews are just generally expensive. But inflation and prices are just out of control. Like I remember being in high school when those massive cashew tins were like $9.99 or something. That would like never be a thing now.
It's funny too because cashews are so wasteful as like a as a nut to like make a cashew.
Yeah, the whole fruit.
Yeah. Oh right, yeah. What
there's like a whole fruit, and then the cashew comes off of it. Yeah. It's like a nub, and that's what we eat.
They're so gross looking. Like if you Google cashew tree, they're just bizarre. It's almost like there's an apple with a little cashew growing out of the bottom of it, and it's like, and that's the part we want. It's like really, they look fake. It's like when you watch people pick asparagus, and it's like if you told me that this is how asparagus grows, I'd think you were pranking me. but the reality is like it's 100% real, and it just looks so fake.
Yeah, we were watching a guy like these people harvesting asparagus, and I don't know if they all do it this way, but I think it's to eye the different growth and like let young asparagus kind of go and continue, and you go over the same fields over and over again. So there are people like suspended on like the sides of a tractor, like by hand, like cutting asparagus and like throwing it in this bin behind them and like letting a lot of them go. And it's like very weird if you ever look at it. Anyway,
I gotta watch.
Number 2, pistachios. This is a very strong. So the pistachio is maybe the strongest overall nut when it comes to what you can do to the pistachio. All of the different salt and pepper pistachios are classic, right? You can shell the pistachio or just get the nut meat. That is the proper terminology, I'm sorry to say. Pistachios are really expensive if you buy just the nut meat, but that's usually the best way to get like the spices on them and all of that. But I do love just cracking through pistachios. I can do it for like hours and just throw the shells in a bowl. God, pistachios are good. Number 3, total agreement with Chris here, the walnut. The walnut is amazing. Now, I haven't in the last month or so, but because I go through like these weird phases with everything that I eat, but I will house like a baking size bag of BJ's walnuts in like 2 days. You know, like you buy like that's like the 1 pound bag of them or whatever, and they're shelled, or the almonds. So we go to the baking aisle when we go to BJ's. It's the Price Club, and we buy the big bags of almonds and walnuts from the baking section.
Sure.
And I even mix them up because number 4 is the almond. Chris, to your point, no crop is more disrespectful than the almond. 3.2 gallons of water per almond is required. And I think that's so fucking crazy. I actually looked up a chart.
Not sustainable.
So oats, potatoes, and rice use a comparable amount of water. So we all know rice like lives in water basically, but they're high protein staple crops, right? And then you have like walnuts, pistachios, almonds. Do you know a few other crops that are bad for water as far as what you get out of them? Asparagus, cherries, figs, plums, and blueberries.
All very expensive.
All shit that I feel like we could do without and not miss that much, to be honest with you.
Don't say that about cherries. Do not say that about cherries. All right. I don't need this.
Cherries.
That's what they cherries. Cherries are ruined for me because that's what they've made all cough medicine. So now the cherry can go fuck itself.
Good point.
I'm not into cherries either. I actually agree with you, Chris. Generally speaking, like don't give a fuck about plums, figs, blueberries. I like, but I would never go out of my way for them. You know, they're fine.
Blueberries I like in like a waffle or something.
Sure,
but like
a muffin.
I'm not gonna eat a tin of.
But we don't care about fig Newtons. Nobody gives a fuck about a fig Newton.
I regret to inform you that no one indeed gives a shit.
Do they still make those?
No. Oh my God, I can't stand you. You buy the snack size ones where they're like the 2 big Newtons. You know what I'm talking about? Where like they're the 2 long Newtons in like the snack size.
I don't like that I don't like that it's called a Newton. I don't like anything about the fig can fuck it. I hate it.
Oh my God.
Fake ass name.
Oh, Colin, I just got to say the one time that we went to BJ's and we had all the nuts from the baking aisle and we're leaving and the guy's checking over our receipts. He's like, gonna do some baking, huh? And we were just like, yeah. And it's like, because I'm not going to tell this guy that we're just going home to eat all these nuts. Yeah. All right. Like,
stop corresponding. Stop trying to get into my business at BJ's. It's happened a couple times now.
I like that he's trying to engage based on what you purchased.
Yeah, it's fine. The bigger problem I had was this woman at BJ's was like hovering over us when we were checking out, and Micah used her, like I asked Micah if she had a credit card, and she's like, "Oh, you're letting her, letting her pay?" And I want to be like, "Bitch, this is my money too. What are you kidding? We're here together. Like, mind your own business."
I love it.
I see that lady every time I go to BJ. She always says hi to me. I have to say that she's black because I mean this is part of the story. That is this black lady. All right, and it was I think you just didn't have your wallet. We were out doing something else. We decided to go to BJ's, so you didn't have your wallet with you. And I was like, that's fine. I have my wallet. We have a joint account, for groceries. But she was like, oh, so he's just going to let you pay. And like, it was the funniest fucking thing.
I just took it because I did the calculation in my mind. I'm like, there's no way I can't get out of this one,
I would say
it's good shit.
I would say I know myself well enough to I think in that situation I would say something and I would probably get myself in trouble.
You think so?
Yeah, I would probably do like this. It was like, what? I would do
hilarious.
this probably to the person. It's like, what are you commentating on my? What do you know about me?
Very Seinfeld.
I think-
Very Seinfeld.
Very Seinfeld.
It just I don't know. That bothers the hell out of me. I don't like it when people interject in my life in that way. I already don't like it when people take up too much time at the grocery aisle. When they're just like, when they're making chit chat, it's like, oh, how's Denise? It's like, oh, Denise is in fucking literature club and she's doing
No, I hate
a
it, dude.
report on War and Peace. And it's like,
happens a lot.
I really need to get the fuck out of here. I really
No, I
want to
agree.
spend as
It's
little time
rude to
here as
me when
possible.
people. It's rude to me when people aren't self-aware of these things. I just let's keep it moving. That's the New York energy. I miss that energy and I love that energy.
It bothers me because I feel like I'm so courteous in that position. Like while they're scanning the shit, it's already in my bag. They put it down, it's in my bag. I put my card up. I have all the numbers like memorized. I quick, no small talk. I'm out. I'm being courteous to the people behind me.
Yeah.
Have some awareness that like it's a New York. This isn't
thing.
like
It
a
really
vacation. Is. I'm at Ralph's or like BJ's. This isn't like an event for me. I'm not at like the Ren Fair enjoying my time.
Right.
I'm doing a task that I need to do to stay alive, and I want to do as little of this as possible so I can get back to the things that I like to do.
Amen.
So why are you keeping me here longer? I don't know. Sorry.
Number 5. I wrap it up with the peanut, the humble peanut. Now I love peanut butter. I mean, I eat peanut butter like every day, but I don't really consider that peanuts per se. Just like we're talking about the peanut itself, but it's a wonderful thing. It's a cheap, accessible nut. It's versatile. It works in lots of different situations. And so shout out to that. And then honorable mentions, I don't mind these other nuts. I don't think I'd ever buy them, but if they were in like a mixed nut or for whatever, Brazil nuts. Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
I don't even know what that is. What is that?
They're like large.
Oh, those are the big ones.
They're the ones in mixed
like
nuts that take
one.
up all of the space and the volume so that they don't have to put more real nuts into the mixed nuts.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Okay.
And then chestnut. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Oh, I've never eaten one.
Yeah.
Roasted?
Chestnuts are good. Yeah, you roast them.
Interesting. I've never actually, there's a song all about them at Christmas time, but I've never actually eaten a chestnut.
Oh,
no one's ever offered me one.
No, who the fuck would do such a thing? If I saw somebody roasting a chestnut, I would call the government.
Because I see them at the grocery store every year, but I'm like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this? I got to go watch a tutorial or something. And is everyone going to eat them? I don't know. Colin, that was a fantastic list. And shout out to Brazil nuts. I should have put Brazil nuts on the list. You got to, and PSA, you can't eat too many Brazil nuts. They're dangerous. I think it's selenium that they're high in, but like you can poison yourself. No, it's like one of the vitamins, but it's just too high in that. So you can't eat too many Brazil nuts or you'll poison yourself. Yeah, be careful.
I don't know. I don't blame you for that one. That's a good one.
My brother-in-law, where do you stand on ranking the nuts?
Well, you know what's fun? The more you guys talk, the more I'm sitting here thinking, are nuts like, they say there's like, I don't know, thousands of variety of mushrooms. Some are toxic, some are edible. Are nuts the same way? Like we're down to like what we usually, the 12 nuts that we see on the supermarket aisle. But are there like infinite variety of nuts out there?
I mean, technically, because some of them are just bad, right? Like acorns are edible from some trees, but they're also just bad. People will just tell you like acorns taste like shit. You can cook them, but they're not very good. So there's got to be other nuts out there that come from some rainforest tree that you wouldn't want to eat.
Yeah.
There's got to be other ones that you're like, oh, this thing fucking sucks.
Yeah, that's it. Here's the thing about first of all, I love the topic. It's very on brand for Micah. When she sent the email, I don't know if you watched the link. I sent you a link of Harlan Pepper, Christopher Guest's character from his Best in Show movie. He plays like the Southern hillbilly guy who just has a hobby of naming nuts. He just rattles off names of nuts and supposedly drives his mom crazy with it or whatever. That's the first thing I thought of. Second thing I thought of was the word nuts. I think was it you and me, Micah, talking about recently, like in the last week or two, we were talking about the word beaver being hijacked, right? Same thing with nuts. It's like one of those words that you just can't, like my wife says this all the time. She's an art teacher, right? If they're doing a still life, and there's a spherical object, she has to call it that because she can't say the word ball and she can't say the word balls, right? It's just like one of those things. It's a hijacked word. So I thought nuts, I'm just going to do a top 2 for mine. But I'll end with that. But I just want to name a couple of things first. I don't like peanuts at all, but I want to give a shout out. I don't like peanuts. I'm not a big peanut guy. I just feel like they're fine. It's not like I'm turned off by peanuts. I'm not allergic. I'm not going to go into anaphylactic shock or anything, but I just feel like if I'm hungry, they're just boring. You know what I mean? I guess they're just too common. Ball games and carnivals, right? We grew up.
Yeah,
that's the
Five
go-to
Guys.
nut. But
I see. This is where the racism comes in. George Washington Carver invented that, but you're like, I don't want them Negro nuts. I don't want none of that.
You taught me
boring ass nuts.
Well, here's the thing about peanuts, though. I think there's a company out there I have to give a shout out because I don't like their food, but they are taking peanuts to a next level for me, and that's Five Guys. The Five Guys peanut is the only reason I'll go to Five Guys. Don't like their burgers. I don't.
Because you're a fucking idiot.
That is
I
so
I
overrated.
don't know what I'm hearing right now. I don't know what I'm
Overrated
hearing.
hamburger. I'd rather go to Wendy's
my God.
any given day of the week.
Wendy's.
Well, yeah, I love Wendy's. If I go to Wendy's, get a junior hamburger, all right, no cheese,
No
and a small
cheese.
fry, that's a great day. That's a fantastic day. Get me a Wendy's junior hamburger.
Do you know what, Micah?
They are
The
fantastic.
no cheese is a testament to a good hamburger, right? If you don't need cheese on
Absolutely.
that bad boy, that's a good hamburger, right? No, Five Guys is fine. It's just, I don't know. It's just me and Five Guys. It's not gelling, but the peanuts.
Have you just been to a bad Five Guys? Is that what it is?
You know what's funny about that, Chris? Now you mention it, the only Five Guys I've ever eaten at is the same Five Guys. I've only been to one.
Oh, well,
And maybe
yeah.
it's because when I'm out and about or someplace new and there's a Five Guys, I won't go because I don't like Five
That
Guys.
one.
So I'm not trying
Right.
other ones. So it's like a deterrent.
I feel Five Guys is like Chipotle to me, where it's like it'll either really hit or it'll really like you can have a really bad Five Guys.
It could
like
fall flat.
I've had bad Five Guys for sure, but like thank God the one around my house is so good.
Oh, that's
I lucked out with
interesting.
that, but-
In LA.
Yeah,
Okay, that's
Yeah, like,
interesting.
like there's a Chipotle around like where my parents live that is. I would rather throw up in my own mouth and just eat that again than go to that Chipotle. I can't believe how they managed to get everything so stale all the time. Even when it's like, I remember going there like once when I was like recently, like when I was back home this past time, where I was like, you know what? I feel like Chipotle. I don't know. I want Mexican food, but like there's no real Mexican restaurants around here. I'm gonna go get Chipotle. And then I went and they brought out like a new steaming plate of a new, like, you know when they bring out all the new bins.
Yeah, of course.
It's like, oh, sick. This is the best time to be at Chipotle. Everything's fresh. This is the perfect timing. It couldn't be better. And I got to the end, and somehow everything was fucked. I think they just like sprayed like hot water on like old chicken or something. Because like it was just like it was lukewarm, but it was steaming. I don't know how that fucking works.
That's so gross.
Yeah, it's terrible. So like a lot of that comes down to like individual management of those restaurants. But like I guess I don't blame you necessarily if you've only been to one Five Guys.
Yeah, it's just the one. I mean, but you know, the peanuts is like a savior for my family because I don't mind going. Everybody likes Five Guys in the family except for me, but I don't mind going because I'm gonna get a sack of those nuts.
Well, I'm gonna give you a sack of these nut steaks.
And they're so salty on the outside. You just pop the whole thing in there. So
Shout out to Mom, who's the one who introduced me to Five Guys, because like it was like 15 years ago, maybe more than that. When Larry lived in Washington, our stepdad works for the FBI as an analyst, and he was living in Washington at the time doing that. So she would go see him, and we went up there or whatever. And she's like, she's like, I know you love cheeseburgers. Because she always knows I like to go to like my familiar haunts. I'm like very much a habitual person. And she's like, you have got to trust me. Like, let me bring you to this place, Five Guys. You're going to love this place. And she was dead on. I was like, this is so fucking good, to the point where I love flying out of Dulles in Washington, D.C. because they have a Five Guys and it opens at 6 a.m.
That's
with the full
insanity.
menu. And I straight up get Five Guys. I've gotten Five Guys at 6, 7, 8.
That's the chaos of the airport. No
Love it.
breakfast food,
Love it.
just burgers, right? Like they
Just
don't have a
burgers. Like
breakfast
it's the
menu.
same menu, but they open it,
Wow.
and there's a line of fucking people waiting to have a cheeseburger at 6 a.m. You know, and I'm like,
not mad
I'm
at
going to do
that.
it.
I'm not mad at that. I wish it was a different burger, but that's God. That's a God bless America moment.
Oh
You
my
know
God,
what I
it
mean?
really
It's
is.
like, yep, That's
airport restaurants should be open 24 hours. By the way, there's no excuse for
100%.
I don't understand the reason why. I don't know why the gas station down the street from my parents' house in a town where there's like only 10 people can afford to stay awake and stay alive and stay operational the entire 24 hours a day on Christmas, on fucking holidays. But like they can't get enough people at an airport at 2 a.m. to justify keeping the fucking Five Guys open.
Yeah,
No.
just connect those.
I don't
right?
believe
It's
you.
like,
I don't fucking believe you.
Yeah, I agree.
It's like a few
Dude, I
hours.
love that level of marketing too. When a place like that is like a local mom and pop place is like that, where it's like this place shit. Because you're like, oh, why is this place open on Christmas? Right.
Yeah.
And you drive
Right.
by and then 5 years later, you're like, oh shit, we need beer on Christmas.
Right.
And you're like,
Mhm.
you know, Joe's
There you
down
go.
the street's open right now because they never fucking close. And I bet you that works in the long term if you have the patience and you stay with it
100%.
to like build that rapport in that area. You know?
Yeah, because not everybody's going to do it. So you're filling that
Right.
niche, that
Right.
need. You know,
Right. That's right.
I just want to address. I'll tell you my top two, my legendary pair of nuts. But I have a concern, and Colin touched on this a little bit. I realize, like, we're
Touched
in
on
this
those nuts.
era where you can make virtually any nut a winner with the right seasoning. Right? We're in this kind of modern age now where these pre-packaged sack of nuts doused in your favorite seasoning, right? The seasoning medleys, Colin mentioned rosemary, you got ranch,
Ugh.
salt and pep, garlic powder, cinnamon
Ranch is
sugar.
so
Like,
offensive.
you can
Why
make
would you do
any
that?
nut. It's like fake good nuts, right? You're doctoring the nuts. So anything
Yeah.
could be good now. You just go in,
Mhm.
there's a whole aisle. It's usually near like the jerky, like the different types of beef jerky. Then you got all the variety of pre-bagged nuts. And you could just have a bar mitzvah, man. Like, you just go in there. What's your favorite seasoning? You like salt? You like sweet? You like savory? Right. So I'm not even sure the nut, the specific type of nut, is important anymore because you're kind of made. What you're doing essentially is you're taking the nut, you're making it into a junk food. You're putting it right there with the chip and the cookie. Right. You just kind of doused it in whatever kind of seasoning. You're in the mood for something salty. You're in the mood for something sweet. I don't know. I'll tell you something ironic, though, when it talks about my two favorite type of nuts are the only two nuts my son, my youngest, is allergic to. Now, he won't go, it's nothing terrible, but he will break out in like hives if he eats the nuts. And it's the same as Colin's top two, the kingly cashew and the powerful pistachio. Those are the only two nuts for me, really.
It's a Moriarty thing.
I love them. I love both. And I'll put in walnuts as a number 3, but here's the thing. Chris isn't going to like this, but nuts, walnuts specifically, that's the lobster of nuts. You gotta shell it. You gotta get the nutcracker, and you gotta eat it out of the shell. It's worth the labor because it's
Why
fresh
wouldn't I don't understand. Why wouldn't I like that?
because you don't like lobsters.
Oh, well, I don't like lobsters because they're bugs. I thought you were insinuating that like walnuts are in fact bugs, which would indeed that would have changed my life dramatically.
Yeah.
And that would have changed my perspective
That would've been
very,
all
very
fucked up.
sincerely.
Yeah.
I saw a video
Oh
of
my
like some
God.
guy. I saw a video of some guy like taking. He had like a bucket of like lobsters or crabs or whatever, and he dumped it, and there were like spiders in them. They were like spiders. It's like, oh my God, there's spiders all over. Like there was a bunch of spiders, and it's like that's all bugs to me. Like it's all like you just got more bugs with your bugs, and you're like upset. That would be like if you got I got an extra cheese pie by accident. Big deal.
Yeah, that wouldn't be such a. But you guys are all from the East Coast, the Northeast.
Yeah.
There is a crab that we grew up calling a spider crab. I don't know what the scientific name is for it, but supposedly when fishermen cast their nets out for crabs or whatever they're fishing for, they get caught up too. But supposedly they're hideous looking, a spider crab. They're like this dark brown. They have a more spidery, more aggressive appearance, but supposedly they're also toxic, which is like you can eat them. I don't know. Have you guys ever seen these things? They're
Yeah, I know
they're
what
about the
you're- I know what
size
you're
of a
talking about.
crab.
I know what you're talking about.
Maybe a little
I mean-
smaller. I don't know. But they look
Yeah.
like an alien. Like if it was green, it would look like a science fiction thing.
They all look. This. I'm looking at pictures of them. They all look identically evil.
They
But
really
that's why
do.
you want to eat them. That's why we eat them, Chris, because lobsters look evil. Well, I better eat some of them and do my part.
No, we
I
don't
better
eat-
do
no.
my share against the bug army.
No,
I
but we
gotta
don't
get
do
rid
that.
of these
We
things.
don't just eat evil things. You know,
Oh, I'm going to eat them, all right.
I think it's a good idea.
I think cows are evil. That's why I make sure to eat a lot of those. Chickens are plotting something.
Cows are literally
I eat a lot of those.
Cows are like considered sacred. There's like the
You
opposite.
don't know that. Really? Because a
What do you mean I
cow
don't
gave a
know
man
that?
bird flu. A cow gave a man bird flu.
Wait,
Yeah, that's a plot. All right. They're plotting something. So I got to eat them all. I got to eat every last one of them. I got to drink their milk straight from the teat. I got to get rid of these fucking things before they kill us all.
don't do it straight from the teat, Micah. Listen, we like hot food takes here on Constellation, right? We talked about this a little bit, but this is something I'm very serious about. Not a picky eater, pretty adventurous. Like I'll try things, but I love walnuts. I love baked goods, but I do not want nuts of any kind in my brownies, cookies, or cakes.
Oh, that's disappointing.
really?
Disgusting.
No.
They belong in those places.
So you guys are all opposite of me.
Oh yeah, I like them in things like that.
I don't necessarily disagree. Like monkey bread's really the only thing that I've had where I'm like, this actually adds something to it. Because oftentimes it's like the way that I feel about nuts, and I actually feel like maybe Dagan, you might agree with this. I don't know. Based on what your perspective is here, where like I almost feel like it's almost like when you drink juice with pulp in it, where it's like I'm trying to drink something.
Oh,
Very
You
similar.
know what I mean? Like I have a very
No.
specific,
the same way.
idea of what I'm about to bite into. It's like it's a soft muffin, and it's like okay, yum, and then I bite into it, and then suddenly there's like a resistance
It's a texture
that like
thing.
yeah, there's like there's a shift in like you're an inconsistent food now,
Mm.
and I don't know how to feel about that. So I get that, but I
Well
also think
said.
I don't know, man. There's some good pastries out there that have nuts in them. It's like that's fucking good.
I couldn't do it. Yeah, it might just be wanting. I think you touched on something, Chris. It might just be wanting that soft thing, that pillowy, soft thing. Like, and then the nut is intrusive in that. That's where the rock
that's
plays in.
anything that you're not expecting. Really, it's like I felt that way the first time I had a jelly donut. It pissed me off actually. Like it really infuriated me because I felt violated. Like you bite into this thing and then suddenly like you got this this burst of viscous fluid in your mouth. You were expecting a
hell yeah.
dried
dude.
donut.
Don't even get me started.
Jelly
on
donuts
custard
are the
donuts.
best. Jelly donuts, Boston cream,
Oh,
those are all
no.
my favorites.
No.
Oh,
The
hell
old
yeah.
fashioned donut is all you need.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a
The old-
agreed.
Give me a glazed donut. That's
It's
it.
not
I don't-
bad. It's
No, custard
You guys
donuts.
just-
I'm sorry to everybody. I have to say it. That's a cum donut, and it's just disgusting.
why do you think I like it so
Oh
much,
my
Dagan?
God.
What are you making me spell it out for? All right. I like when I bite into the donut and it shoots to the back of my throat. I like it.
You know
Oh,
what's funny
boy.
about it though? I
Oh,
hated
boy.
custard donuts way before I knew any of that. Like it was this instinctual thing of no, like just no. And funny, ironically, like Chris was saying, jelly donuts didn't offend me. It was the custard, it was the Boston cream, it was the French cruller, all those things
Yeah,
filled
yeah.
with the white stuff or off yellow colored stuff.
Off yellow.
Well, you know, this all actually comes back to instinct, though, Chris. When you're talking about, oh, you got like a nice soft muffin, and now there's something in it, and in reality, the first thing I thought of was breast cancer. Of like when you're supposed to check your boobs, boob havers, you know, you're supposed to check them, men as well with boobs, you know. And I don't mean like trans men. I mean like fat men
literally.
No,
with
no, I know
breasts.
what you
You
mean.
got to check them.
Men-
And what you're
men
looking for
can get breast cancer. That's real.
Exactly. I'm being real here. What you're looking for is something that feels like a frozen pea. All right. And so like evolutionarily, you bit into that muffin that had a walnut in it and you're like, oh, but in reality, you would have the same reaction if you were touching a breast. You're like, oh, there's a walnut in here or something.
I would be deeply
it's
distressed
really
if
all
I
on the
was,
same page.
if I was touching a breast and I felt a walnut in it. I would be
Ooh.
deeply distressed.
Oh my!
Well, and you should tell her because that could be breast cancer and she should get that checked out. So that's
Can
important.
I ask something
this is
about
all,
male?
This all rolls back.
Male breast cancer? Like,
Yeah.
do you have to have man boobs to have the likelihood of having that, or can
don't
Chris,
think so.
Colin, and I have breast cancer?
Yeah, you can just it could just happen. Like I don't think it has anything to do. It's just the fact that you have like we all have the same biology generally.
Interesting.
And so like
Yeah, and it's just
Um,
harder to detect. If like for example, if you are a man with a pretty flat chest, you would hopefully notice
Yeah.
a protuberance of some kind, like hey, suddenly my nipple looks weird. The difference being though that if you're a man with large man breasts, you much like a woman, you may not notice that something's lumpy in there because there's too much around it. So it's more so the risk of like if you're overweight, you might miss it versus if you have a more flat chest, you would probably say, hey, there's a rock in there all of a sudden. Well, where'd that come from?
Okay. But how is that fair? Because you guys can't get nut cancer. Now we could get all the cancers.
We can get ovarian cancer.
Okay,
That's
you guys
our
have
nuts,
ovarian.
right?
Okay, never mind.
We had the internal nuts. So nobody's winning. Nobody's winning here. Everybody's just going to die.
Oh, man.
Everybody loses. What do you think, Mike? Are you satisfied with the way we circled these nuts? We fondled these.
No, this went very well. It was eye-opening. You know, there were some surprises here. If I'm going to be honest, some of Dagan's takes are what I expected out of Chris. So you guys did a great job with this. I feel like we covered the topic in a respectful way and kept it very mature.
Except for the cum donuts. But we almost had it. All right, my friends. Well, listen, we're going to move on to topic number 2 as promised. Chris's topic. He has a good one today. And take it away, Chris.
Yeah, I wasn't sure exactly how to frame this. I don't even know what we're going to call it, because this might end up going in so many different directions that we might actually have a different name for it. But how I pitched it initially was adaptability. And the reason I got to thinking about this specifically is because yesterday, not only did O.J. Simpson perish, but Conan O'Brien was on Hot Ones, that Hot Wings show with Sean Evans. And he just totally nailed it. Like, he just went completely over the top. Great show. Great showman, Conan O'Brien. And I just got to think, it's like, man, this guy's been around for like the majority of my life. And he's been on TV or like relevant in some way for like the majority of my life. And he's adapted in so many different ways to the point where like it's crazy to see him still trending in the ways that, like, you know, Letterman isn't trending now, you know, like, and it's not like Letterman isn't doing things. Like, Letterman has a show on Netflix, I think, and like all these other things. And like Jay Leno, I think, is still doing stuff. Although I think Jay Leno exploded or something. Like, actually.
Yeah, he had like some. Yeah, he got in an accident or something.
He had an accident in his car garage.
He did, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't make that. I keep telling people Jay Leno exploded. People keep thinking I'm lying. But
no, it's true.
But so I was just thinking, it's like, man, it's so and like just the outpouring of love for Conan O'Brien on Twitter, like among like people who like have no reason to really know who he is, or aren't old enough to really like remember when he was on TV, or like it's fascinating to see how well he's adapted, and not only from going from late night over to his cable late night show on TBS, which I remember watching like a lot, but over to his remote segments that he put on. He was like one of the first people I remember doing a lot of YouTube stuff that was like genuinely welcomed onto the platform. Like he had, instead of relying on like guest stars, he kind of made stars out of his assistants and his coworkers.
Right.
And he has these.
What was that one guy
bits.
that he always busted? Like, he was always busting that guy's balls.
Jordan Schlansky.
Yeah,
like,
I love that shit, man. It's so funny.
It's like, where he just goes into his office and is like, what do you even fucking do here? Like, and it's great, and it's genuinely great stuff. And like, everybody has great stories about him. Like, you hear about people who interned for him, who went on to do like great stuff. And, you know, how it's like, yeah, working with Conan O'Brien was great. Like John Krasinski and like all these other people who worked under him was like, yeah, he's a great dude. And then he goes over into podcasts, and he's got a great one there too.
He does.
And so to see him on what is considered to be, I would argue, the late night of like my generation and beneath me, this kind of Hot Ones show, which is like the most relevant kind of celebrity interview talk show that exists, really, and arguably stealing the show from everybody who's been on that. Like, I think it's widely considered like the best episode of the show.
Yeah,
and it's fascinating. Good. And it's fascinating to see that from somebody who came from late night and is still. He was on the final season of Curb too, where he did a good job.
Right.
It's fascinating to see him still doing so well and still being able to adapt to like podcasts and long form media and YouTube content and the shift in late night and just all these different things, and still remain relevant and remain funny and interesting. And I guess I'm not necessarily. I don't want to necessarily marry this to Conan O'Brien specifically, but it got me thinking about just adaptability in general. And broadly speaking, like, I don't know, do we feel like we are adaptive people? Do we feel like we are kind of stubborn individuals, or like that we are set in our ways? Do we think that we have that capability? Are there artists, bands, actors, directors, what have you, who we feel kind of have no limit to their flexibility, either whether they've demonstrated it or whether we feel like they haven't had the chance to. Maybe an IP or a franchise that we feel, could be adapted in a more interesting way than the stewards of that IP are willing to allow. Like maybe we feel like, Castlevania is more flexible than Konami is willing to allow, or maybe we feel like, I don't know. I feel like it's a generally kind of broad topic, and I want to see where we go with it. I guess I'll toss it over to Colin because I'm most curious as to what I'm most eager to hear what he has to say about this, because I feel like he would have a lot of answers. So,
well, thank you. Well, first of all, on Conan, he's a really interesting person, enigmatic in some ways. Yeah. Started as a TV writer and worked on The Simpsons, I think, and stuff like that. But
yeah.
His late night show in the 90s and into the 2000s was fucking insane. Like, I really don't know if people remember how you like going back and listening to it. You're like, holy shit, this is kind of subversive and weird. And it's surprising that NBC allowed this to be on the air. Like Masturbating Bear is a great example, right? Like,
yeah,
that entire thing that they do over and over and over and over again, more and more inappropriate, like in more and more inappropriate places. It reminds me of Letterman, like the fucking famous thing where Letterman would just throw shit off the roof of their building. Do you guys remember that?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Like where they would just like be like, this is what it
it
looks like when we throw 10,000 bouncy balls off the top of the CBS building. And then they would just do it. And they would have like no permission to do this and like make a fucking scene out of it or whatever.
Yeah. Letterman was the mentor, right? I mean, really, for Conan.
Definitely. Because, well, it's complicated because, yeah, Letterman was in that slot. People, the late night war stuff is really interesting. Letterman was Johnny Carson's, like, was on after Johnny Carson.
Yeah.
On NBC, when Johnny Carson left, he assumed that he would get the NBC show, like the Tonight Show, and they hired Jay Leno over his head. So Letterman went to CBS and made a Tonight Show competitor, and that's like how it all went down or whatever.
That's right. Yeah.
Conan ended up in that Letterman slot behind Leno, and the same fucking thing happened so people remember it was 2009, 2010 or something. Leno was going to leave. They were going to give it to Conan. Then Leno didn't really want to leave. Then it was like all sorts of weird shit. Conan was the Tonight Show host for like a fraction of a second. It was weird. You guys remember that? Like for a minute.
Yeah.
There's a whole book about it that I read like intently.
Oh, wow.
It was the late night. I think it's called the War for Late Night by I think Bill Carter.
Right. Yeah.
So really, it's a genuinely interesting book.
Yeah, it's good shit. So like there's all this behind the scenes stuff. So ultimately Conan gets fucked by NBC and goes to TBS, which is, I think, a genius move on TBS's part to like give him the money and do the show or whatever. And so like that is the ultimate fuck you factory to come out of and like be able to survive because it's so clearly cutthroat and crazy. To have a talent like Conan O'Brien and not do whatever you needed to do to keep him happy over the consternation of Jay Leno. I mean, no offense. I think Jay Leno's funny, but that really put me, I don't like Jay Leno as much as I used to after that because it was clear he was really behind a lot of the manipulation behind that shit. Yeah. And the whole him and Letterman thing was always weird too. I don't know. Anyway, Letterman was always funnier than Leno, in my opinion. Like that show was always funnier. So just as an aside, shout out to him because he is really, really fucking funny. And I love his humor. I love his style, his demeanor, goofiness, all the rest. But as far as the adaptability topic, as far as myself is concerned, it's interesting because I think about myself, I think about my childhood and my teen years from a detached point of view and realize how flexible I actually was and adaptable I was, like innately and actually insanely adaptable based on the situations I was in as a kid with our moving around and my parents getting divorced and all the kind of crazy shit and being the youngest of a whole group of people. So like no one gave a fuck what you had to say, and that's still kind of true, in the family. Like no one could really give a fuck about ultimately like what I have to say about any of the matters that are happening, because I'm like the youngest and the least consequential in some way, which is totally fine. But as an adult, I've become like the exact opposite where I've leaned into. An example, when I got to college and I realized like, oh, I've been kind of at the whim of everyone my entire life. Like I've just never had a choice of anything. And I stopped going home for like holidays and spring break and even summers, and started to become like the anti Colin childhood experience where I would just be very much a homebody, stiff and staid and staying in the same place. So in San Francisco, I lived there almost the entire time in the same apartment. And LA the same, although I wasn't there and like for very long. And for here, it's like I can imagine never leaving these kinds of places. So just in a very literal way, it's like I become less adaptable probably than I used to be. But I've managed to put on a shell of like, or like put on an act in some way where I can be good in all sorts of different situations, but it's an effort. It's not necessarily genuine or a genuine adaptability, but the knowledge that like, this is happening. You have to go do this, like going to the wedding this weekend or this coming weekend. It's like, I don't want to go to this just because no disrespect to anyone. It's just like, who wants to travel all these hours and do all these kinds of things? But you realize you have to, like, it's about family and it's about, doing the right thing and kind of reciprocal, nature of going to people's weddings and all that kind of stuff. And so I accept it, but that's just like a forced adaptability because I know that I would have. So that's like kind of where my mind went with it. There are, of course, many, many famous people that I think are adaptable. Some get more credit than others. Some I think are interesting. Who's like a really adaptable personality to me? Micah and I talk about this all the time, although this will be less resonant with you guys because you're not really into football, is Peyton Manning. Like, he's funny as fuck.
He really is.
And
he's a funny dude.
He knows football and he comes from that world, but he's like a very talented actor and comedian, like comic person and all sorts of different things. And
you can see him doing something with late night, right, Colin? He has that charisma.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah. Like in a different era, late night's dead, basically. I mean, in a different era, yeah, you could see someone like him. It reminds me of like Terry Bradshaw back in the day was like kind of the prototype of that. Like, I'm going to cross over. I'm going to do these things. I'm going to act. And the other person that came to mind for me, although people would kind of roll their eyes on this, is like, I really like 30 Seconds to Mars. Their first two records, especially. And so Jared Leto, I feel like, is very adaptable in these various situations too.
Jared Leto, that's right.
I think people bust his balls a lot for those different things, but he's not on the level of a Conan O'Brien level talent or something. And the thing about Conan has that Johnny Carson vibe where he knows he doesn't know that the joke's coming, but once the joke is in play, he's aware and he plays into it really well. Dagan and I always talk about this with Johnny Carson and Rodney Dangerfield, who we love, and how like he would just know how to fill in on Rodney Dangerfield's. Rodney Dangerfield would be like, "Oh, my wife, my wife's driving me crazy," and Johnny would be like, "Oh yeah, what's going on with your wife?" Kind of thing. Like, he doesn't know what the joke really is, but he knows how to stay out and kind of keep it going. And I feel like Conan has that vibe too. Like the great clip going around of him with the guy with Jeff Epstein or whatever. Like, that's just
Jim. Jim Downey.
That shit is so funny. But like part of that guy, it's 50% him and 50% Conan that makes that funny. Without Conan really knowing not to step on the joke, knowing that's why when people, and the rare occasion, although it happens when someone's like, "Oh, you stepped on Chris's joke or you didn't hear it," I'm like, damn, because part of it is knowing to stay away. Part of it is knowing the timing and all of those kinds of things. And I always feel bad about that. Having like the artfulness of being out of the way and even enhancing it.
That's hard.
Yeah, very difficult.
It's difficult to do. It's harder than it would seem, because it would seem that it's just like, oh, you just have to not talk. And it's like, no, you should talk. It's just knowing when to and what to say and how little you should say.
Absolutely.
That Jim Downey clip is so good.
Oh, it's so good.
But it's not even, it's again, like he has that rapport with like, it's fitting that it would be also Jim Downey because he worked so heavily with Norm, but like Norm's Conan clips are some of the best clips to come out of late night. There's this great, I can't remember who the actress is, but she was in a movie with Carrot Top. I don't remember. I cannot remember. It was Chairman of the Board. They were like promoting that Chairman of the Board movie.
I'll look it up for you.
And it was this woman and Norm on Conan. And it's one of the best clips.
Courtney Thorne Smith,
exactly. And it is one of the best back and forths I think I've ever seen on late night period. Like it's so perfect because Norm is just sandbagging this movie while this woman is there to promote it.
Oh, it's such a good clip. I know the clip.
And Conan is like kind of trying to defend. He's like defending Courtney, but also like playing into the fact that like he cannot deny that it is funny. what Norm is doing, and it's just it is so perfect.
It goes on for like
him,
10 minutes or something.
it's so long and it's so good. But like him with Norm on the TBS show where he just lets him do the entire moth joke, and it's just 5 minutes
Legend
of just wasting the audience's time. It is so it's so good. Like it's legendary good shit. But yeah.
So yeah, that's kind of where my mind went for your topic in particular.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, Dagan, what throw it over to you.
I mean, you know what's so crazy about this, Chris? It couldn't have been more perfect this morning. I was earlier this morning, like, I don't know, 9:30 a.m. or something. I'm taking notes for the show, just writing in my notebook, having a cup of coffee, have the computer open. That sort of Conan Hot Ones video came into my feed. I was like, oh, I'm going to watch this. Watch the entire thing. It was awesome. And you know what's so crazy about it? He just took ownership. Like a lot of stars come in, they're charismatic and they're funny and they could walk the walk and everything. But he had the whole thing where he took, he had the comedian there posing as his doctor that he would call in. And he was, I mean, it was brilliant, and he was taking the wings and putting them in his pocket for later. And he decided that he was going to go in like super hard and start like eating the entire thing and pouring more sauce on and pretending like it didn't bother him. Like he just
took shots of sauce.
He went in a direction and he went with it. And it was brilliant. The only thing I found off-putting was at the end, he was in such bad shape that he just had chicken all over his face, and I couldn't watch anymore. It was like chicken and milk and shit. This is too gross.
It's so good though.
But it was it was classic, and it's Conan. Like he doesn't need to do. He's Conan. For fame, for money, he's got it all. He doesn't need to do that. So the fact that he's just a consummate entertainer, it's just watching somebody who's the best at what he does. And like Chris is saying, that adaptability from going from format to format. And I love this topic, man, because I'm kind of living this right now. I mean, I don't mean to make it about me, but this in my career, this is exactly what I'm doing right now. As the entertainment industry tries to figure itself out, particularly the animation component of that, I dreamed up a way to execute a little career sidestep, and it was kind of a risk because I had to put all my bandwidth into saying, okay, can I take the time to kind of go in a different direction, put together a new reel? How can I stay animation adjacent and sort of leverage my skills in another arena, at least for a little while? And of course, for me, the answer was, go into motion graphics, which for people that don't know, long story short, it's essentially animation, but outside of episodic television and feature films. So it's animation for advertising and marketing, sports graphics, broadcast, pharmaceutical, corporate video, wherever animation exists outside the normal channels that I've worked over the last 25 years. And I'm doing that. I almost said who I'm doing it for. I'm trying to keep that secret, but I'm working for a big corporate media entity doing that. And I'm living that at the moment and I'm learning, but with all due humility, like I'm pretty proud of myself. I'm 2 weeks in, it's going well. And what I originally considered to be a necessity and kind of dragged myself to kicking and screaming a little bit. Colin knows that because he knows, the trials and tribulations of getting up to this point. I have to say, man, I'm really enjoying it. I'm enjoying it so far. And
really,
it makes me realize
that's great to hear.
Yeah, I really am. I'm enjoying kind of a new challenge. There's something cool about it. It's still, again, it's kind of just leveraging all the skills and all my know-how, my expertise in the software and just being an animator for so many years and just putting it, kind of plugging it into a different direction, and it makes me realize as a 50-year-old, I don't think I'm always the quickest to mature in certain ways, but there was definitely a time where Chris mentioned this in his email and it really resonated with me where I felt like sticking to my guns and staying in animation, even when the going got tough, my whole philosophy for a long time was fuck a fallback, screw plan B. This is about integrity. This is about sticking to my guns. I'm not going to change now. I'm going to kind of stay in this lane and sort of plug away. And, a lot of it was kind of an inner realization, but also Helene saying like, but you're miserable. You know what I mean? Like you have these short-term gigs. It's so hard to get work. Everybody's pounding the pavement right now. maybe that tenacity is translating to too much stubbornness and you're making yourself unhappy. So that adaptability kind of played in, where I always saw that adaptability as like a little bit of a weakness, I think, for the first couple of decades of my career, where it was like, well, why should I have to do this? If I'm really good at this, then I'll just make it work. But then I kind of realized, like, no, that adaptability, there's something cool. It's versatility. It's maybe the draw is a multi-talented thing, where we always admire people that could do more than one thing, right? Like you talk about Jared Leto, he gets a lot of shit. But I think back to his early performances in Requiem for a Dream or something. Then he's obviously a talented musician. So to be, kind of capitalize on the positives of it, being multi-talented, being adaptable, being able to evolve, being able to survive. And who knows, maybe, I came home yesterday from work. I work 4 days a week and I'm home on Fridays. And I said to Lean, you know what? Like, maybe it's a little early. Maybe I'm being a little too optimistic, but I could see myself doing this until I retire. You know what I mean? Like, what's the difference? And I think also with my thing, I don't know if this speaks to other people's experiences, but you kind of realize, I was talking to a guy at work, and you kind of realize at a certain point, like, you could always do the other thing for yourself on the side, freelance, just for fun, whatever, and still have, still be able to do what you do for a living and have some stability and have some, you don't have to be the gypsy. So yeah, man, this is a great topic for me for the moment, because this is exactly what I'm doing. And thank God, it might be a different tone if it wasn't working out, but it seems to be working out so far. So yeah, everything's on the up and up. And I think it's important. It's an adaptability. I love calling it that, is something I definitely want my kids to have too, because there is that thing of like, don't give up your dreams. If you really want something, you gotta fight for it. You gotta vie for that spot and all that thing. But that's the fascinating thing with me. I'm trying to decipher that line between the integrity and the adaptability, and which is which, and where stubbornness plays into that, somewhere in the middle. I don't know.
It's interesting.
Sorry, I'm muted.
Micah.
I'm muted. I didn't realize I was muted.
Were you going to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to say real quick. I'm just happy to hear that you're enjoying the new gig.
Yeah, thank you, dude.
Yeah.
It's nice. It's really nice. I mean, there's a lot of nice things about it that just happen to come with the territory. Like, I love Philadelphia. I love the city of Philadelphia. Like, there's something really, I feel like that's really my city. I've been here for 30 years. There's a special place in my heart for it, but I've never, once I left school, I never really spent any meaningful time there. So it's nice to finally work in Philadelphia, because I really dig that town.
Cool, man.
And so that's a cool thing that comes with the territory. The commute's a lot closer. It's not a grueling commute like getting to New York from where I'm at. So there's a lot of cool things about it. But yeah, it's nice to, for me, with the adaptability thing, it was nice to take the leap and see that there's a possible payoff, or at least I'm making my best efforts towards the thing working out long term. And if it doesn't work out, then I say, all right, I put my best foot forward. I gave it 110%.
Yeah.
You could walk away. Maybe it didn't work out, but at least you tried.
What did you think of
it's cool.
What did you think of the job listing I sent you?
That was interesting. It reminds me of, like I'm in a creative field on a creative team, but for a very big corporate entity. And I think that it's funny because I'm starting to witness that where this is a much more corporate job than I'm used to. The animation is, and a lot of times the animation studios, like let's say Nickelodeon, they're owned by the giant media conglomerates like Paramount, but you're not working directly for Paramount. I'm working directly for one of those right now. So you're seeing it from, again, like that man in the high tower, you know what I mean? You're seeing it from the top. So it's a little different, dressing business casual, it's not going in there with guys with ripped jeans and t-shirts, you know what I mean? So it feels a little differently, but I think it's playing into just how old I am. It just feels age appropriate. There's something about it. It's
interesting.
It's charming. It's like shades of like Mad Men or Catch Me If You Can or Revolutionary Road. It's like the flocks of dudes in fedoras and briefcases kind of coming out of Grand Central Station en masse and then going back in. Like, there's just something kind of neat about, I don't know, being in a world that's a little more corporate, maybe a nice wash of corporate and creative. And, you know, that's not even a money thing. I'm not even talking about like the money or anything like that. It's just something, it feels familiar, but there's also new challenges in it. So it's a little bit of both, you know? So it's cool. I wonder where it goes from here. And like I said, I'm still learning about this whole landscape's much different than I'm used to. But it's, you know, what's funny about it? It seems like coming from the place I came from, like from the producers or the higher ups or the people that I was directly reporting to, they didn't have a knowledge of the creative process, but it was never really treated with respect in terms of like, you know, just get it done. I don't care what it takes. And I don't care that you understand that I really don't know what it takes, but this is the deadline type of thing. They treated it a little bit with a little deference, I guess. But here in the world I'm working in now, there's something interesting about the people really think what I do is super difficult. It's like, I don't know if it's just knowing animation for so long or knowing the software packages that I'm using. They really think there's something about everybody stays in their lane and does their little thing. The union guys go out on shoots, right? And the union editors put together their stuff in Premiere with my graphics and my animation, but they'll never sort of tread over to what I do because they think it's just they think they can never learn it, you know? And I'll tell them, like, I'll be honest with them. I'm like, if you put 40 hours a week in for a month, you could break a ceiling in what I'm doing, you know? But they don't have the time or the sort of capacity or the willingness to do that because they do what they do, you know? So it's actually kind of neat because there's a certain respect that comes with, you know, like, oh, can you get this done? And I'm thinking sometimes the task is a little more challenging or time consuming, but sometimes they're asking me to do something that they think is going to take hours and it's going to take me 5 minutes, you know? So it's an interesting world where you feel valuable, I guess is what I'm trying to say, and a little less expendable.
Cool, man.
So yeah, man, it's I appreciate the concern, and I like talking about it too. Although I don't want to say where I'm working. The only reason I don't want to say where is because if it doesn't work out, then it's a whole thing of like, oh, I'm over here now, and
Right. I understand.
You know, and I was doing this, and they kicked me to the curb. But you know, so far it seems like it's promising.
Cool.
Yeah, man.
Mike,
Right.
I guess we haven't heard from
Micah.
Yeah. Well, so talking about myself, if you've ever been subjected to my small talk, you know I'm not very adaptable in some situations. There are things that I am a bit like I can take to. Our broken toilet, for example, not broken, but you know, toilet's running. All right, I go on YouTube, I see a video on how to replace the flapper. I can do that. You know, things like that. When it comes to mechanical things, for the most part, I'm like, okay, we can probably tackle a good amount of these things ourselves. We can learn this, we can handle it. When it comes to social and those types of things, no, I'm not very adaptable at all. I hate change. I hate changes in schedule. If you're like, we have a dinner reservation and then you're like, it's going to be a little bit later, immediately my brain is like, no, I wanted it the way it was before.
Yeah.
I can't help it. I'm stuck this way. So my adaptability is more limited to mechanical things and less so in the social and emotional realm, but that's fine. That's all good. But when I think about people, like when you sent us your topic and like in terms of like people's career range, you know, things like that, Colin bringing up sports, I immediately thought of Tony Romo, who's just a fantastic sportscaster, one that I look forward to hearing from so much, which in general, most of the sportscasters are great. You know, they come out with funny things, they're good at whatever, but Tony Romo really is like, man, I love when I catch a game that he's on. Like, I just really like hearing this guy. He has found something he's exceptionally good at after being, you know, a professional, you know, footballer over here. It's like, here's this guy's just so talented. So that was one of the first things I thought of. A little more just like John DiMaggio, the voice actor. is
Oh,
someone
yeah.
I think of just in terms of range of like, this guy can play the reluctant hero in Marcus Phoenix. He can play the funny, crass robot in Bender. He can be on a children's show being Jake the dog on Adventure Time, and many, many more. This is a man with just endless range. Just, some people might argue that the fact that you can tell it's him, maybe he doesn't have as much range vocally, but I'm not getting into that. I just mean that in his tone, this guy can go from almost making me want to cry with some of his scenes in Gears of War to being like side-bustingly funny, in comedic roles. Like, he is someone that just steals the show for me every single time, whatever he's in. I think he was also the king in, was it Disenchanted? Was that the name of the show on Netflix?
Yeah.
Adorable little
show.
Yeah, which was, I watched the
fantasy.
first 2 seasons. It was quite funny. I just never finished it. But he's just one of those people that, man, when I think of all the different roles he's done, it's just the range on this guy in terms of the tone he can master. Like, this is someone who isn't strictly funny. This is someone who isn't strictly dramatic. Like, this guy can do it all. And that really, always stands out to me. Thinking musically, AFI, my favorite band, came to mind, mostly because their sound has changed so much over the years. And depending on what era you got into them, you maybe will either be super into it or not so much. I just adore all of their sounds over the years. And I just feel like they've kept true to themselves in the way that they're making music they want to make. It's this, that it's changed over the years. They said, like, we don't want to do this sound anymore. We're going to shake it up. We're going to do something different. And I just like that, despite how drastically different some of the albums sound, in my opinion, like, they're all great and they all hold up and they all have really well written lyrics and they all sound totally different, but each one just stands on its own as like, wow, this is still a really great album. And it's the people that I just, want to keep supporting them. They seem awesome. So they came to mind for me as well. I got to throw out, you mentioned Jared Leto. I got to say Jennifer Lopez, the female Jared Leto. You got Monster-in-Law, Made in Manhattan.
Oh, man.
These are, Monster-in-Law is genuinely one of my favorite movies, I will say. I love that movie. And it's also got the guy from Parks and Rec, and he's in that show where you go to work and you can't remember your life. What the fuck was that show called?
Oh, yeah, I know who you're talking
your
about.
brain severed.
Oh, Severed, right. Severance.
Yeah, that guy was in it before he was like wicked famous. So it's funny to go back and watch it. Jennifer Lopez, though, it's legit. She's got some good songs. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Some good movies. Okay. I won't gas her up too much. That ass is already pretty big, but I'll say she's got some stuff going for her. 6 engagements. Wow, that's adaptable. Imagine being prepared to marry 6 different
I know,
people.
Is she
crazy.
still married to Ben Affleck?
I believe
I
so.
think so.
I remember what I remember the most from that was that in their prenup, it was like we have to have sex 4 times a week was in the prenup.
How do you know that?
And I was just like, because it was reported, it was on the news. I
What?
mean, I don't seek these things out, but you're on Facebook.
That's it?
And this is all you see. So, but I was just like, wow, that's imagine, being prepared to marry 6 different people in your life. That's wild. That's adaptability.
That is.
I could never.
Michael, who are the other ones?
definition
I
of
know
it.
A-Rod was one of them.
Oh God, who else was
We
it?
could look
I
it
mean,
up.
Christ, it's been too many
I'll
over
look it
the
up.
years. Like,
It's been a lot.
who?
A-Rod?
I
Let's
can't
see.
remember.
They can't all
Yeah.
have been famous, right? I'm sure one of them is probably
Come
like
on, man. Why can't we just...
Oh, wasn't she? Who was she married to?
Oh.
She has kids with some guy. Was it like Mark Anthony or
Yes.
something?
Oh, Mark Anthony.
Is that a man?
That's right.
That's a man. He's
Sean
real.
Diddy Combs,
Mark.
I didn't know.
Really?
Chris Judd. These are
I don't know who that
relationships,
is.
though, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, not the engagements.
Okay. All right. It's not important.
Hold on.
That's right, yeah, Mark
it is
Anthony, I
important. It's like,
forgot.
why? I hate this clickbait shit where it's like, well, it's not clickbait. It's just like, it's SEO farming where it just won't give you a list.
Oh, I
You know?
know. That's
no,
the
exactly.
worst.
And while you're on that page, you're gonna get 20 ads for if your heart sounds like this, you're dying. And it's like, well, what? I gotta
Then you
find
get
out.
distracted
It's
by that.
always, if your skin looks like this, you've got 30 seconds to get to the hospital. It's like, holy fuck.
You have an arrhythmia. Sorry.
Yeah, it says,
So sad.
page 6 says Alex Rodriguez,
Yeah. New
Drake,
A-Rod.
although that was probably just a relationship, Casper Smart, Mark Anthony, Ben
That's right.
Affleck, Chris Judd, Diddy, and I guess
I
that's
forgot
it.
about the Diddy thing.
Mark Anthony's the only person that I remember. Mark Anthony and Alex Rodriguez are the only people that I remember.
Yeah,
and that's
same.
largely because
Yeah.
and I think that's largely because it's like, oh, they're both Hispanic, and so that's why we knew.
Aha.
You just
That's the
made
only
that.
It's
reason I
like
knew.
a telenovela.
Yeah, if it was any, if it was
That's racist.
if she was married to somebody who wasn't Hispanic, I don't think we gave a shit at all. I don't think we noticed,
Yeah.
So we don't.
Uh,
that's the Puerto Rican community,
which is
That-
funny.
I
But-
love that. Micah,
Yeah,
before
no-
you go on, I just want to say that Severance is Adam Scott. I always forget his name.
Okay.
It's the
That's the guy.
simplest name.
Yeah.
But I always forget.
I'll never remember his name. I loved Parks and Rec. Severance was good too,
Yeah.
but like I know his face immediately, and I'll always just be like, it's the guy from Parks and Rec. I don't have a great time with naming famous people. Like I'm just not very good at that. I often get them confused in the first place as to like, the Marvel people. And it's like, there's 3 different Chris's in it. And I'm like, I don't know which one's which. And it's fine. All you need to know is that this one's Captain America and this one is Thor and that one's the guy from the other thing. It doesn't matter what their names are. You just got to keep them
It's a
straight
lot of
that way.
Chris's.
There's a lot
But
of
yeah,
Chris's,
and
unfortunately.
and we got to roll back. We're talking adaptability. The Rock, as you said. Now, John Cena to a lesser degree, because his movies aren't very good. John Cena in like The Marine Part 15, it's like, enough. All right. These are just straight to VHS movies. Like, these aren't real movies. The Rock.
I think I
I
would
don't know.
actually disagree. I think John Cena's more adaptable than The Rock is. I think The Rock is just
he
so
does speak Mandarin, yeah.
Well, yes, he speaks Mandarin, but like I think him and what's that show, that DC Comics show? Oh my god, Peacemaker. He was great
I
in
don't know.
Peacemaker.
He was
he
in
was
that.
hilarious
That's a
in that
thing?
show. That's a James Gunn show. And
Oh,
that's
you're
the
right.
only reason
Oh.
that's the only reason why I watched it. I was like, oh, James Gunn's doing a show. Weird. And then I watched it. I was like, wow, John Cena is really fucking funny. Like, actually. And I feel like The Rock loses some of the adaptability. He loses some of the adaptability for me because like he has, and I think this is widely reported. Like somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel pretty confident saying this is true. That he has. It was reported that there's basically a required entry. There's a required point in many of his contracts whenever he accepts a role that he cannot lose a fight in any of his
interesting.
in any of his movies. Like that's why that movie. What is it where he plays the bad guy, that DC villain? What the fuck was it? It was like super recent. Black Adam.
Was it Black Adam?
Adam.
That's yeah.
I don't know.
That was supposed to be he was supposed to be a villain in another movie, but because he would have lost because he's the villain, he was like, I can't do that. Give me my own movie. Which is like, that's so lame. Like, I don't know. It's so dumb.
That's a bit.
But-
No, that sucks. I didn't know that though. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of him in The Pacifier, circa 2005.
wow.
I loved that
was the first
movie.
time I saw him.
I loved that movie. We've been 12, I guess, when that came
Yeah,
out.
we were 12, yeah.
Fantastic. Saw that in theaters. And I do just think of like when I was a kid, and it was like The Rock in my head was an actor first and a wrestler second.
Yeah.
And then getting into wrestling later on, and then he just came back. He's like, the man just keeps coming back. So it's like, all right, awesome. But he is one of the best voices on the mic in wrestling, which not everyone has. It's why people like Paul Heyman and Vicky Guerrero exist, is because you have people like Brock Lesnar who can't say 3 lines correctly, and you have to have somebody else speak for them. And then you have to have all these other characters, you got fucking Paul Bearer helping The Undertaker out. It's like you just get these people who are really good wrestlers, but they're not good
Makes
actors.
sense.
And then you have to bring in other actors to help them.
The only thing I know about wrestling, sincerely, is that I've seen this clip a million times. Derek keeps sending it in our Snark Tank chat text channel, where it's just Vince McMahon, I think, and he's like screaming into a microphone. He's like, "Get out here, you rapist!"
Yeah.
And that's it. That's it. I don't know what the hell the context is at all, but he's clearly in a ring, and it just cuts off there. That's all I know about wrestling.
I mean, wrestling storylines, not to get too far off topic, used to be so crazy. I believe it was when Matt Hardy was supposed to be dating Lita, and they had this whole storyline where she was cheating on him with Edge, and like the ring was dark, and like they're in a bed together, and the lights come up, and like they're in bed together, and Matt Hardy like discovers them, but it's like, why is the bed in the middle of the ring?
love it.
They didn't know the stands were full of people. The whole thing is like, I am suspending so much
good.
disbelief to get through this right
It's
now.
theater. It's
Yeah,
That's the
definitely like
flavor.
it's 1,000,000% like just a bunch of people putting on a play.
Definitely.
I love
Yeah,
that.
and it's the degree to which some of them are exceptional athletes. You have someone like Antonio Cesaro, who's like great athlete, but just not as charismatic on the mic. And that's when they pull in these people and Paul Heyman guys. And so it's why some of these people need a little support. You know, they need that little extra, like somebody to just help them set up their lines, set up their story, because they can't memorize their lines or they're just not very good at delivering them. So the wrestlers who are good at both things, like The Miz, for example, really stand out as like someone who's exceptionally talented on like the mic and the acting side of it, and also a good wrestler. That's actually a more rare mix when you really find someone who's like, this guy could be a real actor. And then the ones that do actually like branch out and do that. So wrestling's probably full of people like that I would consider, because it really stands out when someone is not very good at one aspect, but fantastic wrestler, not a great, giving their storylines and all that. It really is obvious when you have like genuine talent there.
Yeah, that makes total sense, actually.
Absolutely.
But you brought up some musicians and some actors, and I wanted to shout out before I forgot. Paramore is one of those bands that has like shifted so drastically, and all of it is good. Like even like they had like this pop record, I think, After Laughter, in like the mid 2010s or whatever, that I remember being like, whoa, this is like a pop album, and it's not punk rock at all. It's not like rock or garage or anything, and it was like really good. And even their newest album is really good. And shout out to Keith David as well. You mentioned somebody, you mentioned John DiMaggio and his ability to just kind of like play whatever. Keith David, I always respected as like a dramatic actor. Like I really liked him a lot in like, I loved The Thing. Like The Thing is probably like one of my favorite movies ever. And him obviously in like many video games. He was in Mass Effect and Halo and all these. He's a huge gaming icon as far as like voice actors are concerned.
Yeah.
But I always kind of knew him as a serious actor, really. And then he had a brief stint on Community, on the final season of Community, or I think the last two seasons of Community. And he's so fucking funny in those episodes of Community that it's actually unreal. And that made me like really elevate. It's like, wow, this is like a genuinely incredible actor to be able to, because he's the same like his voice is so distinct. Like it's not necessarily
really
like
is.
he's going to transform his voice from like role to role. It's like, it's very clear, like this is Keith David.
Yep.
And if you're hiring Keith David, you want him to sound like Keith David at least I would imagine, because that's what you're paying for. You're paying for that gravitas and that kind of presence. But to see the same exact voice convey two completely different emotions, one of like dramatic gravitas and just comedic deadpan. Like I almost feel like Keith David, if he was like a younger guy, could have probably done a really amazing Naked Gun style kind of movie where like he's like the, you know what I mean? Like,
sure.
Like and there's kind of talks right now about Liam Neeson, I think, doing, which I think is also a great idea. Because
let's do some informational comedy.
Let's do some informational comedy. Him on what is that show with oh my god, it's like it's Ricky Gervais and Stephen Merchant and Warwick Davis, where Liam Neeson's doing improv comedy in their office. But like that scene is incredible.
That sounds like a
Liam
joke.
Neeson's probably another
joke.
No, it is so. Dagan, have you not seen this?
I don't think I've seen this.
Let's do some informational comedy now.
I have AIDS.
Is it? Let's see. I'm looking through his shows. God, he does so many shows.
It's.
Oh my God, how many shows does he do? He does a million shows.
He's very busy.
Ricky Gervais.
Because he's fucking straight
Afterlife.
up hilarious. He's so
it's called
funny.
Life's Too Short.
Life's Too Short.
Okay.
Okay. Oh yeah, here it is. 2011 to 2013.
Yeah, I gotta watch it.
Oh yeah, here it is.
Yeah, dude, it is an amazing. It is so good. But yeah, no, Keith David, I feel like could nail that. I feel like he's so funny on that last season of Community that it arguably, like, you almost don't even care that half of the cast of the show is gone by that point. That's like how good he is.
No, I did care. I stopped watching Community when
You
Chevy
don't-
Chase left. I was like, I don't need this
no.
fucking shit.
No,
all
dude,
right?
I
Why?
swear to
Couldn't
you.
do it.
No, that last season is genuinely great. Like, it is, like, Keith David is so good in that show. There's a scene.
I don't
there's a
think I've
scene-
seen it. I don't
I gotta
remember.
see this.
There's a scene where it's literally, I don't even think he says anything. He just looks. I think some character says something, and then it's just a stare from Keith David that is like one of the funniest stares I have ever seen in my entire life. But yeah,
That's a
no,
talent.
shout out to Keith David and obviously Paramore as a musician. I think of David Bowie a lot when I think of like adaptable musicians, where like I can't even
Oh,
really.
yeah, he was on SpongeBob.
Was he really?
That was nuts.
That was an amazing
I
episode.
didn't know this.
It was. Yeah, he was on SpongeBob. He's a very enigmatic individual. Like I don't even really know how to classify his music genre wise. Like I really don't even know what to call Black Star or Ziggy Stardust or really any of that stuff. It's all so strange and almost genre defiant. But yeah, those are definitely other people that have come to mind. But
I have to watch Community, Chris. I'm such a big Dan Harmon fan. I still haven't watched that.
well, you haven't seen any of Community?
No, I haven't even started. And I think it would be
Oh.
so perfect. I always forget this, and then I momentarily forget, and then remember. Colin and I should do Community for Knockback.
No, please don't. Please don't. Because only the first 3 seasons are good.
The first
gotta
three
stop
seasons,
there.
the first three
Big time
seasons,
commitment.
the first 3 seasons are the best seasons. Then season 4 happens where they fired Dan Harmon, and it's a fucking disaster.
Oh, that sucks.
It is a disaster. But then it was such a disaster that even they had to admit that it was a disaster, so they brought him back for 5 and 6. And so 5 and 6 are like really like kind of fractured because of that. But there's still so many good individual, like there are so many bits from 5 and 6, specifically with Keith David, that are so good.
That's good
Like, I cannot-
incentive
It's good. Yeah, it is good
to work
incentive.
up to him. To work because I
and
love
they
him
even,
too.
They even write off season 4 in like a really the way they explain season 4 is very funny to the point where it almost makes it worth suffering through in some way. But it's a bad season. Like season 4 is very not.
You gotta take
Like,
the
it's-
good with the bad, though. It's like Game of Thrones. Like you gotta see it through. You know what I mean? With Community comes in the middle, so it's strange. But Kyle,
Yeah.
Allison Brie, like I sell you on some Allison Brie. She's
I
in
mean,
Oh, dude, I love.
Yeah.
I have such a crush on Allison Brie.
it. Everybody has a
dude,
crush
it was
on
like
Allison.
she's a celebrity crush of mine too. But like it's funny because you wouldn't remember. She watched an episode of one of the shows we did, Kind of Funny, about her and tweeted about it. And like
you told me about this.
And it was like a big deal to us because we were like, holy shit, she actually watched us talk about her. That's so strange. Cause she's awesome. And she's actually just really talented. My old roommate, Scott Bromley, I think they went to Cal Arts.
Did she go to Cal Arts? That makes sense. Okay.
And something like that. And so he was familiar with her too. But obviously I was first familiar with her from Mad Men, but
Mad Men, sure.
the show she did, what was it about? Glow.
Glow. Yep.
That was
Glow. Yeah, I
that
love-
show
I
was
love
dope,
Glow.
dude. Yeah,
Yeah, it was super good.
yeah, it was really good.
That was her and what was it? What's his name? Why am I blanking on his name? Mark Maron was in that, wasn't he?
Oh yeah, he is Mark. Yeah, Mark
Yeah,
Maron.
he
That's
is.
exactly right. Yeah, he's like the old like gruff manager. I totally forgot about that. Yeah,
I ran into Mark Maron like a couple months ago.
You're kidding me.
Like, yeah, it was the strangest. It was like a complete. I hated that interaction, by the way. Like, it was just a very not good interaction because I was walking into my friend's building, and it was like one of those buildings where it's like you have to wait for like he doesn't have a buzzer system in the building for whatever
Oh.
reason, or like he doesn't know how to use it. I don't blame him for that, by the way. I never figured out how to work my buzzer ever.
Me neither. Not where I ever lived did I know what I was doing with that thing.
Never. Not what. There was always one available. There was some way to like hook your number up to the buzzer.
Your phone, and then you get a phone call. I still get phone calls sometimes from Santa Monica of someone trying to like.
That's
I never figured out how to do it. But so like I was waiting for him to come down. He's like he's the kind of guy that you have to tell like, hey, I'm here, but like you're 5 minutes away. Because you know it's gonna take him like a hot fucking
totally
like an eternity to get down the stairs or whatever. So like I got there and I was waiting for him to come down, and I saw somebody coming out of the building, and I was like, oh, I'm just gonna take this opportunity. So I like sprinted at him to get through, and it was Mark Maron coming out of the building, and I looked at him and I was like, and then I kept going because I was just like, I'm not gonna have a conversation with this guy.
Did you see his reaction at least?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Wait, what happened?
Did you see his reaction at least?
Yeah, he looked so tired, but I also think Mark Maron looks tired in general. Like he just has a tired aura about him. So I couldn't tell if that was real. I can't tell if he's like frustrated. He seems like a Larry David like figure though, in the sense that like I don't imagine that he would enjoy being approached.
Yeah.
So like I was just like, oh, I noticed it. I was like, oh, you look familiar, and then I said, oh, out loud, and then I was like, eh. I think I did. Which actually might have seemed way more disrespectful because I think he saw me go, oh, and then I just walked away.
Not worth my time. I know who you are.
Yeah,
I'm not worth my time.
He was with like his daughter or something, or like some younger family member. It seemed. So I was just like, I'm not gonna.
It's probably his wife.
What was I? Is Mark? Is his podcast was huge at one point? Is it still?
He's still going, I think.
Yeah,
I think so.
I know Ramon's a big fan of his.
He
does a really interesting thing. I don't know if he still does this, but I looked at his. I like looking at the way different people monetize their content, and his content is monetized, I think, where they protect like the newest episodes, but then like after a year or so, everything just goes into this back catalog where you can't get it unless you're a member at all. Which I think is so interesting because there probably is a way to make more money doing that, actually. Like, You don't get any money on old videos and old podcasts, really. So what stops you from just deleting them after a year and then putting them in this like boutique service where people would have to subscribe for the back catalog? I wouldn't do that, but I think it's interesting.
I'm smart in that model for him because he's always talking to celebrities and famous people.
Right, exactly. Yeah, so it's not necessarily time sensitive. Yeah,
sure.
That's true too.
Yeah.
Anyway.
And I've never heard of this person, and I Googled him, and I don't know who this is. So I'm not trying to actually call him a pedophile. I want to be clear on that. All right. I don't know who the fuck this is. I Googled his face. He just kind of reminds me of Ramon. I have never seen this man in my life. So that joke I made earlier, that's not based in reality. All right. Yeah. I have no idea who this person is.
He's in Glow. He has the show, and he has a couple specials. I like Mark Maron reasonably enough. I wouldn't say that I'm like a fan or anything, but like I definitely like have seen enough of his material and enjoyed it to be like, oh yeah, cool.
Yeah,
I recognize you.
Same.
Cool. Weird that you're coming out of my friend's building.
It's very Larry nice David though. You're right, Chris. Like that, kind of known for that neuroticism. I think he's got kind of battled with drugs, unlike Larry David. Like he's definitely been down some dark roads with addiction. But he's very vocal.
He talks about it. He has like a very dark style of comedy, which I identify with in some way. Like, but it's funny that you say, because I think recently, and we'll get off this, but like there's a top, because you mentioned that like, or I mentioned like, oh, it's like Larry David. He doesn't like to be approached. A big story, or not a big story, but like some story happened recently with like Anthony Mackie, where like some lady went up to him and like was like, all he said was like, no. And then she was like upset. She was like upset that like he didn't want to give her his time. And it was like this whole thing about like, oh, Anthony Mackie's an asshole. And it's like, don't leave people alone.
Yeah.
It was like when Kesha tried to hug Jerry Seinfeld.
I love that.
And he like did not want to hug her. And people were upset. And it's like, reverse the roles and tell me that if a man wanted to hug a woman and she said no, that you'd be like, that's rude. All right. It's like, he doesn't want to hug you. You get to fuck off. There's a whole episode about the man not wanting to hug people.
Yeah, there literally
and you
is.
just think, I'm just gonna go hug the guy.
Yeah, there literally is an entire Seinfeld episode dedicated to Jerry Seinfeld not wanting that exact interaction to happen with people that he knows, kind of. So like, let alone like complete strangers.
And I just love that he clearly, I don't even think he knew who Kesha was,
No, I don't
which
think
makes
so
it
either.
even funnier. This is like the peak of her popularity. And he's just like, I don't know who this homeless woman is, but get her away from me. Why aren't the handlers stopping her? Was like his reaction basically of like, why is she allowed to approach me? Because she did look homeless for that TikTok era of things where her hair was all bird nesty and whatever. I love Kesha.
TikTok, the song, not the app.
Exactly. I know I'm old enough. I got to specify. And she's talking about P. Diddy. And now we're going to be like, asterisk. When I say waking up like P. Diddy, I didn't know he was doing all that. That's not what I was singing about.
I didn't know he was.
And was she?
He was a little Epstein over there.
Yeah.
P. Diddy, Sean Diddy Combs.
You know who I thought of when you were talking about the various musicians too? I don't know. I don't know if this one fits, but I think he's just so appealing. Jack Black, right? Like if you talk about the music and the acting,
totally.
He's a guy. Like he has a very specific style. Like he's not one of those actors like a Steve Carell or a Robin Williams or a Bob Odenkirk or a Bryan Cranston who did the comedy and the drama in equal footing. You know what I mean? Could do either super well. He definitely has a very specific style of acting, but it's just so damn appealing. And then of course, just being a talented musician, super good.
School
but you know what?
It was crazy. When I found out that he could sing, I remember being like, what? The fuck is going on? And then Tenacious D is like, huh?
Yeah.
So good.
It was seeing that is such a jar. That would be like finding out like Mike Myers is in like Rage Against the Machine or something. It'd be like such a baffle. Like, why are these do not lend to each other well at all, but like it's amazing that it's free. He just did that what is it, that Hit Me Baby One More Time by Britney Spears.
I heard about this.
For the Kung Fu Panda movie or whatever the fuck, and it's so good.
So good.
Well, if you haven't seen The Holiday, starring Jude Law and Jack Black, that's an example of him going a little more into drama, because it's like
and Kate Winslet.
It's a rom-com,
yes,
but it's very sad at times. And I remember seeing that as a kid and being like, this is a Jack Black movie? Like, oh no, I really liked it.
Is that with Cameron Diaz, Micah?
Yeah, Cameron Diaz, Kate Winslet, Jude Law. Haven't heard from him in 15 years, but
that's my man crush.
That's Jack Black going a little dramatic, and it was good.
You're right.
Very good.
That's when they swap houses, right? They swap locations, and then they kind of like from England to LA, and then they kind of meet. They kind of strike up romances in their respective new locations, right?
Yeah, I think that was the gist of it. It's been many years since I've seen it, but he was great in that performance. And yeah, that was just one of like, this guy's got some range. He's definitely leans into being funny, especially the physical comedy. Like he was in the live action Gulliver's Travels, which was playing at the nail salon recently when I went.
Playing at the nail salon.
Oh my God, no. One day I went in and I caught the end of B Movie, and then they switched it over to Dune. All right. Like you never know what's going to be on at the nail salon.
What a downgrade to go from B Movie to Dune.
Exactly. B Movie's fucking awesome. I wanted to be like, start that one again. All right. I saw B Movie in theaters. All right. It's a fucking amazing movie.
That was Seinfeld's only cinematic feature film thing for a long time. Now he's got that serial movie out, right?
Yeah, the Unfrosted
Pop-Tart movie.
So
Pop-Tart
weird.
movie.
I don't know what the hell's going on. Anyway. Yeah.
Well, that was fun. Chris, are you satisfied? That was your topic, my friend.
I am satisfied. That went in so many different directions that I was not expecting, which is perfect. It's exactly,
that sounds like Constellation.
It's exactly what I figured. But yes, I am satiated.
Wonderful.
All right, my friends. As promised, Kyle goes third. He's keeping it video game adjacent with his topic, a topic near and dear to my heart. Kyle, if you will.
Yeah, I'll take it away. And I'll be quick because we have to leave in probably 1 hour and 25 minutes.
You got a hard out.
I got a hard out today.
Oh.
And we went so long on the baseball diatribe. When I was getting ready to come back, because we take a break in between the two segments so we can upload everything. I was thinking, I'm like, how the fuck did we get on that? And I was like, oh, it was because you said you're going third. I said, I'm going to lay a bunt down. Or
So
no,
I'll tell-
Micah was going to go first. She was going to lay a bunt down. Then we got on this like whole baseball diatribe.
It's crazy how that one
What felt like hours.
that one word completely derailed the entire start of the show.
So
But Kyle,
with that
also
in mind,
don't feel like you need to. I could keep mine short as well, so don't feel like you have to
Well, dude-
artificially shorten your topic.
This
Go ahead, Chris.
I feel like the show is meant to be derailed in some way. Like it's almost the purpose of Constellation in some way.
100%.
yeah, I agree. I agree.
Agreed.
So usually it wouldn't be a problem because I wouldn't care, but I do actually have to go somewhere, which is very unusual.
Tonight.
No, I don't.
He's
have a
wearing
date.
his new jeans. You haven't even worn
No.
these jeans yet. He's
All right,
wearing
man.
new
No,
jeans.
I'm wearing my new jeans.
Just gotta go. I gotta go meet
The
Jeb.
good butt jeans.
I gotta go meet you. All right, this is what I want to talk about today. I was thinking about games, and I was, as I often do, and I was looking at numbers. It's the end of the fiscal year for a lot of companies now. We don't really have their numbers yet, but I was looking at last year's numbers, cumulative numbers, and there's this interesting thing that I think is dissonant in cumulative revenue for games companies that I don't think people realize based on the dominance culturally of one company. PlayStation is the most valuable gaming brand in the world, and they made $27 billion in revenue with a low margin. And then Tencent, Chinese Tencent, 25 million, and then Microsoft with Activision and Bethesda now are at 25 million as well. Nintendo is in fourth place from here, and it falls all the way down to $13.9 billion in revenue. And I was thinking, how in your mind has Nintendo maintained such dominance culturally while they have, and I'm not even being sarcastic, 5 times the cultural relevance of PlayStation, something like that, and make half the amount of money? Now they make more in net revenue per dollar spent. Their margins are very high, but I find it fascinating that a company like this can have such an outsized influence to this day, to the point where I think people would be genuinely surprised by how quote unquote little they make compared to their competitors. And that it's even more interesting. We have 2 of the hosts of our Nintendo show punching up here, but I think it's even more interesting that they basically do this with no meaningful, substantial third-party presence. Now, what I mean by that is there are a shit ton of games on Switch, but many of them are just indie games. Some of them meaningful, a lot of free-to-play games, all that, which is meaningful, but a lot of subpar ports of third-party games, if you get that at all. And so they make this much money and command this much influence all by themselves with no help. Sony's revenue is heavily driven by the likes of Genshin Impact and Fortnite. Now this is on Switch too, but all of these games taken combined that are just, Nintendo is really the most isolated place to play games right now to the major 4 platforms when you think about the totality of what maybe you have access to, which I think is surprising but true. And a lot of people also say that Nintendo's store is the worst of them all in terms of flooded bullshit all over it, which is surprising considering how bad PSN is. And of course, maybe Steam would be the worst of the worst, but in terms of the 3 console manufacturers. So I wanted to just kind of get your guys' thoughts on this. Like, how do they do this? You would think that they were the biggest company in gaming. They were for a while. It's not so much the case anymore, but like the nomenclature, Nintendo shorthand. Atari, Nintendo, Xbox, I feel like and PlayStation to a degree are these names that have been bandied around, or maybe your Sega, you playing your Sega. But I don't know. This is what was on my mind recently as I was looking at these numbers in preparation for the financials that are going to be coming in the coming weeks to see like who's making what and how much more or less they'll be making, because some of these numbers will be flat or even down. And that's to be expected. Nintendo's revenue last year was down year over year, and it'll probably be down again. They don't have a new platform. But Dig, how do they do it? Like what is this outsized influence that they command? Another interesting thing to throw it over to you, Dig. No one sells games like this as a first party. Animal Crossing New Horizons, 45 million copies. Smash Brothers
crazy.
Ultimate, 34 million copies. Breath of the Wild, 32 million copies. Odyssey, 28. Pokemon Sword and Shield, 26. And so on and so forth. Super Mario Party, 20 million. Ring Fit Adventures. Like these are the numbers now where Sony would be like thrilled and does occasionally get to these numbers.
Yeah.
And Nintendo gets to these numbers with Ring Fit Adventure and Luigi's Mansion 3. Luigi's Mansion 3 has sold 14 million copies. Spider-Man 2 has sold 10 million copies.
It's incredible. Incredible.
there's a major imbalance here. It's incredible. So yeah, what are your thoughts on this? Is loyalty, I guess, would be one of the answers, right?
Oh, but I mean, yeah, but they command loyalty. You know, I mean, especially if you're paying attention, especially if you go in for that sort of thing. You know, my love affair with Nintendo goes back to that little gray box in 87, 88. And it's kind of never stopped. I mean, it's one of the reasons I wanted to do Punching Up and why I was sad to leave Punching Up. Although I imagine I'll be back if the
you're emeritus, as we've noted, you know.
Yeah. I'm fascinated with them as a company, and you know, it's a confluence of things. I mean, it's high standards, it's a commitment to quality, it's an insistence on creativity, it's a consistency, it's a philosophy of fun, it's a willingness for innovation. I think the only reason their share isn't even bigger, and it's purposeful, is because they largely don't go in for a lot of online multiplayer. And there's a certain sort of sector of the market that still sees them unfairly so, I think, in a lot of ways, as a kids brand. You know, those are the two things that keep that dollar figure into the billions of teens billions instead of larger than that, you know, but they're satisfied and there's an integrity there. And I mean, I think what's interesting is I always think about Nintendo and Disney in the same breath for some reason, but I realized this morning as I was jotting down some notes, it feels like Nintendo is really in this sort of sweet spot, hitting on all cylinders. It feels like Disney must have felt in the mid 60s before Walt passed away, before he got sick and passed away, in that they're kind of in this spot of I think their whole philosophy is delivering superb entertainment, beloved by the masses, maintaining a singular vision aimed at being a beloved brand, but more so delivering beloved franchises. And now we're seeing an era where they're delving and dipping their toes into other media and the theme parks and everything. But I think as long as they don't lose sight of their foundation, and if they avoid becoming too divested by buying up other corporate entities and thereby partially losing their own identity and sacrificing that independence, I think they'll be totally fine. I think they could stay in this really mid 60s Disney sweet spot where they're just great at what they do. They know exactly what their mission is. They're kind of down to deliver. And I think as long as they kind of stay the course, you know what I mean? I think 2025 and 2026 are going to be, you think this is a banner year? Like, it's going to get nuts with Nintendo. And I'm proud of them. And I know they irritate a lot of people. I know they put off a lot of people with their corporate shenanigans and being so litigious and all that kind of thing. But they're really a fascinating company. I think what I love about them the most is that if you look at Nintendo as a company, just as long as I've been paying attention, I'm not even talking about delving back to the Hanafuda card days and everything like that. I'm saying since the 80s, there's something really cool there, which reflects not only a fascinating history, but also a willingness to fail in the name of invention and evolution and growth and change. I mean, they had a lot of successes, but they also did the Virtual Boy. You know, we also had to live through the Wii U era, which I think gets a little bit hyperbolic, but the Wii U era was them feeling like they were behind the pace a little bit, you know? So for all their success, they've also had anomalies. You know, there's been blips on the radar, and there's been, you know, periods of time where we were kind of saying like, all right, these, you know, it seems like this is going to be a software market. Like, they're going to get out of hardware. They're going to be making, eventually they're going to have to sort of acquiesce and develop software for PlayStation or whatever. So to look at them now we talked about that a lot on Punching Up, is really fascinating. And yeah, I really do think it must be a hard balancing act, because they're a enormous corporate financial entity where being in the black and being profitable is very important, but there's also a rare level of creativity and I think autonomy for the creatives like Miyamoto that you don't see a lot in corporate, you know, outside of, I would say, those rare things like Pixar, you know, where it's just like they're kind of built on being leaders in terms of creativity, and they always have been. And like them or love them, maybe it's not your flavor of game, but yeah, there's just something about it, especially for their first party IP, where it's not only shepherded, it's like there's just something almost magical in how intuitive it is at this point. And yeah, they're just fascinating to watch. Although I know a lot of people get angry with them and get confounded by some of the things that they do, but I just think it's unbelievable. It's a company like no other, really.
Yeah, it's well said. They've benefited in some way from it. Like, it's funny. There were distractions after they split with Sony early in the 90s. Sony killed Sega as far as being a console manufacturer. And I think that Nintendo was next in some sense. And I think that Microsoft getting involved distracted PlayStation sufficiently, even though both of them were outsold sufficiently during that generation of PlayStation 2 with GameCube and the original Xbox. I think this like new brand, thankfully for Sony, I think in some sense came in and gave them a whole nother set of things to worry about and think about, and stopped them from going full bore into more traditional creative gaming where they would have fought with Nintendo more heartily in the PlayStation 2 era. That would have put them in more danger, allowing them to kind of get out with the Wii and all of that. And then they just benefited a great deal from circumstances, and it's good because they're a vital company, in my opinion. Chris, what are your thoughts here? We do our PlayStation podcast, but you play more Switch than I do. I played more Switch when it came out. I don't play it at all anymore. So yeah. I'm kind of out of it. I watch Micah play, which is sufficient for me. I'm not, and I'll occasionally play like a game on Nintendo Online, like one of the classic games.
Yeah, I haven't played the Switch in a hot minute. I think since Tears of the Kingdom, I think. So it's been a while. But I mean, I do think a lot of it, and maybe this is cynical. I don't necessarily think it. I don't think of it in a cynical way, but I do think it really does come down to the fact that they've just been around the longest out of all of the companies that are currently relevant today. I feel like it works in the same ways that religions do in some way, where it's like the older they are, the more valid they are. And if somebody came out tomorrow, it's like, hey, I got a new religion, you'd laugh at it. You know, you'd be like, "What the hell are you talking about?" That's what that's what I like to think of as that's what Stadia is. You know what I mean? Google Stadia is like some guy coming. It's like, "Hey, I got a new idea for like Mormonism," and it's like, we don't need another one. We already got Mormonism. We're fine. We don't need that. But if Google Stadia was around for like, you know, as long as Nintendo's been around, like you'd have people fucking ride or die for Google Stadia. You know, if for whatever reason we lived in a parallel timeline where like that's how video games manifested through like streaming, and it was like Stadia and some other like streaming services, you'd have people today who were like, dude, oh my God, what is that Stadia magic? I do think obviously it does come down to like the software and the company culture and all that stuff. Not that stuff isn't unimportant for sure. But I do think a lot of it just comes down to the fact that it's like, dude, like Nintendo's been ingrained with like ever since I was a kid. You know, when I was really, really young, Atari was not synonymous with video games. Like, we did not think of the Atari as the first console. We thought of the Nintendo as the first console. And, you know, we thought of Atari as like, I don't know, a publisher maybe. Or like maybe they almost like those Game & Watch figures, or not figures. Those like those, I don't even know what the hell they're called. Like my grandmother would give them to me. It was like my grandmother's idea of like what a video game was. It was like this one dedicated piece of plastic with a screen.
Is it the Tiger Electronics one? Like Tiger?
Yeah, something like that with the rubber buttons.
Yeah.
Like that's what Atari was to me. It was just like, I guess they make stuff, I guess, but like they're not synonymous with video games in the same way that Nintendo is. And like I remember growing up and older family members of mine, when I was playing the PlayStation, be like, hey, get off the Nintendo and you know, come help me with this. And it's like, it's not a Nintendo, Mom. And then eventually it became the
Ouya.
Xbox. Eventually it became the Xbox.
Xbox.
Right.
Eventually everything became an Xbox. Like mom said, it's my turn on the Xbox, and that whole thing. But I do think just like when you're that storied and you have that much history and you've been around for that long, you kind of inherently build yourself into. You kind of inherently build yourself into the culture, especially when you build yourself in the way into the culture in the way that Nintendo did, because they approach it from such a kid-friendly angle that it kind of ensures that, you know, people come in early, and even if they leave, you know, that those games are eventually going to be passed down to, like, you know, younger siblings or, you know, your kids at some point, because like what you're not going to throw your 7-year-old into fucking you know, World of Warcraft or something. Like, it's probably not going to happen. You're probably or like your 5-year-old into you know, Dota. You know, you're gonna throw them into, you know, here's Mario, here's, I don't know, Tetris, here's fucking something that you can wrap your head around, that you can like kind of get the basics of what this is. That's how I learned. I remember playing the NES was my first console, and I remember playing Mario 1 with the Duck Hunt split on the cartridge. I remember playing Excite Bike. I remember playing Shadow of the Ninja, which we've talked about on the show on Sacred Symbols before.
New one coming soon.
The TMNT
That's right.
game. These were all games that I had, and I remember playing them like really, really, really deeply. And I jumped from that to the PS1, and that was a monumental jump. That was almost like mind bending. what was going on, but I think like when you have an approachable brand that functions as not only an entry level, but like a good gateway. And you have on top of that the storied history of having been around longer than everybody else. You kind of inherently build yourself into this magical kind of atmosphere where it's like, yeah, they can, even if they do wrong, they can do no wrong, kind of. Like when they had the party chat app on their phone, which was basically just calling people. And then, like, that was supposed to be like some revelatory thing. It's like, ooh, we've got Nintendo party chat. It's like, no one cares because, you know, they're going to put out a game in 3 months that my kids are probably going to play. And that's what it is, I think.
Yeah, they're synonymous. They're like the Xerox of video games. I'm playing Nintendo. But you know what? There's also a flip side to that, I feel like, Chris. I don't know if you agree, but it's entertainment. It's not just gaming, but that whole sentiment of what have you done for me lately? You know, you're only as good as your latest game, your latest offering.
Yeah.
In Nintendo's case, it's software or hardware. So to continue that relevance, that momentum, and that space is hard because you got to keep up, you know, history and looking back. Like, we're nostalgic about the Atari 2600, but it stopped for them and Nolan Bushnell and Atari, and then he divested into Chuck E. Cheese or did whatever he did. Nintendo
so
kept
crazy.
going, console generation, decade after decade. So that's tough to do. The kid thing is interesting. I would say I like when Nintendo is being family friendly. I think that works for them. I think there is a difference between family friendly and kid friendly, though. Yeah. And I think they're strongest when they're really pushing that family friendly thing, because that it's not an affront to any. It's inclusive. It's kind of all inclusive, I guess. You know?
I also think that there's some aspect of it where, like, the Switch is it's so games centric in a way that the other machines aren't. Like, I do think obviously PlayStation, the PS5 and Xbox Series consoles are like really great, you know, game playing machines. But more often than not, even when I'm playing games like really, really intently, I'm using my Xbox and my PlayStation largely to, I don't know, play Spotify while I'm cleaning, or like, you know, put YouTube on while I'm eating, or like I'll watch an entire season of Curb, or I'll watch, you know, the Fallout show on Prime or whatever. It's like, it's a multimedia device in a way that the Switch has the capacity to be, but isn't really. Like, I don't know anybody who really uses the Switch as their multimedia station.
True.
Really.
Good point.
Because it sucks. I try to watch YouTube on Switch, and it's garbage. Like, the YouTube app on Switch is terrible. And it's just, and it's like, how did you fuck this up? It's just not a good like iteration of YouTube.
I think it works to their benefit in some way, because it's a machine that is so, like, this is video games. If you are using your Switch, it is for video games. Like, there's really no other reason that you're going to be using it. And that kind of, there is something to that where, like, I don't think multimedia capacity necessarily robs a platform of a feel. I don't necessarily think that that's true. I don't think that's like, I don't think you could do a study and find that's literally true. But at the same time, I do kind of feel that there is some semblance of like, I don't want to say sterilization necessarily, but like when you use your Xbox and your PlayStation in the same way for the same things, there is an absence of identity in some way there. I wouldn't have it any other way. I wouldn't necessarily want them to be like, hey, get rid of like multimedia platforms or like get rid of like all the streaming apps on these consoles because you're robbing the platform of a feel. Like, that's stupid. I would never want that. But I do think there is something to the Nintendo ecosystem where like at all points throughout your entire time interacting with that ecosystem, it is purely about the games and it is about nothing other than that. I think that probably is something. I can't prove that. And I don't even know if that necessarily makes sense. But to me, it rings true to me. It's like, yeah, that probably does psychologically do something when like every time you engage with this ecosystem and this machine, it is always with the intent to play something, as opposed to everything else, which is, you know, so multifaceted and thankfully so. You know, just doesn't have that same, you know, a console is in some way just, it's a way for me to play games, but it's also a way for me to make my smart TV not so slow.
Yeah, it's a great point.
Definitely. I use my PS5 with multimedia machine like crazy. Micah, where are you on this? What are your thoughts on Nintendo's kind of, we know they're dominant, but the numbers don't suggest that, you know, you would think they're the biggest company in the world in gaming and they're not. So where does this come from?
Yeah, a couple things come to mind. And when you were reading, you know, the sales list for those games, where my mind went was, it's not what these games have. It's what they don't have, which is blacks and ugly women. All right. That's what Nintendo's not throwing into their games. All right. But on a more serious note, the first thing that comes to mind is just the fact that Nintendo caters to the handheld market. I loved the Vita. It's a fantastic device. PlayStation let it die, and they're done with it. If it ever came back, much like PSVR 2, I don't have confidence that they're actually going to really put their all behind this thing. I just don't have faith in them to really put their all behind a handheld again and give it a fair shot. So in my mind, Nintendo, firstly, their long-term relevance is in large part because they are one of the last like reliable handhelds. Yes, Steam Deck exists. Can you imagine though your mom buying you a Steam Deck and knowing what the fuck that is and helping you put games on it and like, I mean, just one of those things of like, this is easy because I certainly play a lot on Switch, and the majority of third-party games that I play, if they're on Switch, with reason, all right? I'm not playing Witcher 3 on Switch. That's going to be trash, okay? I'm talking things like Tactics Ogre and Unicorn Overlord, games that make sense to play there. I'm not a crazy person who thinks that you should play some of these titles over there. The Batman Arkham, Switch edition, garbage.
10 frames.
Okay? Don't play those.
That's brutal.
But the games that make sense, I play on Switch because I love playing handheld, and they are just an easy way to play these games. Just plug in the cartridge, just download the game from the eShop. Is the eShop full of weird visual novels? Absolutely. There's a lot of trash in there, but you go in and with knowing what you're searching for, you'll get out of there alive. But it just is, that's number one for me, is that it's a reliable handheld. I love handheld gaming. I miss playing on Vita. I adored the 3DS. So that's number one for me, is just the actual form factor that they are allowing me to still play games this way, in a way that I prefer, in a way that allows me to still spend time with Colin while like we kind of share the space, versus me having to play on the upstairs TV and him on the downstairs TV. It's like we can still be in the same room together doing our independent activities, and handheld gaming allows me to do that. The other thing that comes to mind for me, and this is less about games being like kid friendly, but I mean in terms of something like Unicorn Overlord, for example, has a lot of like dramatic themes and is, in general, I would say like not appropriate for children. But Nintendo games, games available on their platform generally feel safe. And what comes to mind for me in that is that The Last of Us 2, for example, a big reason why I didn't play that when it came out was because of the pandemic and feeling very anxious all the time and just saying like, I don't want to play this right now. I don't want to play what I'm being told is one of the most depressing games of all time. I'm going to play Animal Crossing. Fuck that. All right, I'm going to stay over in Nintendo Land where everything's colorful and blue skies and Mario's here. Everything's fucking great over here. And I don't need to know what is going on, over there. That stuff is scary. I don't need those emotions right now. Nintendo, not only with the nostalgia from being a kid, but just in general, their first party catalog being games that just are colorful, cozy, these games that you can play anytime and not feel like you're risking, I'm going to spiral after I play this, because I'm feeling a little depressed today. Let's see if this sends me over the edge. That's just not going to happen with Nintendo games. It's just, for me, that's the two big things that come to mind is the fact that they let me play handheld with a variety of different games. I love my JRPGs. I love these games that are 60, 80, 100 hours, but handheld is what allows me to finish those games with some, relative efficiency. And just where else can I do that besides a Steam Deck? I know it exists, but I don't want to pay for that. And the thing's huge. All right. I have small woman hands. All right. I'll say it. I don't want to play on that thing. It's fucking ridiculous. It's cool.
The Steam Deck is the best thing that I paid for because it was free for me. But yeah, there is something to that where there is just an environment of like coziness to it. Where it's like Mario is sitting there. It's like, hey, it's me, Mario. Don't go over there where the demons are. Come here, where everything's pastel. You said something about handheld stuff that I didn't consider because I'm so rarely in that ecosystem. And I guess because every time I played the Switch, I didn't like the handheld mode because the Joy-Cons feel so weak. And I always feel like I'm going to fucking bend the thing in half or something. So I always play on console. But like, yeah, you're right. Like they really are kind of the only remaining reliable handheld video game like provider really that you could trust will continue to support the thing. I guess outside of Steam Deck technically because like it's just Steam, so like it's by definition like mega supported, but that is something where I almost, it's so strange because I didn't even necessarily consider the fact that like, oh yeah, this is like the Switch is more of like a 3DS than it is a Wii, in the sense that it's like a handheld, it's a primarily handheld machine. Like that's how I see it advertised. Yeah. That's how I see it marketed.
100%.
Like you can play it on the TV and that's cool, but it's never going to look as good as like you can't. It's almost ideal that you play it on a handheld because it's a smaller screen, so it's not going to look
makes
so
it look
fun.
better.
Right. Yeah.
And
that's something.
No, I agree with that. And I mean, just in terms of graphics, I think too, Nintendo, they stick with what they know. They're not trying to make the most realistic faces. I don't want to see Rosalina's pores. Okay, I don't want Rosalina to be so realistic that her face is sweating. Like with that, what was wrong with Joel and Ellie, and they kept sweating.
They kept sweating. That was dying on Sacred Symbols. That was literally so dying. It was on the PC version of The Last of Us Part 1.
I don't need.
I want to see them do a tech demo of like this is Yoshi in 4K. Look at the beads of sweat pouring down his fine reptilian cheeks.
Yeah, it should never go past the Mario movie. Like that should be the graphic fidelity.
Yeah, that should be
exactly.
The height. Yeah.
I think leaning into the DreamWorks quality, of Nintendo things and just saying like, yeah, this is what we're good at. This is what we're able to accomplish. We don't have the most powerful hardware, but we have games that are fun to play that still have great little stories. That part just matters to me. And when I look at something like the PlayStation Portal, which is a really cool device, but it's so fucking weird that it's like, oh, it only works if your PlayStation's hardwired basically. And it's like, there's all these caveats to it of like, yeah, this thing could be really cool to use. It's a little bit of a bitch to set up. You got to have your PlayStation plugged into the internet. It's just not easy. And Switch is just as easy as it gets. It's one of those, like when I think about just why is this popular? Why do people, why is the Switch Lite so popular? All those things. It's like at the end of the day, it's game centric, like you said, because the YouTube app sucks and there's not a lot of options for other apps anyways.
I don't even think there is I don't even think like HBO Max or anything.
No, I don't even know if they have
any
Netflix.
of those.
I don't know.
Netflix is not on there. I remember specifically because like I have my Switch hooked up to a CRT in my living room.
Oh wow!
Because I'm not going to plug it into the 4K. It's what the fuck.
Yeah.
So I have it plugged into the CRT, and I remember being like, oh, I kind of want to play Destiny, but I kind of want to watch like I don't know, maybe put on like Seinfeld on the TV or something. And and I was really excited because I was like, oh, Seinfeld on the CRT. It would be kind of fun to see. And then there was no Netflix app. I was like, wow, that's interesting. But it's interesting to me that there is no Netflix app.
Yeah, it is. It is because remember the Wii had a Netflix app running off of disc, and it was like one of the most popular ways to watch Netflix for many years, years.
Yes,
that's how I watched. Yeah,
and the Wii U.
I watched all of Breaking Bad on the Wii.
What?
Which I totally forgot about that.
And it's fun. It's funny. Dave, when I came in, I mean, this was years ago now, but I used to come visit you to record Knockback, but. I remember 2018, 2019, like your wife was using the PS3 to watch Netflix.
Yeah.
And I remember coming downstairs and be like, are you using a PlayStation 3? Like that was a PS3 control,
was in the box. Yeah.
It's so funny. Like, and that was also off of it. I think they eventually made it. Do you guys remember that Xbox had the exclusive rights to Netflix streaming?
Yeah.
And so to get around it, Sony had to put it on a disc.
Oh, yes.
And that was also the reason why it was a disc on Wii. And then I remember getting the disc for my PS3 in the mail and being like, yes. And I think the first thing I watched was like, there was all sorts of weird shit available, remember, in the beginning. And I think like Showtime had their stuff on there. So I watched like Weeds and or something and the Tudors.
Such an era. You know what's funny? I don't think it's gonna, I don't know with the new Switch 2, Super Switch. I'm not sure as a multimedia streaming machine, it's gonna change. I don't know if they're gonna, I think they should. I think it would be smart. It would only help. Now, I don't know how cost prohibitive it's gonna be.
I don't know what I don't know what they're going to do. Jaffe and I were talking about that where we were talking specifically about achievements. And I'm like, they're so far beyond now that it's intentional. And I wonder if it's just the thing where it's like, we're simply never, ever, ever going to do it. Because I expect that they're not going to do it.
They can't change it now.
I remember the first machine I thought was going to get it was a 3DS. I was like, oh yeah.
That would have made sense, actually. That would have been a good transition point.
And then the Wii U, and then when the Switch came, and I was like, "Come on, dude,
this is Chris's."
And it was clear it's because it's like
meets stubbornness.
Yeah, it's like they don't. Yeah. I think it's stupid personally not to do that because I actually
don't want it. We don't want it. All right. No, I'm sick of this because we're not PlayStation gamers. We're Nintendo gamers, and we don't want it. I am a reformed achievement hunter, and I love playing on Switch and not feeling burdened. All right. You know how much those Riddler trophies fucked me up?
I was
watching Achievement Hunter videos for hours. All right. I did fucking getting all the flags in Assassin's Creed. I can't do it anymore.
Has Miyamoto ever waited on that? Has he ever said like, because I could see that really being opposite to their philosophy about games. Like a game is like this, like, traditional Nintendo to be however long you've been associated with it. And trophies and a reward system and all of that I think it would be kind of fascinating because it would usher in a whole new era for Nintendo. But that's where, like, yes, Nintendo of America, but you got to remember, this is a deeply seated, NOJ is a Japanese traditional, in many ways, company, I'll tell you what, even more so than that, though, I never hear anybody talking about this. And I have to say it again. For a giant corporation, there's a decisive and uncommon reverence and a value for creativity and a capacity to create novel experiences. I mean, I'm not even talking about a long time ago. During the Switch era, right? No one talks about, remember the cardboard toys that you could buy, the Labo?
Oh, the Labo,
my God, dude.
Couldn't afford them. They were too expensive.
On online multiplayer instead of doing Labo? Or Mario Kart Live Home Circuit, $200 to play like an RC. Like, it was a beautiful toy, just like Amiibos are beautiful toys. But they kind of do these things that are like, there's no corporation where you could see the wacky bohemian creative pulling all the puppet strings. And Miyamoto's voice is so like loud and adhered to in that company that you don't see things like that. You know, you just don't.
Will it become a there's a thought with Apple now that they are basically in permanent decline, like that I was listening to this on the All In podcast. I really like that show, and it's very economic minded, and because it's a lot of VC guys, and they were just saying like Apple's completely saturated. Like there's no people don't buy phones anymore the way they used to, and they haven't made anything new. Like there's no. I'm very like Steve Jobs. In other words, Steve Jobs had a material effect on Apple. We know because when he left, they almost died. And when he came back, he revived them with a series of ideas that were amazing. But there are no new ideas. They don't have a new idea at all. Like the headset is not a new idea. And the car was going to be the new idea. But that, dude, I knew people working in that thing because I knew about I've said it years ago. I was like, Project Titan. Project Titan is like what it's like this weird Apple car. That like where people were like getting, I don't know if you remember, Dave, because you're in the cars. Random people were getting poached by Apple at like GM and Ford, and people being like, why are they going to and get paid like these insane amounts of money to go to Apple, basically. And I was like, oh, they're making a car. But I wonder with Nintendo, when Miyamoto dies, like I do wonder what that means. Like Iwata dying meant something. I don't know what yet. I don't know if we've had enough time to know yet. And a lot of mistakes happened under Iwata too. But Miyamoto's made stupid mistakes too. I mean, Miyamoto made, dude. I'm not saying that. I don't think any of his game ideas are necessarily bad. It's just they all drink the Kool-Aid over there. Clearly, sometimes the Kool-Aid is really good, and sometimes the Kool-Aid is really questionable. But hopefully, they're on
the video games.
They're on like a permanent trajectory.
He just has a creative direction that's emblematic, right?
Yeah, what happens to them when he goes?
I think he's got proteges that they like poachable proteges that they don't even talk about, and I think it's more than one. 100%.
Yeah, it's funny because we used to make Andrew Goldfarb and I at IGN used to make fun of this because I don't remember the context of it. People have to go look it up, but it is a real story about like how he was riding his bike to work or something in Kyoto. I think this was during the Wii era or whatever. And they're like, oh, you can't get hurt. Like you're not allowed to ride your bike anymore. Like we'll make sure you get to work safely and like all that kind of stuff. And we were joking about it at the time because we just thought it was so funny that this man's so full of joy and love and wonder. They're like, you can't do that.
Fascinating.
You can't ride the bike. You're like the golden goose, dude.
He really
is. Put you in a padded room. And he's old and he's going to pass away at some point, sadly. I always used to joke that we had and probably still do at IGN, but when I was there many years ago, had a what do you call it? Not a eulogy.
Eulogy.
Yeah, right. An obituary.
Obituary.
An obituary, right.
We had like a series of obituaries written in the back end, and his was one of them. Like prepared, which is a very newsroom thing to do. Like real newsrooms do that. That's why newsrooms, like real newsrooms will have thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of these articles written. Like when Richard Lewis died, for instance. Right. They definitely had that ready to go. Like, cause then it's like, here's what he was in, but you only have to fill in like, and we would literally have like, he died of XXXX at the X, like details. And then it would be like his biography basically. And I do wonder, that's going to be like a big moment. He's touched everyone really. If you play video games, Nintendo, it is funny. Like Chris said, the NES is the ubiquitous console for him as a kid, but it was for me too. And I'm 10 years older than him. And the Atari was like still bubbling when I was alive in terms of the 5200 and into the PC space.
The Jaguar, is
some would call it. Dude, I wish I bought them when I had, like, you don't know what you're seeing when you're a kid. It's like, who wants this trash? Idea. Like it fucking stacked up in the corner of KB Toys for $20 a piece. Like, please take these Jaguars. Please take them. And it's like, oh my God. And they would sit there for like years, you know?
Yeah. But supposedly like funny. 1 of 5 of those were broken out of the box. Like they were just really badly made.
Such a legendary controller too. It had so many buttons on it. Do you remember the controller? It was insane.
I do.
It had like a million. It looked like a remote control, like one of those old square remote controls for TV. So I do wonder what that's going to mean because it is ubiquitous video games for me, even though I don't see, I guess my closing comment on this would be Nintendo has a flavor. It's a style. I think personally being all in on Nintendo, which I was, see, that's why I don't take many people very seriously. It's like, I was all in on Nintendo before half you motherfuckers were even playing or born on Nintendo. You know, it's like, I know Nintendo and I loved Nintendo. They are the reason that I'm here. But I think the major thing that they abandoned a long time ago, and I've really started to nail this down because I think it's 100% true, is they were the SNES and maybe the GameCube and to an extent the Wii were the last places where third-party games had any relevance in the Nintendo space outside of select indie games. So and GameCube really was the beneficiary of just cross-platform games constantly. I mean, because Xbox, GameCube, and PS2 were getting everything at the same time.
You needed to. Yeah.
And yeah, because there was really no selling on just GameCube or just Xbox. It was done like the Chronicles of Riddick and shit like that, but it wasn't common. And I feel like I need that flavor. Part of the NES's magic and the SNES's magic are all of the third-party games on the console. People are like, oh, what are some of the iconographic games on the SNES? And it's like, oh, Chrono Trigger. So it's not a Nintendo game, you know? Or you go to the NES and you're like, oh, I love Castlevania. And it's like, that's not Nintendo. You know, like much of the flavor. And see, Mario and Zelda and Kirby and whatever, Kid Icarus and all these things were like the flavoring amongst like pieces of meat that were really coming from other parts where they had to kind of limit people to even releasing so many games. And at some point they stopped. The N64 basically began the era of them really being unable to support cross-platform games generally, or they'd get worse version of games. And then they had a lot of their own exclusives, but they just weren't very compelling. And then they had to start relying more and more on themselves. And I think that that's how they ultimately came to this point, because even when they undid the shackles on like DS and Wii for a bit, it was all, people were like the shovelware. It's like carnival games and shit. Like I don't, and then you'd get games like Red Steel or something early on, but like it wasn't, Ubisoft was always there in the beginning, right? And then they'd always pull back, like with the Zombie U or whatever. Always. So I just think that it became very monochromatic from my point of view. There's no doubt that there's like an array of games under the Nintendo banner to play, from Xenogear or Xenosaga to fucking Animal Crossing to Splatoon to whatever. I mean, I know, but it's all the same flavor, and there's no viable way to play the biggest and best games over there day and date and in good quality. Like, what if you want to play Cyberpunk? What if you want to play Final Fantasy VII Remake? What if you want to play Halo? What if you want to it's like, it's a Nintendo machine. And I don't like PlayStation 5 because it's a PlayStation machine. In fact, I would argue the PlayStation 5 is the least PlayStation machine that's ever existed, because there are almost no PlayStation games.
Yeah, exclusively.
Because they don't get the, PS1, I was talking to Jaffe about this, had like, it was something insane, like 150 published games by Sony or whatever. And they've published like, 10 or something on PS5. Wow. So I like even though I am a PlayStation fan and I'm in that vertical, I actually need the agnosticism of other developers being able to flex on the machine. And that's why I'm really interested with this new Switch. Like, are they going to, they never go to the power, since really GameCube, which was a fairly powerful machine, actually, they haven't really gone in that direction.
No, you're right.
And I wonder what's going to happen. So that turns me off. And I've realized that that's part of the reason why I've so-called graduated from Nintendo in quotes, is because it's like, it's an Indian Nintendo machine, and it's kind of like a AA or an A machine. And that's cool. But I got to have third-party AAA games.
Yeah,
I gotta have my ugly women. I gotta have my blacks in the games. If they ain't there, I ain't playing it.
The more blacks, the better.
That way, Micah. I mean,
we need more blacks in our games. I have to say, it's so sad. You look outside, you see a sea of white. It's so sad.
But that's okay.
I say, I get blinded, and it's so white.
So anyway, that's where my mind was on Nintendo, and
I love it, dude. I can't argue that. I mean, third party, like a reverence for third party feels like old Nintendo, right? Konami, Capcom, Sunsoft, like the offerings from Square, like that was a big part of the equation. For a while, I bought it as trying to curate that family friendly thing. Like, we can't have this game on because, but after a while you realize, no, it's this kind of lashing out, or the strike for independence, where it's like, we're just going to do it with first party. We're going to do it without, being a robust media machine. But yeah, a return to third party would feel like vintage Nintendo to me, because, and it couldn't hurt, right? But I also wonder how much, I don't know, I wonder how much it behooves the third party software developers of the world too. I don't know.
Well, it'll be interesting. Call of Duty is coming back to Nintendo. I'm going to be so interested to see that running on presumably the next Switch, but I wonder if they're going to get it on. It would be smart as hell to get it on the old one.
That'd be amazing.
And that's that's incredible.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I see what you're saying, where it's like it is classic Nintendo to focus on third party, but I also feel like I feel like that attitude was kind of subsumed into later console generations anyway. Because when I think about exclusives, especially around the time that I was growing up, specifically in high school, when I think about the PS3 and the 360, I think about exclusives as like, third party games are like the meat of what you're playing, and then the exclusives are kind of like the seasoning in some way. It's just like there's always going to be less of it than there are going to be third party, but it's going to add some kind of flavor to your overall library, and it's going to kind of flesh out like your tastes and how you play. And so while that is a very Nintendo thing from back in the day, I feel like that just became the way that game consoles work. Like, I feel like that's just how, like, it's definitely how it works now with PlayStation 5 and Series X, where it's like there's very few exclusives, if any.
Right.
With like, and I think the only real bottleneck with them is power, because they're definitely not going to, if you're going to make, if you have 3 machines and 2 of them have basically equivalent capabilities to make like really, really great looking, really big games, and the other one doesn't, you're basically picking and choosing. It's like, do I go on 1 or do I go on 2? And I feel like most people are going to want to go on 2, because they're not going to sell on the 2 if they're going to have to build for the 1, really. And that's not necessarily like 100% true for every single game, but like generally like the big AAA games that are trying to impress you, like right off the bat, that are trying to catch your eye, outside of like indie projects, they want that power and they want that flexibility. It's not even necessarily the power; it's the flexibility that the power affords. It's like, well, I want to be able to have like a big open world and not have it run at 10 frames a second. And Nintendo's not offering that. So I'm curious with the next Switch is like, if they care enough about not having that third party slice of the pie to even address that in the first place, or if they're content doing what they've been doing. And my assumption would be that they're content doing what they've been doing.
Yeah, I would agree with you, Chris, if I had to guess right now.
If I were a betting man,
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I'll be so interested to see the new machine, what it's called and how much it costs and what it will be on it and all the rest. So yeah, that's where I'll leave it for now, because I want to leave Dagan some time to get into his final topic as well.
Real quick, what's your bet on what it's going to be called?
I think I like the Super Switch idea.
I love that.
But I wouldn't be, I'm like coin flip sure that they're just going to name it something else. I don't know. It's like Nintendo, Super Nintendo, N64, GameCube. And then you get Wii and Wii U into Switch, plus Game Boy, Game Boy Advance, and so on. And then DS, DSi, 3DS.
Yeah.
So maybe there's like a coin flip chance that they're going to go down that direction or not. But it's like, I hated the name Switch when it came out, and I still am not crazy about it. It's just what it's called. And so you just don't even think about it at a value level anymore. It's like, it's called the Switch. And after a while, you're just like, okay.
Yeah, I feel like
so it could be like a random word again, like that it's like, this is our, like Wii was like, what the fuck is this? So anyway, go ahead.
No, I just think I just think the Switch is so popular and so powerful that they can't walk away. I feel like it's a similar thing with the Wii, where it's like they probably would have named their next console after the Wii something else, but the Wii was so popular that they were like, Wii U.
Yeah,
we have to stick with Wii, because I mean, like, dude, this thing is exploding. This thing is popular. We need it, and I think the same thing is true of the DS in some way too, where it's like, well, yeah, we'll have the DSi or the 3DS, or like it was always DS there. So I think it's going to be the Super Switch. I don't think there's any reason to go, because I think they're going to want to keep that functionality. They're going to want to keep like the hybrid console going, and there's no real reason to change that. Also, I think the Super Nintendo Switch sounds kind of cool.
I love that.
I agree.
Super Nintendo Switch sounds really cool. And it's not just a nod to the 16-bit SNES. It's a nod to Super Mario Brothers. Yeah. You know what I mean? Just the word super is kind of... Kyle, just one more point, though, that you really raised an important question. Like, will the Nintendo magic die when Miyamoto dies? Miyamoto's a warlock. I know we lost the Warlocks in the past. Talk about David Bowie, right? Like,
were you going to say, is he going to die?
well, I'm saying there's those people. No, I wasn't. Let me say it differently. There's those people that you think could never die. Prince, David Bowie. We lost them, right? We think, right?
Yeah.
He's one of those dudes you would think like this guy's as close to being immortal as we're ever going to get. But when is it going to be a Steve Jobs or Walt Disney situation where inevitably the magic is dispelled once we lose this person?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think that the answer is yes, because I think that this kind of person's an enigma. You know,
is he gonna
Reggie Fils-Aimé is ready and waiting.
He's going to come back. You think
he's going to help us? Reggie will get us through anything that can come our way. I have complete faith
Reggie's a
in him.
businessman. You don't want Reggie.
Yeah, and he's doing business, and he's going to help out.
He is a businessman doing business.
He's acquired the way of the samurai, with a lot of honor.
I'll take it.
I just have full trust in Reggie that he'll make everything right.
That's an amazing statement, Micah. I've got to go back to playing Animal Crossing New Leaf on my Nintendo 3DS.
Exactly. It's exactly right. He's just like Jim Ryan. Like they're totally the same with the way they talk.
They're not the same at all. They're not the same at all. Reggie has more charisma.
They're both marketing people is what I'm saying.
He's got more charisma in his pinky finger than Jim Ryan has in that big fucking head of his. All right. And that Jim Ryan bobblehead that it's finally going away. Good riddance. All right. Goodbye, Jimbo. Don't ever come back. Let the door hit you on the way out. We hope it knocks you down.
He won't.
Wow,
angry. I didn't know you had that much anger at Jim Ryan. I thought he was fine, just fine.
I like Dagan asking, is he going to die? Because it introduces the concept of Dagan at his age just learning about the concept of death.
Wait, is he going to die?
We can lose this guy?
Everybody dies? Wait. What about my parents?
So sad.
Nintendo's going to go just like, listen, Micah, this is the argument about Apple. It's like Apple's a permanent company. It's not going anywhere. Right? But it'll never be what it was under Steve Jobs. And I think that that's probably going to be true with Nintendo. Like there are a lot of smart people there, but it's like Einstein or Da Vinci or something. Like he's that level of person in the world of games. He's like a complete mastermind, unbelievable, brilliant. Like the amount of games he's worked on and had like a hand in, and like the things that he's changed and the things he's seen through and kind of helped develop and shepherd. It's like, dude, never again, ever is that going to happen again. You can't replicate that.
No, you can't. He was put on earth to do what he did. He fell into it, the intuition, like everything about it. It's just, it's magic. It's really, it's as close as we know to magic.
Yeah. Because it's also the right person in the right company in the right place in the right time, getting the right games done. There are very brilliant people like from Ken Levine, the Kojima to others that are making games, but it's totally different.
Neil,
like this guy is just incredible. Yeah, Neil, of course.
Right.
It's just incredible. I'll be sad when that happens. I'm surprised he's still working, but
yeah,
whatever makes him happy. He seems healthy. It probably is good for his mind.
They're probably making him work.
Well, that's what we used to basically joke about was like under the facade of him getting his bike taken away, all that, like under the facade, like Miyamoto's actually like threatened with beatings and shepherding from place to place. And
they do kind of do that in Japan. They that's kind of the big conversation around Akira Toriyama when he passed was that like, man, they had him working up until the fucking end.
He really did with very little assistance or anything.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Well, that was fun, you guys. We have to sunset this one now. We had a little time. I just wanted to pitch you guys this topic. Something really interesting happened in my neck of the woods this week, and I was thinking of scams. We're in this age of internet scams. Everybody's getting scammed. I'm sure you guys have seen the phishing emails and all those type of thing. So I wanted to pitch it to you guys if you've ever been scammed or know somebody who's been scammed or these scams. But something happened in my neighborhood. I guess it was last week. I came home from dinner one night earlier this week, and he was like, "Did you hear about the scam, that couple in Warwick Township, which is right next to us?" And I said, "No, I'm going to read you guys a little blurb from the internet. This is basically what happened." And I encourage you to dig deeper because this is one of the most complex scams I've heard of to date. And you could find this story online, but I'm just going to give you the elevator pitch. I'm going to give you the blurb. In April 2024, a couple from Warwick Township, Pennsylvania, lost over $30,000 to scammers who pretended to be their child involved in a horrific car crash. The victims handed over more than 30 grand to the scammers via couriers who came to their home township police said this is a common scam and will do everything they can to try and recover the victims' lost money. They asked people to stay alert, share this information with friends and relatives, and call detectives. Blah, blah, blah. So basically, long story short, from my understanding, there was a couple who were a little older, but they had a teenage daughter. Maybe she was early in her 20s, or maybe this kid was just in their care. I'm a little unclear on that because they seemed to be an elderly couple. And I think they had sort of limited contact with the kid. Like the kid didn't live there. So turned out they got a call saying it was the chief of police. Your daughter got in a bad car accident, drunk driving, possibly a vehicular homicide situation, and posed as the various people, the police, I guess, sergeant, the lawyer, a bail bondsman, and couriers that were in charge of bailing this kid out. You know, your kid's in jail. This is what the bail is going to be. Actually was a sort of multi-layered phone, internet, actually showing up live in person thing with marked cars and everything. Got over 30 grand from these people, walked away scot-free, went, you know, they're on the lam.
Just get a job.
It's unbelievable.
This is
$30,000. Just get a job.
$30,000 in one day is pretty crazy.
That's a good take.
It is. It's like you could have put all of this work and effort into just working for 4 months or something and making 30, you know, whatever your normal fee would be.
What's that phrase where it's like the amount of effort you put into not working could just be spent having a job.
First of all, I'm offended because you guys are saying this isn't hard work, and I'm sure it takes a lot. I'm sure this.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying it's very hard work, and you should just get a job.
Right.
Instead of doing
it would be easier to get a job than to dress up as policemen and get cars with logos on them. Like all this background work is crazy.
Yeah, but a normal job, you don't get to go on a little caper.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true. I haven't pulled a caper in a very long time.
It's been years since my last caper. I think generally, like, I don't know, man. Like I hear about things like this, and it's always like older people getting fooled by like AI. And this is like, look, man, I have a lot of sympathy for the elderly. We've talked about this on a recent episode of something. But like, I do have to say, I see these things every so often where it's like, kids don't know how to read maps. And they don't know how to write in calligraphy no more. They don't know how to do cursive S's. And it's like, you don't know what your kid sounds like. Like you're getting fooled.
That's what I wanted to tell you guys. There's another component to this. So Helene filled me in on this. I didn't read this, but supposedly they used AI. There was some sort of AI in the offing to mimic the daughter's voice.
Of course.
Right.
And supposedly sounded. Now, I don't know why. My first thing was, why didn't they cross-reference by just calling this girl's cell phone?
Fucking son or daughter. Like call the people. Like
there should have been some. I think there was some scouting involved in finding somebody who was going to be gullible enough to fall for all this. That's part of the scam.
Well, right? That's all of it too. It's like you kind of cast like a wide net. You call like 1 million people, or let's say you call like 100 people. If even 2 people answer the phone, that's enough. 100%.
I just want to be clear again, real quick though, just real quick. All of this work for $30,000 is just not worth it. You have to split it between all of these different collaborators. It's all of this work and like you're organizing or whatever. Just get a job, you know? How many people are in on this? Who's driving the fake cars and coming? Like, it's like, I don't know, man. You know, it's just, that's what bothers me about it. It's like, all right, I can understand going through all this trouble for millions of dollars or something, or hundreds of thousands of dollars, but it's just like, what are you each getting like $6 grand and now you're going to go to prison for 20 years if you get caught? It's like, wow, good. Really worth
keeping
it.
The dollar, keeping the dollar amount, I don't know, keeping the dollar amount believable. Is that the right word?
Yeah, that's probably it. But again, that is actually the most infuriating part of it to me, is like, why would you even put yourself in those positions for that little gain?
It's the sophistication though. You know what? I'll tell you guys, this happened to me earlier.
For the love of the game.
This I don't think I've told many people. I don't even know if I told Colin about this yet. Earlier in the year, it was kind of the perfect storm for me because I was applying to a lot of jobs. And I applied to a job at Hasbro for a VFX artist, which just meant motion graphics. And it was kind of dubious. I didn't really, but it was an official job posting. I didn't know where it applied, in the company, but it turned out that it was for Wizards of the Coast for a Baldur's Gate game. So it was basically doing effects animation for the Dragonfire and the Wizards effects and everything like that. So I applied to this job and I got an official letterhead back from somebody at the company at Hasbro with official letterhead in the email and everything saying like, we want to schedule an interview. It had links. It had the person's title, the phone number, all the links worked. It looked as official as I could have. So this is kind of cool because I know how saturated the job, market is right now. So this is kind of cool that I'm even getting a call back. Had an interview on the phone with a person. Now the guy was Middle Eastern, but a lot of these big companies do their HR overseas. So it'll either Middle Eastern or Indian, I guess.
He's Indian, almost certainly. No offense, but like that's where all of this shit is coordinated from.
No, so I understand that they have a lot of their HR, a lot of their hiring. Some of them use headhunters, so they're located overseas because it's cheaper, right? So far, so good, right? So I get an email again saying we'd like to offer you the job. It was an official, kind of an official letterhead. They sent PDFs, basically saying like, if you agree to all these things, this is the pay, this is the duration, this is the project, blah, blah. Again, looked all on the up and up. But in that email also sent me a thing for direct deposit. And I was just like, immediately that was the red flag. I was like, this is way too early for this.
Yeah, no.
That was the red flag. And then I realized there was this whole thing with the phone, with the internet, with looking up these people on LinkedIn. They had official profiles. So I was cross-referencing and everything seemed to check out, except that was the one tip off. And when I decided to test it and I sent everything back and said, thank you very much. It sounds great. It was definitely too good to be true. It was definitely paying too much and everything, but I was just hopeful, so I sent everything back short of that filled out direct deposit form. And sure enough, they asked for it. And they were like, this is all great. But where is the direct deposit form? I was like, okay, this is obviously a scam. Also, this woman was available on Microsoft Teams. I did a video interview that was pre-recorded. Now, it was one of those interviews that you're not sitting face-to-face with a person. It wasn't a Zoom call. It was a timed response type of thing. So they had all of this infrastructure. Dude, I had hundreds of dollars in my bank account. They wouldn't have got anything. Like it wasn't worth it. It really wasn't worth any of it. It wasn't
That's
worth
so
any
crazy,
of
man. That's probably what happened. You know what? These guys probably were like, they probably tried to get jobs, and then they were like, they're putting their resumes out there. They're like, oh, cool, a callback from like company A, company B. They put their direct deposit in because they think that's what they're supposed to do, and then they get digitally mugged. And then they're like, all right, well, fuck this. I'm going to impersonate somebody's fucking daughter with an AI and get my money back.
It happened to them. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You know what's funny about it, though? I did contact Hasbro I guess this happens to big companies fairly frequently. They had a number there to call for anything like this. And I called it and left a message and emailed, and they never got back to me. These people are trying to impersonate you guys. They're offering a job. It's like, that they're fishing for people's bank account information. You should probably do something about this. Nothing. Oh, and I contacted a person on LinkedIn. A lot of those people higher up in the corporations are locked off from personal messaging, but I found one that was open to messaging, and I messaged her and never heard anything. Never heard boo. So. Yeah. Well, let me turn it over to you guys. Those are my stories. That's what's happening in the hood here. That's what happened to me earlier in the year. Have you guys come across anything that, especially it's the level of sophistication that's piquing my interest in that, it seems like a lot of this stuff has another layer of deception to it that it didn't previously have. Mike, I'll start with you.
Oh, sure. When I worked in IT, tons of scams. Primarily it's phishing emails. It's things like, we sent you a fake link to log in. You got to reset your password. The professors who think that they're so fucking smart would always fall for it. It's like, oh, great. Professor Egghead gave out his password and compromised all the accounts. Fantastic. It was always things like that. But there were ones that were more complex. And what struck me as funny, just the years that I worked there, was that scams sort of targeted people who thought they were special. And in that, I mean, we would have, these scam emails for internships very often. They would just email random students offering internships. But the ones that would fall for it are these kids who think that they are exceptional. And I remember one of them being, this kid was a freshman, okay? And was literally got an internship opportunity from Microsoft. And he just thought, well, I'm just so special that Microsoft themselves have reached out to me. This isn't like an opportunity through my professor, through a work study. They found me specifically somehow. Don't question that. And they're offering me an internship. And all I have to do is give them my bank account routing information and my home address. And they do it. And then what happened with this particular one was that they then tell you they're going to mail something to your house and you have to like open this box. And that's when the guy freaked out. And he's calling the IT line being like, what do I do? They're going to mail something to my parents' house. And I was like, this is for the police now. This is not our problem. We can do nothing for this. You need to call the cops, But it's just like these kids, it's the kids who would type their email, be like, I'm a rising freshman. And it's like, you're an idiot. And you thought you were just so special that Microsoft reached out to you directly for a job. And so I find that scams tend to prey on people who think that they are special. You're a balding 70-year-old man, but this young Russian woman enthralled by you. Oh my God, she wants to hear you talk about your job at the cola factory every fucking day. It's like these people who think they're special are so susceptible to the slightest flattery, because I'm someone who is just immediately skeptical. Like, why would Microsoft email me for a job? I'm a freshman in college. That doesn't make any sense. Right. And that's why 90% of people don't fall for these. And then on the other side, though, you have the people who think that they're cursed. And those are the ones who believe they get a phone bill from Verizon for $1 million. And they're like, oh my God, I owe $1 million. I'm going to be bankrupt. And then they're like, but you can settle the debt for $5,000. I'll do it. I'll give them the $5,000, get them off my back. And it's like, it's just two very opposite ends of the spectrum. But those are the people who fall for it. The people who think I've done something wrong. I've always done something wrong. Or the people who just think they're infinitely special and, all the good things are coming to them. I remember like my parents almost falling for one of the phone calls, like from Windows. And my mom especially is very old school in the way that she thinks her children can teach her nothing. There's nothing that I know that she doesn't know. She's been alive longer than me. And I remember it was the first time I got stern with my mom. And I was like, you have to listen to me, that Microsoft will never call you. You will get scammed. Like, I can't stress this enough. Do not pick up the phone. Do not call them back. Don't do it. And I need you to trust me on this. It's like, a lot of things, but like, it's like computers are not your thing. I need you to trust me. I remember it was like the first time I was like, if you don't fucking listen, like I didn't actually swear at her, but in my head, I'm like, if you fuck this up and get your bank account drained by some people, like I warned you, So that's just been my experience. I myself have never fallen victim to one of these, but man, when Colin and I see some of like the YouTube videos and stuff, like romance scammers, all these things.
That's what I was thinking of.
It really, it just boggles my mind. The people who do fall for these, just thinking like, oh, wow, I really am so great. I'm so special.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't this guy want to give me $1 million?
It's so crazy. It's so crazy.
It is really the thing. Scams. You know what though, Micah? What you said really struck me though. There's something now that seems to be something new where in the past they would just go straight and try to fuck you. Right. But now there's like a thing where they're going to take you to dinner and give you flowers first. And there's a whole courting process and shit. That's what you got to be careful of. It's like I had an interview and I was talking to this woman on Zoom and then I had a call and then they waited till the next day. They timed it out. They tried to make it look like they were, not so ambitious. And then you know what I mean? There was always time spaced out. They didn't seem desperate. And that's what was scary. Not so much with this old couple in my neighborhood, but more with the Hasbro thing. Also, they just got lucky because I had just happened to apply to a job with Hasbro. So it was that perfect storm. They probably sent that out to hundreds of people and they were like, I never applied to a job at Hasbro, but I did. Yeah. So I was that one guy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, that's a very, very clever scam. And unless you have worked a few jobs, like you really might just say, oh yeah, I'll just give them this information now. And it's like, no, you don't give anyone your bank information until HR hires you.
It's like, what?
Like it just was like, that's right on the nose. But a younger person who maybe hasn't worked either in the professional sector yet,
Sure.
like they might have just been like, this is the process, and it's not like that is not the case. And you don't give them that info until your orientation, usually like you're on campus and you're working there. So that was very clever on their part, and that's scary.
Yeah.
What do you mean? What do you mean hot singles in my area don't want to fuck me? What do you what are you talking about? I can't.
Chris, what do you
fathom it.
think, my friend? Take it away. Are you talking about Pornhub scams right now?
I sincerely have no experience with scams at all. Like, I just know about them because of YouTube videos and stuff. But like, I get like emails and things like that. But like, I get the Amazon text message every now and again.
Yeah, that's
Where
so
it's like,
annoying.
oh,
Yeah.
It's just like so
Yeah.
fucking annoying. It's like your package is fucking gone. It's like, oh, okay. As if I wouldn't either already know that, or I don't know. It's very silly, like the things the things that are going on now as far as scams go. But like I've never fallen for anything or known somebody who's fallen for anything. I have a very uninteresting background with this stuff.
So they're not doing a good enough job yet. That's what that means.
You're
No,
not
no,
old
when
enough
they-
yet to be taken advantage of.
No, yeah. When my mother comes over to my apartment one day, and she's like, "Chris, I need money," and I'll be like, "Oh, okay, sure." And then I find out that it's a fucking, I don't know, starfish in some fucking robot suit. And then I'll be like, "Well, I guess I've been duped. How did I not know that it was a fucking alien and a robot?" I feel so silly. But that has not yet happened, alas. I can
love
point out
that.
that AI stuff so easily. So I'm not even remotely worried about. I'm worried about my parents with that stuff, to be honest with you. Like
Yeah.
that stuff, like I'm worried about my parents being confused by it because there's enough audio of me talking on the internet where you could probably build a realistic model on my voice and fuck with people.
Oh, no doubt
But,
about it.
Wow. Just stitch something together. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Never thought
at
of
the
that.
same time, like I don't know, I have a rule set with my parents where it's like, listen, if you get anything weird, just call me. You have my number. FaceTime me as well. You know my apartment. You know what I look like. You know how to verify.
That's smart. Yeah. Until
There was
AI works out
actually-
the seams, which is in we're not too far off. It's kind of scary. Yeah. Well, Kyle, what do you think, my friend? You're a little older, a little wiser. You've been around a little longer than these two anyway.
Yeah. Wait, Michael, what were you going to say? Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mike.
Oh no, I was just gonna say in terms of like Chris just jogged my memory. There was a Japanese mom who avoided scams on the phone of those type where they're like, your son needs help, blah, blah, blah. Because there was one of them where it's like, the person was pretending to be your son and she was like, name all 37 characters from, and it was his favorite anime. And the guy just hung up. And it's just like, yeah, you know what? Tell your parents to ask some like extremely niche question, something you've never, something that the scammer just couldn't find on the fly. It's like, have like a little pass key with your parents. Like if anyone calls saying it's me, ask them your favorite brand of hot dogs or something. I don't know. But like it worked for this lady that whenever she gets a scam call, she knows.
Have a code word. Right?
Yeah.
And then change it every week, whatever it is. Is that going to be enough? I don't know. Eventually that won't be enough. But right now that might work.
I'm not putting that much legwork in, Mom. You're going to get fucking, you're going to get got. But yeah, it's the same thing that Chris was saying where I've been exposed to most of this stuff on YouTube. It's funny though, Chris, like I do wonder when we all get older, it seems ridiculous. Like the things I watch where I'm like, this is ridiculous that this works on people. And seriously, I'm like, this guy's like half retarded. Like the guy that's getting taken advantage of, like, how can you
Half.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That used to be a thing people said. Remember, like, you're a half a retard.
You're right.
Oh, half a-
I just
it's the
I
best.
haven't heard that in so long. It's just like it brought you back to
the 90s, probably where that term comes from, I think. But so I do wonder, we're eventually like our parents. My dad used to warn me all the time, like, you're going to get, don't watch yourself getting taken advantage of in this way, when you go to New York City, or this, like, don't do this thing and don't do this thing. Like he was and hip to it. Right. And then now he's not. And that will probably happen to us in some way. And it's going to be so much more sophisticated in the future which is why you're going to need all these fail safes to be able to talk to real people, probably in some sense. But I mean, I could have been scammed in all sorts of different ways, and I just don't know. For all I know, someone skimmed my fucking ATM card when I was in Mexico and took $1,000, and I never looked or something. I have no idea, you know. But not that I know of that have ever really been scammed in any meaningful way. But I am fascinated by the catfishing YouTube channel, especially just because I stopped watching it for two reasons. One is it's all the same.
Yeah.
Now, like the predator hunter stuff, you could say is all the same in the fight videos, but it always breaks down in different funny ways, right? These always end up in the same thing because of the second reason, which is that there's an element of real sadness to it, where it's like this person's wife died 5 years ago. He's mega lonely. His kids don't pay any attention to him. Some hot blonde Ukrainian started talking to him on Facebook, and he was smitten. And it's unbelievable because it's like, how do you not know that this is real? Like, how do you, regardless of the technology and how convincing it is, like, what in your mind thinks that she wants you? I always say that to Micah. I'm like, these girls wouldn't have looked at me, you know, in like these are like mega model AI women. They wouldn't have looked at me in like my most prime state. Nonetheless, this guy in his most prime state, and he's 80 years old. You know, it's like, it doesn't really make it, like, when you think about it, it just doesn't make any sense.
No,
it's really, but like, so I don't know like how much of it's willful, but they do get got, you know.
I think a lot of that is really just like, I'm old, whatever.
Who cares?
Like, if this is bad, if this is not real, then it's not real. Whatever. I've lived a life of disappointment, clearly, up until now. So, like, what's one more? And if it's real, it's like, whoa, it's real, wild, going out on a high note. I'm 80.
It's the same.
You've lost $100,000.
It's just funny how overt it is.
What was he going to use it for?
It's just funny how overt it is compared to like with the same stuff with Kip Boga and all the kind of Indian like call center ones that he like blows up, basically, where it's like, what? All right, so this is all convincing to you, all of it, which is totally fine. Okay. But then you have to go get gift cards and give them the number. Like that alone isn't like, why would I need to do this? Why would I need to it's just strange to me. In other words, no matter how compelling the delivery is of like the hooking the person, like the execution of it is always so weird, where it's like, that should be the tip off, where it's like, this doesn't really wash. No. And I love, Kip Boga is hysterical. Like,
oh, so good.
I love it so much. Like him fucking with the guys, and like, I just don't know, wasting their time. It's a great thing. So yeah,
I do feel like by the time we're old, though, I don't know. I feel like there are people who are like older who get fooled by that stuff, but I also feel like those people are people who aren't necessarily even remotely familiar with the infrastructure and the avenues by which that kind of scam even evolves in the first place. Like, I don't think technologically literate like Silicon Valley 70-year-olds are falling for that kind of thing. You know
true.
What I mean?
Good point.
True. But I do think like, because we are so cognizant of this stuff, I think there are some people in our generation who probably will grow up to fucking fall for this stuff. And I'm not really worried about that. Like, I'm so skeptical at every single moment of my fucking life that I really doubt, like, even when people are genuinely trying to help me, I don't believe it. So like, there's no chance in hell that like, there's no chance in hell I'm going to get scammed. This is not happening.
Well, and also, who our age is answering the fucking phone?
That's
like,
right.
My phone rings.
Or has one.
I see it ringing. You're going to leave me a voicemail. Oh, it's the doctor's office. I'll call them back. Oh, it's the vet. I'll call them back. If your number is not a contact in my phone, I'm not answering it. And that is the way. But old people, my mom hears the landline ringing. I got to get to the phone. It's like, just fucking, they're not real.
It's a Pavlovian
They're not real
response.
people.
They're like, the phone's ringing. I must enter into my predetermined paths. And then they wander towards the phone like a fucking robot. It's
you guys don't have a landline. No one here has a landline.
No,
right?
I do not have a landline. I thought about it. I thought about it for like a joke. I thought about getting one because I was just like, oh, wouldn't it be funny to have a, like, genuinely, I thought about it as from like purely from a comedic perspective. It's like, wouldn't it be funny to have a landline? And then I thought, no, it wouldn't. There's nothing funny about it at all.
I've never had one my entire adult life, you know.
No, me neither. I've never in my own place did I ever have a landline ever. Because why the fuck? Would you?
Yeah, but
Doesn't make
if you don't
much
have a landline, you don't get to answer during dinner and then yell at the guy for
Right.
calling during dinner, which was like a dad classic. He's like, "We're having dinner," and it's like, "Just don't answer it, Dad.
How dare
Just
you
let the
call
fucking
my
phone ring,
family."
Dad."
Yeah, they don't know
How
it's
dare you
dinner
call my
time.
family? We're eating eggs and spam.
But Dag, I know you're hosting, but
Yeah,
we
we
gotta
gotta
wrap
go.
it up just because I gotta go. Or you guys can keep going without us, but we have to
Well,
host.
let's wrap it up. Look at us. Another Constellation triumph. I mean, they'll be the judge ultimately, but we had fun. And that counts
we did.
for something. They can't take that away from us. I'm off to go nurse this throat of mine. Shut up for a while. Nothing makes Aline happier. I'd like to go around to the band here, to my brothers and sister in arms for goodbyes and parting shots. Mama Micah, I'll start with you. I bid you farewell, and I hope you have a memorable weekend and a nice night to yourself, by the way.
Oh, well, thank you. I got a part with this pickup line that was delivered to me recently at the grocery store. I'm loading up my cart with groceries. All right, I'm at the meat department. And a man walks up and he says, "Are you going to eat all that or are you sharing? Because I'm free." And that, honestly, I laughed, and then I said, "I have a husband," and he laughed, he was like, "Have a good day," but it was just like, that was a good pickup
I
line.
love it.
I got to
My wife's
salute
always
that
getting
guy.
hit
That
on.
was good.
You really are.
No,
Yeah, she is.
It's very rare. It's
not
very
very
rare. But they stand out in my mind. Like, they're funny, but no, it's
a
rare.
brazen
It's rare.
bunch down here in Virginia.
It is a brazen bunch, but I also like that it's a continued art. You don't hear the art of the pickup line. It seems like it's an antiquated thing, but it's still happening.
Yeah,
And I like that.
People don't do that anymore. People either just ignore people entirely, or like, "Hey, come over, or I'll kill you."
Well, so the first time I heard somebody talking, but I was literally picking out some Italian sausage. So I heard someone talking, but I didn't respond because I didn't think he was talking to me. Then he cleared his throat, was like, said the line again.
That's funny.
Double down.
But yeah,
That's good.
no, that added to it because I just assumed he was talking to somebody else. I was like, I don't know who you're bothering, but it's not me. It was.
Look at
Two
you.
attractive girls in the same store. It's probably, you should have probably known. It's going to be you, Micah. Anyway, next, a goodbye to the keystone and structural support of sacred symbols. Without him, there is no LSM PlayStation podcast. The very bones of the flagship Last Stand Media podcast. Who am I talking about? Which one? See what I'm doing here? Which one am I talking to? Chris!
Oh,
See you next time, my friend.
are you calling me skinny? There's a lot of bone comments in there.
He's getting boned.
No, I'm.
That was unintentional.
I am quite thin. I've lost much weight. I gotta get back on that. I gotta eat a lot more. I'm down to like 116 now, and I was 130. Well, I was 138 for the fight, which is crazy.
I'm
Oh,
gonna put you in my pocket, little boy.
I literally just keep forgetting to eat straight up. I'll have a meal in the middle of the day, and then the day will be over, and then I'll be hungry. But that's too late. I'm tired. Then I'll wake up starving, which is why every episode of Sacred Symbols starts that way. But yeah, I got a fun day ahead of me. I got a friend's birthday. I think he's doing a little thing tonight, so I'm gonna get prepared for that.
well, listen, eat something first before you start drinking.
Oh,
I knew a guy.
I'm very fucking hungry.
There was a guy who I used to work with that referred to another guy. I don't know who he was talking about, but this guy that he was referring to didn't eat a lot. And the guy would say he eats like a snake, which means like he eats like once a week. So that guy, that's the same guy who coined
Good.
"she's got a head like a goat," which I thought was just all animal analogies, but all awesome. Listen, guys, Kyle's trying to get out of here. Last, but let's face it, never least, the prodigal son. Did you ever know that you're my hero? But also, you're so vain. Kyle the Kyle Man Moriarty. Be well.
You probably think this song is about. From Carly Simon, shout out. Yeah, we're gonna head out now. I gotta put on pants. I have sweatpants on, but I have to put on real pants.
Yeah.
I'm sometimes tempted to do the show in no pants or like just my underwear, but I shift around too much. So eventually, like the proof will be in the pudding.
One of these days.
quite literally.
No.
So yeah, it's good to be here with you. Thank you for having me, Dag. It's good to talk with you. Since we didn't go into it. We don't really have the time, but how everyone is bailed out of this wedding from our family. So I'm going to be down there by myself in South Carolina. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Mike and I are going to be holding it down. I won't know a single person there. It's going to be a great time. Thank you.
No problem. Better you than me. Listen, well, that's our time. Dear audience, let me take us out. Thank you so much for joining in on the conversation today, everybody. We appreciate you. Patreon.com/LastStandMedia for early ad-free access, as always. Colin's also talking about possibly giving away a free Tesla to one lucky audience member out there. Okay, that's not true yet, but we'll work on him. LastStandMedia.store has the merch. Represent by rocking some minty LSM gear. It's a great way to strike up conversations out in the wild with other Last Stand Media people. Make some friends. You can make some friends. Rock a shirt. Make a
Some
friend.
of you need friends. You know it.
Yeah.
I mean,
desperately.
I could use a couple more friends.
Yeah, we all could.
Right? I'm having too much fun. For Micah, Chris, and Colin, I've been your host, Dagan, Dean Martin Moriarty, saying thank you once again. And until next time, goodbye.
Constellation is a product of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show was conceived by and is directed and hosted by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-host is my brother, Dagan Moriarty. The show is produced by Last Stand's executive producer, Dustin Furman, and is edited by associate producer, Ben Smith. All Last Stand theme music is by Ramon Narvaez, and all of our graphics and logos are by Dagan Moriarty. As you know, all of Last Stand Media's podcasts, including Constellation, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest support tier, and we're infinitely grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor.